And number 1. We know the Earth is round because we have photographic evidence.
The photographic evidence. You know, you would think this would be the slam dunk for the Globe Camp. Unfortunately, it is anything but that. In fact, the more you look into the issue of alleged photographic evidence, honestly, the worse it gets. Here's a clip from my introduction to the topic that I gave at the Edmonton Flat Earth Conference.
And in the process of looking around in videos, I stumbled across this guy right here, Matthew Boylan, right? And he has this whole presentation where is it a painting or is it a picture? And along those lines, I started to think about that. And the thing that all of these photographs have in common is that they are all artwork. And take a look at that, the top two especially. That's not a photograph of wine glasses and bottles of wine. That's a painting, photorealistic painting. The bottom 4 images are actually done by a friend of mine. The bottom left is, none of those actually are sculptures. The bottom left is a painting of a sculpture, and the other ones are drawings. Okay? Now, yeah, I see the same thing, right? You look at that and you say, wow, and well, let's put it a little bit into perspective here. Which do you think is harder to paint? Yeah, well, just looking at the wine bottle ones, or any of them really, I'm like, the ball Earth right there pales in comparison artistically. So I started to think about what this guy's talking about, his stand-up routine. I'm going, I gotta say, he makes a compelling case. Well, they come right out and tell you, actually.
I'm a visualization scientist. I basically try to come up with ways of explaining complex science stories through the visuals and developing artwork and illustrations that actually can help explain the science story to people.
For decades, popular culture and shows like Star Trek inspired a generation of scientists by envisioning what space might look like. But wait, what does space actually look like? Heart nebulas, celestial collisions, a bird's eye view of the Milky Way, astronomers are charting the outer reaches of the cosmos and bringing back jaw-dropping images from telescopes like Hubble and its infrared cousin Spitzer. If you look down at the bottom of that Milky Way image, you'll see these 2 words: artist concept. This sweeping image of the Orion Nebula actually looks like this. And the TRAPPIST-1 star system, the latest discovery of 7 potentially habitable exoplanets that made national headlines, it's really only a box of gray and white pixels. You see, space art is part of NASA, and it has been since before we went to the moon.
Just something to think about.
So is this just one more piece of space art? Good question. This picture was allegedly taken from Apollo 17, and it is by far the most powerful sphere of influence ever found in a single image, pun intended. But is it authentic? Well, first you have to determine if the Apollo programs were legitimate. If this is new to you, I'd suggest you watch these videos right here. Then spend a lot of time on the website aulis.com, AULIS.com, and look at all the evidence that is presented there, which more than suggests that the Apollo program was a fraud. Now, as a former NASA fanboy myself, I have to say that was a really hard pill to swallow. But over the last few years, I've become more than convinced that we never went to the moon. And this belief was only further solidified the more I began to analyze the pictures allegedly shot on the moon. I have to say, I don't think they counted on Photoshop. Because you can take these images into image processing software such as Photoshop, adjust the contrast, and see stuff like this. Strange masks and rectangular boxes around the Earth. I even found one on the Apollo 17 mission itself, right here on the NASA website, Scientists on the Moon. Click on this picture right here. Supposedly the same mission, same guys that took the picture of the most famous picture of our Earth. I'm going to do save image as, and let's see, Apollo Moon, let's call it Apollo Moon 17. And I'm going to open that in Photoshop. Okay, I'm going to zoom in on the Earth. I'm going to go to Image, Adjust, Levels, and I'm going to bring the levels up. Uh-oh. Why is there a square box around the Earth allegedly taken from the scientists on the moon in Apollo 17? And people wonder why I don't trust NASA.
That's why I don't trust NASA. I mean, they're always out there saying, Rob, everybody's trying to show you stuff from space, and you keep rejecting it. This is why I reject it. These guys are liars.
So, I mean, if we never went to the moon, then this picture is not real. Since then, they've put out many more what they call blue marble alleged photographs of our Earth. The problem is they're all vastly different. The continent sizes change from year to year. The colors change. There's no consistency. The most famous one of the blue marbles was the one done in 2002. But if you take it into Photoshop and start zooming in on it, you begin to see where clouds were replicated using the clone tool. I mean, even its creator, Rob Simmons, admits it is Photoshop, but it has to be. And when you look into time-lapse videos, it's just as bad, if not worse. Here's the one that got me questioning everything. You can check it out on the JPL website. Supposedly, it was shot from the Galileo space probe back in 1990. Well, I mean, the first thing that caught my attention was none of the clouds are moving. I could take my camera outside, point it up at the sky for an hour, speed it up in my computer, and see the clouds doing all kinds of stuff. But on that day back in 1990, this didn't happen anywhere in the world. And NASA and JPL are bad enough, but the stuff coming from other countries isn't any better. In 2008, this video was put out allegedly shot from a Japanese satellite. Besides looking pathetically amateur, where are all the stars? I mean, look, we get all these images from Hubble, right? Space is full of stars, beautiful colors, nebula, stuff like that. Every time we watch a sci-fi movie, the planets are hanging there against the backdrop of zillions of stars. But when it comes to any alleged satellite imagery of our Earth, we never see any stars. Even HD footage like this, you can beef up the contrast and look. I mean, HD's got a lot of information. There's no information in this video for stars. I mean, it should look something like this, but it doesn't. Later, I saw this video from 2011. I think it's supposedly from a Russian satellite. And it also allegedly represents a real time lapse of one full day of the Earth. And when I compare this with the one from 1990, both again full day time lapses, the striking difference becomes obvious. I think what we're seeing here is merely the advancement in computer animation technology over the course of about 20 years. And here's an example of that technology. This is 100% CGI and admitted to be such. And then we have what I call the bozo Earth of 2015. And just like back in 1990, once again, the clouds aren't morphing. You can back it up, freeze frame it, go back and forth with it. You'll see the clouds aren't morphing, changing, or anything. They are just following the ball as it rolls around in a time-lapse animation. And don't even get me started on all the problems with this moon. I've got longer videos that deal with that. So if we put them all together, once again, when it comes to time-lapse videos, just like the still imagery, there's no consistency. Over and over and over again, I was finding doctored imagery and or stuff openly identified in the fine print as being a composite image or some form of CGI. The question is, why? Suffice to say, we simply cannot trust imagery from NASA or any other nation's space agency. It's all garbage. And the sad part is it's only going to get worse because computer software just keeps getting better and better and better. For instance, Andrew Kramer from Video Copilot just released this plugin for After Effects.
Alright, so there's a lot of really cool things that you can do with this plugin, and you'll be even more amazed when you see how fast and easy it is to use.
So, there you go. You just can't trust what's coming. They say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, I mean, if If someone continues to believe a proven pathological liar, well, then they're an idiot. So I'm saying let's not be idiots here. These people have proven themselves time and time again to be fraudulent. Once you realize the Apollo program was bogus, start looking into the space shuttle program. There's a lot of interesting things about that. And then, of course, start looking into the ISS. And you got to ask yourself, if we know for a fact that they faked stuff in Apollo, and we've got reasonable doubt about some of the space shuttle missions, and more videos coming out exposing the ISS with footage just like this, there's lots of stuff out there. There's some really good YouTubers out there who have been watching these guys like a hawk and pulling down footage like this. These people are lying to us with our money. Tens of millions of dollars a day they're lying to us. So yeah, when you've got so many videos exposing what's going on up there as a fraud, I'm sorry, but the so-called photographic evidence simply is not that compelling, especially if you actually take the time to look into it. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
Number 2. During a lunar eclipse, the shadow of the Earth on the moon is curved.
Okay, the shadow on the moon is curved. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, in all of his, wisdom, puts out a tweet like this, right? A lunar eclipse flat earthers have never seen. While that may be a really lame Flintstone level attempt at humor, I don't know any flat earthers who would even remotely consider that. However, interestingly enough, Iru Landucci at the Flat Earth International Conference showed a video, and I can't believe I didn't even bother to think about trying this myself, but it's one of those very simple things, taking something flat and casting a curved shadow on a sphere. Now, I don't believe that this is the way the lunar eclipse happens anyway. I just found this rather interesting considering Neil deGrasse Tyson's tweet. But let's talk about the moon. There are a lot of interesting things about the moon worth considering. The following is from a radio show I did back in 2015 talking about the issue of lunar eclipses. Now, we'll talk about the eclipses in a second, but believe it or not, many people believe that the phases of the moon are also caused by the shape and shadow of the Earth. I mean, I wish I had $1 for every time somebody called me an idiot while claiming that the phases of the moon are caused by the shape of the Earth.
Those people clearly haven't thought their argument through, especially if you go outside and see a waxing or waning a gibbous or crescent moon up in the sky at the same time the sun's out. If you think the Earth is casting the circular phase shadows on the moon, you've got a really big problem with angles, because the sun's up at the same time as the moon's up when it's a crescent moon. Clearly that is not the shadow curvature of the Earth being depicted on the moon for the phases. The Earth is not responsible for the phases of the moon, even in the spinning heliocentric NASA, based model. It's not. They say that the phases of the moon are caused by the angles of the sun's light hitting the moon.
And I saw this short teaching video by somebody named Emily Morgan on YouTube, and I think she does a good job of explaining sort of the official view is concerning how the phases are created.
From this angle, you can see what I am seeing from Earth. We call this new moon. When it's new moon, we look up at the sky and we can't see the moon. It's there, but the side that's reflecting sunlight is away from us. Now, as I slowly make the moon orbit to my left, I can begin to see a tiny sliver of that lighted side. We call that a crescent moon. As the moon keeps orbiting, we can see more and more of that lighted side. We see half of the lighted half, which is a quarter moon. in this case, a first quarter moon. As we keep orbiting, we see almost the whole lighted side. We call that a gibbous moon. Then, when we can see the entire lighted half of the moon, that's a full moon. As the moon continues in its orbit, we begin to see less and less of that lighted side. We're back to a gibbous moon, but this time the light is on the opposite side. Then another quarter moon, last quarter moon to be exact. Another crescent, and finally back to new moon. And the cycle begins again.
Oh, great little video. And frankly, all of it makes a lot of sense until you start going outside and looking up and seeing things like this. Okay, this is at the Griffith Observatory in Hollywood. We went outside to watch the sunset, and I happened to look up and see the moon up above us. And it got me wondering. And this isn't actually the first time it happened. The first time it happened, I was actually reading Terra Firma in the pool at my apartment complex. And as I'm reading the book, it was one of those days where the sun and moon are up at the same time. And I look up at the sun, and I look at the moon right across from the sun, and the angles were totally wrong, just like they are here at the Griffith Observatory.
Okay, look at the angle of the moon. Angle of the moon. Direction of the sun. Sun is way down there. Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. It's about 5 minutes to 5 p.m. January 18th. I am shooting a video of my shadow as it is being cast by the sun setting behind me. Now, today's one of those days where the moon is up at the same time as the sun. I want to point something out to you. There's the moon, and we're told that the moon reflects the light of the sun. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to angle my iPhone here to the direction of the shadow. Okay, so the shadow is perpendicular to the angle that my phone is right now. See, it's about a half moon, and so you would think if the moon is reflecting the light of the sun, then the source of the light that would cast that type of shadow should be directly across from it, somewhere up here, in this direction, right? Directly parallel to the light source. Should be right across from it, right? But it's not. The sun's way down here. So how is the sun way down here getting that angle of a shadow on the moon? Why isn't it doing the same thing to the moon that it's doing to me? Casting an appropriate shadow from the appropriate angle. Okay, now it's about 5:45 p.m. or so, about an hour later from the last video that I shot. See the moon going, see the sun going down in the west over there. And go this way and up, and there's the moon with the shadow angled this way. So you would think that if the moon is reflecting the light of the sun, that the sun should be shining this way. Problem is, the sun is now way down here. Look at the terminator line of the shadow. You would think the light should be coming directly across from it, but it's not. It's way down there. The angle is totally wrong for that shadow.
So, if the moon is not reflecting light as it should, could the moon actually be exactly as the scriptures say it is? You've got a number of scriptures saying that the moon is a light. It's a lesser light, according to Genesis. And in Isaiah and Ezekiel, it talks about the sun causing her light to shine or giving her light. There's nothing in Scripture that indicates that it's a reflector. And interestingly enough, there's a toy out there you can get called Moon in My Room. Here's a little review of that toy.
Today we're checking out the Uncle Milton supermoon in my room. And this is the moon. It's actually pretty big. To give you a size scale there, that's a piece of notebook paper, and that's our thermostat. So the moon is pretty big. It's actually a really nice size. A little bit larger than the previous moon in my room. And here are some of the features. First, here we go. This is the remote. So there's one large button on top, a smaller button on the bottom, and then two very small buttons on either side. So the largest button on top, when you press it once, uses the internal clock to sync up with the real moon phase. So this is the current lunar phase where we are right now. There are hanging instructions for the northern and southern hemisphere, so this way, no matter where you are, it's always in the correct orientation, which is great for budding astronomers who, will notice if it's not exactly right. So Uncle Milton's put a lot of attention to detail here. The smaller bottom button actually cycles through all of the moon's phases. So this is a manual setting, and you can use this to choose whatever phase you'd like.
Huh, a self-illuminating moon. Go figure. If Uncle Milton can figure this out, call me crazy, but I think the creator of the cosmos might just be able to do it the same way and better. Just saying. And so back to the Griffith Observatory. It's an interesting science museum, and they got all kinds of displays there, and for the most part, the displays show how things are believed to work. And so you would think, for the display on lunar phases, that you would see a moon going around the Earth with a light source pretending to be the sun. I mean, they have a display of the Earth going around the sun, where they have a light source representing the sun shining on the Earth and showing the Earth in rotation and going through the various seasons. So it's not like they didn't have the ability to do it with the rotating Earth and everything. So you would think you'd have a rotating moon that is, quote, tidal locked to the Earth, such that the same face is always pointing toward the Earth. And as it's rotating around the Earth with the same face always pointing toward the Earth, see how the phases work. I mean, you would think that they would have a display like that, but they didn't. What did they have? They had a self-illuminating moon going around in a circle, creating the moon phases. And it wasn't a whole lot different than an animation I created really early on. Again, this back in like 2015, I was trying to figure out, well, how could the moon self-illuminate and create phases? And I created a ball like this. I imagined it would have like a light source on one side and dark on the other. I had this, just rotating ball with a white side and a black side, and then all I did was just superimpose a graphic of the moon on top of it, and what do you know? I've got moon phases. A self-illuminated moon with moon phases. Now, granted, there are issues with the shadows of the craters that I haven't figured out that certainly do fit the model of reflectivity from the sun, but I'm having a hard time with that whole reflector thing, especially when you realize that anytime you have a reflector, it's going to bounce back the same light that is shined on it. And we've found that that is not the case, that the moon, not only does the scriptures and a lot of other texts describe the moon as giving off her own light, but it gives off a totally different light. The sun gives off warm light or hot light, and the moon gives off a cold light. I met this guy out in Lubbock, and he was the first to show me this in a practical example.
Hello, my name is Jerry Rogers, and I'm a little podunk town north of here called Shallowater, and we're going to do a moonlight test. And the moonlight currently in the shade, I'm going to get a recording of somewhere around 40 degrees. And then we go over here to the moonlight full on, and we've got 32.5, 33, somewhere right in that area. And you can go right back over here around the 40.
Now, would that be because we're looking at incandescent light coming down right here, or
if you want to go over there, I don't care.
So it's the same either way.
It's either way. Apparently the moon don't seem to matter.
Okay.
Just as long as you can get the moon.
There's a shadow like right here.
and the shade of the moon.
So that's the shade. In the shade, it's 39 degrees.
And then you go to the moonlight, and you got 32.
32.
Wow.
Or 33. 32, 33.
Is it more dramatic when it gets darker?
It seems to be more dramatic when the moon is fullest.
So the moon, like a full moon,
Like the fullest
and a completely
moon,
dark
I'm getting
night.
sometimes 12 degrees.
12 degrees. So
Yeah.
the more full the moon is, the cooler it is.
It seems to be.
It's a half moon right now.
Don't ask me why, because I don't know. But I know it works every time I've tried it, everywhere I've tried it. Don't matter if I'm at the ranch or at shallow water. Or went over to my 85-year-old uncle's house and did it in his front yard, and he made me go buy him one.
Okay, so it's a nice sunny day here in Dallas, Texas. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A couple days ago, I got this pretty cool gizmo in the mail. I ordered this Centec infrared thermometer. Basically, you just pull the trigger and point it at something, and it will tell you the temperature in Celsius and Fahrenheit. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on, switch it from Celsius to Fahrenheit, pull the trigger, and test the sunlight in the parking lot here. And it looks like it's 48.5. So now that's in direct sunlight. I'm going to go over here to the shadow of this bush and try it again. And 28.4. So it's about 20 degrees colder here in the shade of this bush than it is in the direct sunlight. Now I'm going to give this another test next time it's a full moon. I'm not sure when the next full moon is, but I've been told that it's pretty much the direct opposite when you measure shadows of moonlight and direct moonlight. So we shall see. It took a while for me to find a good night with a full moon that wasn't either overcast or too late at night when I wasn't going to be around, or if I was traveling, what have you. At any rate, about 6 months later, I finally found the perfect night with a full moon and went out and did the test. Now, I'd done the test a few other times in different phases, but this is the first time doing it with a full moon. Okay, we're going to try this again. We got a full moon out tonight, so I got my whiteboard and my laser thermometer. Nice full moon out tonight on the other side of this hotel here, as seen from the parking garage of my office complex. So I'm going to set up my whiteboard just like I did before, with it facing toward the direct moonlight. And I'll get my iPhone here to focus up on my thermometer. Okay, let's do a test here. And it's 80.9 degrees in direct moonlight, and shooting underneath here, it's 89.6 degrees in the full moon light. There you go. It's colder in the direct moonlight than it is in the shadow. Try it one more time. Switch to Fahrenheit. 80.6. Shooting underneath. .6. So 9 whole degrees different. All I did is take a foam core, trifold thing you can get at Walmart, and set it up, reflecting the light of the moon. You saw me do it live. I just showed you exactly what I did. No smoke and mirrors, nothing, just that's what I did. And it showed 80.9 degrees in the direct moonlight and 89.6 degrees right underneath it. 9 degrees difference. It was 9 degrees warmer in the shade
of the moon than it was in direct moonlight. That's a totally different kind of light. The light of the sun brings life to living organisms and stuff, and there's documentation about how the light of the moon does the exact opposite. It aids in decay. It's a totally different light. All right, so now that we've established that, let's get to the topic of lunar eclipses. And I'll go back to a video that I did back in 2015. So if the phases of the moon are not caused by the shadow of the Earth, what about the lunar eclipse? Now, that one everybody seems to understand to be the result of the moon going into the Earth's shadow, as depicted here. You have the Earth's penumbra and the Earth's umbra. And as the moon starts to go into the umbra side of it, that's where somehow the dark shadow of the Earth makes the moon turn red. Like, that even makes sense. But that's what we're taught. That's what all the charts and everything show. But is that really the case? Well, let's see. This author points out some really interesting things regarding lunar eclipses and solar eclipses as well. It says, beginning on page 101, causes of solar and lunar eclipses. A solar eclipse is a result simply of the moon passing between the sun and the observer on Earth. But that an eclipse of the moon arises from a shadow of the Earth is a statement in every respect, because unproved, unsatisfactory. The Earth has been proved to be without orbital or axial motion, and therefore it could never come between the sun and the moon. The Earth is also proved to be a plane, always underneath the sun and moon, and therefore to speak of its intercepting the light of the sun and thus casting its own shadow on the moon is to say that which is physically impossible. And this also gets into the whole issue of self-illumination. And we've talked about that in previous shows, but the ancient texts do not in any way support the idea that the moon is receiving her light from the sun. It says that she's giving or causing her own light. So the phases are internal, not external. Dr. Robotham goes on to say, besides the above difficulties or incompatibilities, many cases are on record of the sun and moon being eclipsed when both were above the horizon. That's a big problem. The sun, the earth, and the moon not in a straight line, but the earth below the sun and moon, out of the reach or direction of both, and yet a lunar eclipse has occurred. Is it possible that a shadow of the earth could be thrown upon the moon when sun, earth, and moon were not in the same line? The difficulty has been met by assuming the influence of refraction, as in the following quotations. And he's citing somebody here. It says, on some occasions, the horizontal refraction amounts to 36 or 37 minutes, and generally to about 33 minutes, which is equal to the diameter of the sun or moon, and therefore the whole disk of the sun or moon will appear above the horizon, both at rising and setting, although actually below. This is the reason that the full moon has sometimes been seen above the horizon before the sun was set. A remarkable instance of this kind was observed at Paris on the 19th of July, 1750, when the moon appeared visibly eclipsed, while the sun was distinctly to be seen above the horizon. That's a quote from Astronomy and Astronomical Instruments by George G. Gary. Another quote here. On the 20th of July, 1837, the moon appeared to rise eclipsed before the sun had set. The same phenomenon was observed on the 20th of September, 1717. That's from McCulloch's Geography, page 85. Let's see, he's got another one here. In the lunar eclipses of July 17th, 1590, November 3rd, 1648, June 16th, 1666, and May 26, 1668, the moon rose eclipsed, whilst the sun was still apparently above the horizon. Those horizontal eclipses were noticed as early as the time of Pliny. That's according to the Illustrated London Almanac for 1864, the astronomical articles in which are by James
Glacier ESQ of the Greenwich Royal Observatory, page 99. Another citation. On the 17th of January, 1870, a similar phenomena occurred, and again in July of the same year. That's the reference there is the Daily Telegraph, July 16th, 1870. The only explanation which has been given of this phenomenon is the refraction caused by the Earth's atmosphere. This at first sight is a plausible and fairly satisfactory solution, but on carefully examining the subject, it is found to be utterly inadequate. And those who have recourse to it cannot be aware that the refraction of an object and that of a shadow are in opposite directions. An object by refraction is bent upwards, but the shadow of any object is bent downwards, as will be seen by the following very simple experiment. Take a plain white shallow basin and place it 10 or 12 inches from a light in such a position that the shadow of the edge of the basin touches the center of the bottom. Hold a rod vertically over and on the edge of the shadow to denote its true position. Now let water be gradually poured into the basin, and the shadow will be seen to recede or shorten inwards and downwards. But if a rod or a spoon is allowed to rest, with its upper end towards the light and the lower end in the bottom of the vessel, it will be seen as the water is poured in to bend upwards, thus proving that if refraction operated at all, it would do so by elevating the moon above its true position and throwing the Earth's shadow downwards or directly away from the moon's surface. Hence it is clear that a lunar eclipse by a shadow of the Earth is an utter impossibility. The moon's entire surface, or that portion of it which is presented to the Earth, has also been distinctly seen during the whole time of a total lunar eclipse. This is entirely incompatible with the doctrine that an eclipse of the moon is the result of a shadow of the Earth passing over its surface. Mr. Walker, who observed the lunar eclipse on March 19, 1848, near Collumpton, says, the appearances were as usual till 20 minutes past 9. At that period, and for the space of the next hour, instead of an eclipse, or the shadow umbra of the Earth being the cause of the total obscurity of the moon, the whole face of that body became very quickly and most beautifully illuminated, and assumed the appearance of the glowing heat of fire from the furnace, rather tinged with a deep red, the whole disk of the moon being as perfect with light as if there had been no eclipse whatever. The moon positively gave good light from its disk during the total eclipse. That's from Philosophical Magazine number 220 from August 1848. The following case, although not exactly similar to the last, is worth recording here as showing that some other cause existed than the Earth's shadow to produce a lunar eclipse. He cites somebody here saying, extraordinary phenomena attending the eclipse. On Saturday evening, February 27th, 1858, at Brussels, the eclipse was seen by several English philosophers who happened to be present. It was attended by a very remarkable appearance, which Dr. Foster said was wholly inexplicable on any laws of natural philosophy with which he was acquainted. The moment before contact, a small dusky spot appeared on the moon's surface, and during the whole of the eclipse, a reddish-brown fringe, or penumbra, projected above the shadow of the Earth. Another thing still more remarkable was the apparent irregularity of the edge of the shadow. 3 persons, one of them an astronomer, were witnesses of these curious phenomena, which no law of refraction can in any way explain. That's a quote from Morning Star of Wednesday, March 3rd, 1858. The author continues. The several cases above advanced are logically destructive of the notion that an eclipse of the moon arises from a shadow of the Earth. As before stated, the Earth is proved to be a plane without motion and always several hundred miles below the sun and moon, and cannot, by any known possibility, come between them. It cannot, therefore, intercept the light of the sun and throw its own shadow upon the moon. If such a thing were a natural possibility, how could the moon continue to shine during the whole or any considerable part of the period of its passage through the dark shadow of the Earth? refraction, or what has been called earth light, will not aid in the explanation, because the light of the moon is at such times like the glowing heat of fire tinged with deep red. Reddish is not the word to express it. It was red hot. The reddish light made it seem to be on fire. It looked like a fire smoldering in its ashes. Its tint was that of red-hot copper. Those were all quotes. The sunlight is of an entirely different color to that of the eclipsed moon, and it is contrary to known optical principles to say that light, when refracted or reflected, or both simultaneously, is thereby changed in color. If a light of a given color is seen through a great depth of comparatively dense medium, as the sun is often seen in winter through the fog or vapor of the atmosphere, it appears of a different color, and generally of such as that which the moon so often gives during a total eclipse. But a shadow cannot produce any such effect, as it is in fact not an entity at all, but simply the absence of light. From the facts and phenomena already advanced, we cannot draw any other conclusion than that the moon is obscured by some kind of semi-transparent body passing before it, and through which the luminous surface is visible. The luminosity changed in color by the density of the intervening object. This conclusion is forced upon us by the evidence, but it involves the admission that the moon shines with light of its own, that it is not a reflector of the sun's light, but absolutely self-luminous. Although this admission is logically compulsory, it will be useful and strictly zetetic to collect all the evidence possible which bears upon it. First, a reflector is a plane or concave surface which gives off or returns what it receives. If a piece of red-hot metal or any other heated object is placed before a plane or concave surface, heat is reflected. If snow or ice or any artificial freezing mixture is similarly placed, cold will be reflected. If light of any given color is placed in the same way, the same color of light will be reflected. If a given sound is produced, the same tone or pitch will be reflected. A reflector will not throw off cold when heat is placed before it, nor heat when cold is presented. If a red light is received, red light will be returned, not blue or yellow. If the note C is sounded upon any musical instrument, a reflector will not return the note D or G, but precisely the same note when altered only in degree and intensity. If the moon is a reflector of the sun's light, she could not radiate or throw down upon the earth any other light than such as she first receives from the sun. No difference could exist in the quality of character of the light, and it could not possibly differ in any other respect than that of intensity or quantity. It has been asserted in opposition to the above that the moon might absorb some of the rays of light from the sun and reflect only the remaining rays. To this, it is replied that absorption means speedy saturation. A piece of blotted paper, a lump of hard sugar, or a sponge, when brought into contact with any fluid or gaseous substance, would only absorb for a short time. It would quickly become saturated, filled to repletion, and from that moment would cease to absorb, and ever afterwards could only reflect or throw back whatever was projected upon it. So the moon, if an object without light of her own, might at the beginning of her existence absorb the sun's rays, and fixing some might return the others, but as already shown, she could only absorb to saturation, which would occur in a very short time, and from this point of saturation to the present moment, she could only have been other than a reflector too, of all which she receives. We have then, in order to know whether the moon is a reflector, merely to ascertain whether the light which we receive from her is or is not the same in character as that received from the sun. And due to the lack of time we have left in this broadcast, I'm not going to continue, probably to your great joy and my terrible reading of this, but this author goes on to describe the many differences in the type of light that comes from the sun and the type of light that comes from the moon. And as I said earlier, this author is quite thorough in his explanations and experiments. And he goes on to describe various ancient cultures that talk about a dark object that is also part of our solar system. Skipping ahead here, page 114, talking about the moon being self-illuminating. We have seen that during a lunar eclipse, the moon's self-luminous surface is covered by a semi-transparent something, that this something is a definite mass because it has a distinct and circular outline, is seen during its first and last contact with the moon. As a solar eclipse occurs from the moon passing before the sun, so from the evidence above collected, it is evident that a lunar eclipse arises from a similar cause. A body, semi-transparent and well-defined, passes before the moon, or between the moon's surface and the observer on the surface of the earth. That many such bodies exist in the firmament is almost a matter of certainty, and that one such as that which eclipses the moon exists at no great distance above the surface is a matter admitted by many of the leading astronomers of the day, that being the late 1800s. In the report of the Council of the Royal Astronomical Society for June 1850, it is said, quote, "We may well doubt whether that body which we call the moon is the only satellite of the earth," end quote. In the report of the Academy of Sciences of October 12, 1846, and again for August 1847, the director of one of the French observatories gives a number of observations and calculations which have led him to conclude that, quote, "There is at least one non-luminous body of considerable magnitude which is attached as a satellite to this earth," end quote. Sir John Herschel admits that, quote, "invisible moons exist in the firmament," end quote. That's from Herschel's Astronomy, page 521 and 616. Sir John Lubbock is of the same opinion and gives rules and formula for calculating their distances, periods, etc. At the meeting of the British Association of the Advancement of Science in 1850, the president stated that, quote, "The opinion was gaining ground that many of the fixed stars were accompanied by companions emitting no light," end quote. Quote, "The changeable stars which disappear for a time or are eclipsed have been supposed to have very large opaque bodies revolving about or near to them so as to obscure them when they come in conjunction with us," end quote. That's from the Encyclopedia Londinensis. Fixed stars as the category. Another quote here. Bessel, the greatest astronomer of our time, in a letter to myself in July 1844, said, "I do indeed continue in the belief that Procyon and Sirius are both true double stars, each consisting of one visible and one invisible star. A laborious inquiry just completed by Peters at Königsberg and a similar one by Schubert, the calculator employed on the North American Nautical Almanac, support Bessel." That's from a work called Physical Description of the Heavens by Humboldt, page 183, copyright 1867. Another quote. "The belief in the existence of non-luminous stars was prevalent in Grecian antiquity and especially in the early times of Christianity. It was assumed that among the fiery stars which are nourished by vapors, there move other earthly bodies which remain invisible to us." That's from Origin. Another one by Diogenes of Apollonica. "Stars that are invisible and consequently have no name move in space together with those that are visible." Lambert, in his Cosmological Letters, admits the existence of, quote, "dark cosmological bodies of great size." Now, if all this is true, this may solve the problem of what do we do with things like this Planet X Nibiru thing, which even in the spinning heliocentric globe model is reckoned to be a dark planetary body. So, and of course, scientists are all talking about dark matter and everything today, even in that standard model. So if people can talk about dark bodies in the spinning heliocentric globe expanding universe model, then why couldn't we apply the same thing to the flat Earth enclosed model? What if there are dark bodies within the dome? Robotham continues. We have now seen that the existence of dark bodies revolving about the luminous objects in the firmament has been admitted by practical observers from the earliest ages, and that in our own day such a massive evidence has accumulated on the subject that astronomers are compelled to admit that not only dark bodies, which occasionally obscure the luminous stars when in conjunction, but that cosmological bodies of large size exist, and that, quote, one at least is attached as a satellite to this Earth, end quote. It is this dark or, quote, non-luminous satellite, end quote, which when in conjunction or in line with the moon and an observer on Earth is the immediate cause of a lunar eclipse. That's page 116 of Zetetic Astronomy by Dr. Samuel Robenham. And actually, as I continued to search this out, I found some interesting things within the Hindu religion. Now, look, I'm not going to say I'm going to put any authority on Hindu scriptures over biblical scriptures. I'm not taking my doctrine from the Hindus. But, I think if we're going to be true Zetetic explorers or people who are on a genuine quest for truth, doing investigation by observation and inquiry, then we have to look at the available evidence. Now, the Bible doesn't tell us how eclipses are caused, so we don't get any information, at least not that I'm aware of. Somebody's free to message me and tell me otherwise, but as far as I know, the Bible doesn't tell you how a solar or lunar eclipse takes place, like the mechanics of it, how it happens. So, and if these astronomers, at least from the 1800s and from antiquity, are admitting that there are dark objects in the sky, then we would expect it to show up in the literature of other people around the world. And indeed we do. The Hindus have these interesting characters called Rahu and Ketu in their mythology. And I got this website here when I looked it up. Let us now take a closer look at the mythical origin of the dark demon Rahu. In old Indian tales, Rahu storms across the heavens in a dark chariot drawn by 8 black horses as swift as thought itself. He pursues the orbs of sun and moon, snapping at their heels with his huge jaws. In another version of the myth, however, only Rahu's head still exists floating above the firmament, having been severed by Indra, the sun god, as the dark demon tried to steal the vital drink of the gods. Nonetheless, this decapitation did not hinder him from continuing to fly through the heavens and swallowing the sun and moon. It is just that these now passed through him unharmed and soon reappeared, freed from the lower end of his throat. In astronomical terms, this process signifies the end of the solar or lunar eclipse, respectively. So basically, they have this idea of this floating head of a god out there that tries to swallow up the sun and moon, but obviously, because it's decapitated, the sun and moon just exit the other side. So that would give the illusion that we see in the sky from a mythological perspective of this rounded object coming up on the moon, and then the moon going through it and then coming out the other end. So you can kind of see where they get that idea from. And you can look them up on Wikipedia or elsewhere online. This is Rahu right here and Ketu right here. So if nothing else, here's some things to think about, okay? Again, I'm just exploring this stuff. I'm trying to put pieces together, see what could be, what might be other ways to look at things that we've been taught our whole life. But I just want to say that the issue of the lunar eclipse is sort of falling apart as it pertains to being a solid argument that would keep me tied to the globe model. In other words, I'm finding evidence both scientifically, at least from the 1800s, people writing in various scientific journals, as well as historical accounts of the ancients talking about a dark body that could be responsible for causing the moon to go into lunar eclipse. And frankly, the whole idea of the moon going into a blood red lunar eclipse while the sun is still up, in my mind, obliterates the whole idea that the lunar eclipse is due to the sun, earth, and moon being in a line and the moon in the shadow of the earth. It doesn't work. And I covered similar ground on a show that Patricia Steer did with me. She interviewed me back in December of 2015. And this is when I was still very much questioning everything and
hadn't committed to anything. I was just asking a lot of questions, and at that time I had two major issues, as I said before, the Coriolis effect and the lunar eclipse. Those were two big ones holding me back at that time.
When I read of numerous accounts that this guy documents and footnotes and everything, I haven't gone and personally dug up the archives, and I haven't had time to do anything like that. But he gives, at least in his time, documented, annotated, footnoted accounts of people seeing the blood red moon lunar eclipse taking place while the sun was still up. Well, I mean, the model that we're all told is the only way that works is if the Earth is here and the sun is here and the moon is here in the cone-shaped, umbra shadow of the Earth. That's the only way you get the blood moon, is over here. But yet, if the moon's turning into an eclipse and the sun's still up and you're on the Earth and you can see both, something else must be causing the eclipse. So, and then when I looked at that, I saw that many ancient cultures believed that there were other dark orbs or dark objects or invisible objects that were also part of our system. And the Hindu version of it was particularly interesting to me. Rahu and Ketu were the two entities that they named as the ones that basically were responsible for, they were decapitated heads, interesting, I used that earlier, that would try to swallow up the moon. But because it's a decapitated head, when this spherical moon object came up on the moon, that's the illusion that we see of it turning red, and the moon just kind of goes out the neck of the decapitated head. That's, this is, the mythology develops because the people had a certain mindset and they were trying to explain things. This shows that the Hindus had the same mindset of an enclosed world within which the sun and moon were inside a dome, and they were trying to understand, well, what is that thing covering up the moon? And what is that covering up the sun? And I still think the moon is responsible for the solar eclipse, the moon coming in conjunction with the sun. But as far as the lunar eclipse, it can't be the way we're told in modern science if it's happening while the sun is still up. So I tend to believe, hey, why not? In heliocentric, spinning globe, monkey man science, they're all talking about dark matter anyway. So dark matter is like the buzzword phrase these days, and you got others talking about Nibiru and Planet X as a dark planet, supposedly going through our solar system. So why not? If you can embrace that in a spinning heliocentric globe model, why can't you accept it in the possible, enclosed world model? Like I said, I'm a zetetic agnostic right now. I'm looking at all the possibilities, looking at the available evidence, and trying to weigh it with reality and see what makes the most sense. Today is Monday, September 28th, about 7:15, and you can see that's about the time the sun sets around here, about 7:15 or so. Sun's setting out there in the west. Let's go ahead and punch up my compass app, and let's see here. There's the sun going down in the west. The moon came up in the east, just up above that little covered stairwell over there, and it was right about there at roughly 9:11 p.m. Central Standard Time. And the direction we're looking there is about 100 degrees or so. Let's see. Yeah, about 100 degrees east. It's where the moon popped up. The only problem is the sun had just set about an hour and 45 minutes earlier right behind us, and yet the shadow was coming from this direction, which is north. How did the shadow from the Earth being cast by the sun, which set in the west, end up coming from the north? It is now 8:15, Monday, September 28th. So about an hour ago, the sun went down right over there, and directly behind me now, the moon is popping up. Like I said, just kind of right above the covered stairwell over there. Yesterday was actually a little bit further to the right. So there's the moon about an hour later.
2 hours later, last night, it was higher than it is right now, of course. And the shadow was coming from the north, which is where the building is, right there to the left. Sun went down in the west, right behind us. Shadow of the earth came from the north. We are looking at the compass pointing north. That is north. Here's the buildings. There's the moon. That's west. That's north. That's east. The shadow, allegedly, of the earth appeared on the left side of the moon, which is the side facing north. So if the sun went down behind us in the west, you would think the shadow would have been on the bottom of the moon instead of the left side of the moon.
So from a perspective point of view, that doesn't make any sense at all. And something else that never made any sense to me is we're told that the moon controls the tides. Well, okay, so think this through. You're telling me that there's this object out there that's like 1/4 the size of the Earth or something like that, with 1/6 the gravity, and it's over 250,000 miles away, 30 Earth diameters? You can put 30 Earths between us and the moon. In fact, I've even heard it said that you could take all of the planets in the so-called solar system and fit them between the Earth and the moon. That's how far away the moon is supposed to be away from us. How come the Earth, that's supposed to be so much bigger and have so much more mass and gravity, how come the Earth's not pulling the moon into it? But no, we're told the moon, with 1/6 the gravity, 1/4 the size of the Earth, is tugging on the oceans? You know, what does water weigh? 1 gallon of water weighs about 8 pounds. 1 gallon. How many gallons of water do you think are in the oceans? That's really heavy. Last time I looked it up, I think the total amount of water on the Earth is something like 332.5 million cubic miles of water, 96% of which is salt water, like the oceans. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of weight. And this dinky little object, 30 Earth diameters away, over 250,000 miles away, 1/4 the size, 1/6 the gravity, is pulling all that weight, and yet my 180-pound frame doesn't get thrown off into space? Really? And it doesn't affect pools? It doesn't affect lakes? Something else is causing the tide. I don't believe it's the moon. But these are the things that we're taught, so these are the things that we parrot. But when you start thinking about these things, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. And then this one right here is really interesting to me. I have a friend who was in nuclear physics in the Navy, so a smart guy. He became a flat earther. His brother is an airline pilot, I believe, and my friend lives in Washington State, and his brother lives in Colorado. And they had this app, and you can download it, $6 for your iPhone. It's called Theodolite. You could download that app, and it's something surveyors would use to check angles and distances and things like that. So Theodolite is the name of it. And so he and his brother, it was one of these days where the moon was out at the same time, or out at the same time as the sun during the day. And they said, okay, they're on the phone with each other. On the count of three, we'll both take a picture of the moon in the center of the crosshairs of the Theodolite. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, click. They both clicked, got a picture of the moon, and the Theodolite software gave them a whole bunch of data on angles and stuff like that. Now, how many of you know, if you know the distances between 2 points, you can triangulate to figure out the third, right? So they went to this website, calculator.net, it's just a math website, and they wanted to do the triangulation on the moon. So they took all the data from the Theodolite app, plugged it in, hit go, whatever, and it told them that the moon was less than 300 miles away.
So they said, well, okay, let's try that a few times. I mean, science is testable, observable, repeatable, right? So let's do the test a few more times. So they did a few more times. He had another test with a buddy that lived in Houston. They did the same thing. So they're like, wow, I mean, look at the answers this is coming up with. So they took it to a university, and they brought it to some of these professors, and they said, hey, what do you think of this app? They analyzed it. Wow, this is a great app. It's going to be a useful tool for, surveyors and whatnot. Awesome, cool. What do you think about the website calculator.net? Oh, that's a great website. Everybody uses that. It's a really good math website. Okay, so this software that you just endorsed and the website that you just endorsed just said that the moon is less than 300 miles away. All of a sudden you hear that sound effect. Remember the Flintstones? That's the sound that you hear when the gerbil jumps off the wheel. Yipe! I can't, wow, there's got to be a problem. So if you can go out and do tests for yourself that show and mathematically can be confirmed that the moon is way closer than over 250,000 miles away, and if you can observe an eclipse taking place where the shadow is moving in a direction that is 90 degrees off from where it should be starting, and of course if you can prove that the Earth is actually flat, then it seems to me that the whole idea of the Earth causing the lunar eclipse has to go out the window. And once again, I know this is not going to convince anybody who doesn't want to be convinced. Anybody who believes in the standard model is going to continue to believe it, and they're going to continue to think I'm an idiot and give all the reasons why. That's fine. For the rest of you, all I could say is this is the journey that I've been on, and looking at the various pieces of evidence and doing tests for myself, it doesn't look to me like this thing really is a reflector. It's certainly not acting like one. The angles are all wrong, and there are plenty of websites you can go to, and they'll try to give some kind of refraction explanation for why that is, but okay, take it or leave it. It didn't work for me. When I looked at that, it didn't make any sense to me that the light is coming from totally different directions, that the terminator line is not where it should be if the sun is the source of the light. And interestingly enough, even Stellarium showed the same thing. If you remember the video that I showed concerning time zones and how I was using Stellarium to try to figure out how time zones work and how the 24-hour sun and 4 seasons and all that. Well, I mean, just looking at this right here, even Stellarium showed the terminator line of the moon at the wrong angle for the light source. And as we've just seen, it's not acting like a reflector. It's not throwing off the same light as the sun. It's throwing off completely different light that acts totally different. That's actually warmer in the shade than it is in the light. Totally opposite the sun, where it's warmer in the light than it is in the shade. So, all these things considered, and of course the biblical account describing the moon as a light unto itself, and you have other people saying that there are dark objects out there in the cosmos, then it seems to me that there are other plausible explanations for the lunar eclipse. And therefore, number 2 just isn't really, for me, a strong case for the globe. And here we are on the final countdown, dealing with the top 3.
Number 3, the horizon. Ships on the ocean or tall Chicago buildings viewed over Lake Michigan disappear bottom first. And you can see the sunset twice if you watch it lying down and then quickly stand up. The simple fact is, if the Earth were flat, there wouldn't be a horizon beyond which things could disappear. So from across Lake Michigan, you'd be able to see all of Chicago, as well as the Rocky Mountains.
Now, what's interesting about this video is it was done December 28th, 2012. So good 3 years or so before the whole flat Earth thing. And the picture of Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan taken by Joshua Nowicki. Of course, you guys know the rest of the story as far as that goes. Now, in the video that I did with Rick Hummer, our primary objective was just to debunk the weatherman who said that what you're seeing is a mirage. That was our objective. That's the title of the video. We are going to prove that what you're seeing from the other side of Lake Michigan is not a mirage. And I believe we successfully did that. We showed it's not a mirage. Now, of course, we had, hopes that we would be proving something with regard to flat Earth. Wasn't our objective, as stated before, during, and after. But yes, we were both trying to see if there was evidence that the Earth is flat, or what would end up proving as a globe. Now, of course, when many people looked at the footage, the first knee-jerk reaction was, "Ah, ha, ha, skiba just proved the Earth's a globe. Congratulations!" Hey. Yeah, well, I did a bunch of other tests and have yet to publish things that I still have incomplete, which I probably never will get to anyway. But it doesn't really matter. Whatever I put out there, people are just gonna have a million yeah buts anyway. But here's some of the things that I put out before regarding the issue of atmospheric lensing and how I don't need a curve to make the lower portion of cities disappear. It's important to point out that before we even did our trip in June of 2016, that the weatherman actually did a special on the 1 year anniversary of being sent that picture from Joshua Nowicki and doing that initial report on it. He actually debunked himself. He had already done a video basically saying, okay, it's not a mirage, it's something else. Here's the video that he did in April of 2016, 1 year after the initial story.
All right, 1 year ago to this very night, I received this picture. After showing it a year later, I received email after email after email saying that this was not a mirage. So I climbed the dunes myself to see this phenomena and spoke with the experts to settle this skyline skepticism. So technically speaking, this pic is looming. It's not a mirage, but that's all semantics. It's all atmospheric refraction. Now, we have a lot of web extras with this story. Log on to abc57.com after this newscast. You can see the time lapse, a short lecture by Dr. Rennie, and how you can calculate how far you can see to the horizon based on your location. Reporting live, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tom Coombs.
And you can learn more about the story from the Channel 57 News website under the Skyline Skepticism, the Lake Michigan Mirage story. So what's really bizarre about this story is you've got Joshua Nowicki, who's a semi-professional photographer, and this weatherman looking out there, and they are seeing distortions. I mean, no question. The weather causes atmospheric distortion, and it does cause mirages. But they seem to be of the opinion that the more buildings of the city that you can see clearly, the more we're dealing with atmospheric conditions. And yeah, look, I'm not a meteorologist. I didn't go to school for any of this stuff, but common sense says to me anyway that no, the default is probably to be able to see the city. But when we can't see the city, it's because of atmospheric conditions, atmospheric blocking, atmospheric, distortions causing mirages and things like that. So in other words, we should be able to see it. It's when we can't see it that we're dealing with atmospheric conditions. These guys are saying, oh, when the conditions are just right, the atmosphere acts like a lens. And I pointed out in the video there in the text I put on the side, keep in mind the phrase atmospheric lensing and looming. And so here we see the difference between looming on the left and a mirage on the right. Both of these pictures were taken by Joshua Nowicki on April 13th. He's got you could actually watch on that website. They got a time lapse showing he over a period of time Joshua kept the camera pointed towards Chicago, and sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. And I contend that when you can't see it, it's because of the atmospheric blocking and various conditions obscuring it. When you can see it, it's when you have a lack of atmospheric conditions. I don't believe we're dealing with some kind of magic where it's going, beaming the city over the curve so that we can see it perfectly. Now, looming is defined by the dictionary.com website as a mirage in which objects below the horizon seem to be raised above their true positions, and also to appear indistinctly coming into view in indistinct and enlarged form. Well, the indistinct part's tripping me up here because everything was very distinct. I mean, straight lines, perfect. And interestingly enough, speaking of the dictionary definition of looming, I showed dictionary.com earlier, but I also looked up the definition of looming on Wikipedia and found some interesting things here that may support what I just said. For instance, this last paragraph here says, there is a different type of mirage that is also described as looming, in which distant objects appear much nearer than they actually are. is explained in the same way as the image of the ship, except that the image is not inverted. The density variations may also act as a magnifying glass. And if you click on the link above where it says for the atmospheric refraction phenomena, see looming and similar refraction phenomena, you come to this page. And it says, while mirages are the best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Mirages show an extra image or images of the miraged object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. And it goes on to say, looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these phenomena. It is an abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of the distant objects and sometimes allows an observer to see objects that are located below the horizon under normal conditions. And they have this picture here, and if you click on that, it says the distant boats appear to be floating in the sky as a result of looming and other refraction phenomena. I'm going to have to disagree with that. I think all that's happening right here is you're actually seeing the ships where they are. Now, they may be enlarged a little bit due to refraction and magnification and whatnot, but they're not floating in the sky. I have seen with my own observations using the Nikon Coolpix P900 that there's what appears to be the hard line of the horizon on water, and then there's a miraged horizon beyond that you can actually watch boats go right out into. And you've seen that online before with the Red Boat, for instance, that video done by Lori Frary. And I also did a similar video where I went to Florida and I was visiting my family. We went out to the beach, and it was a fairly clear night, although it looks a little bit hazy in this video here. And I was watching ships go out to sea, and these ships right here that you see on the screen started out right beside me, and I watched them leave the dock and go all the way out to where you see them right here. And I just kept the camera on them and just followed them out there. You'll see the hard line right here of the water, and that's about 2 to 3 miles out, I'm guessing. But if you just keep watching, they'll go beyond that line. You'll see them going out beyond the hard line right there. And here's a shot where they've gone way beyond that line. They're out at between 4 and 5 miles right now. And looking at the curvature chart, at the water level, you should be missing 10 feet of the ship. And my camera was just about 2 to 3 feet at the most above water level, and I don't see anything missing there. So I believe all that's happening right there is just like when you look out at cars driving on the highway and they look like there's a big puddle up ahead, but it's not. It's just miraging on the ground, making it look like water. And so in this case, out to sea, it blends in with the sky and it gives the appearance of losing the horizon, but you haven't. The ships will just keep going out on that water. It's not a mirage, it's not looming, it's not anything. It's just ships going straight out to sea on a flat level surface. Now, I need to point out the fact that there is a lot of water in the atmosphere, and biblically speaking, it's also kind of interesting that the heavens, and we know that there are multiple heavens. Many say that the first heaven is where the birds fly, and the second heaven is space, and third heaven is where God is, and perhaps there's even more heavens within the heaven that God's in. But the word heaven in Hebrew is shamayim. And if you look that word up, like on Bible.cc, for instance, it's Strong's number 8064, shamayim, heaven. Scroll down, gives you a little bit more definition here from Strong's exhaustive concordance, air, astrologer, heavens. It's a dual of an unused singular, shama, from an unused root meaning to be lofty, the sky as aloft. The dual perhaps alluding to the visible arc in which the clouds move, as well as to the higher ether where the celestial bodies revolve. So it's lofty, it's up there. And so that would be the singular. But it's like a compound word because within the word Shamaim is the word Ma'im, and that's Strong's number 4325, and that's the word for water. And if you scroll down to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance elaborated definition here, water, wasting, watering, coarse, dual of a primitive noun but used in a singular sense, water figuratively, juice by euphemism, urine, semen, piss, wasting, watering, coursing, flood, spring. And I believe it was a lecture that was done by Dr. Kent Hovind where I first heard this, but the word Shamaim could be understood to mean water in it. And there certainly is a lot of water in the heavens, or what we call the atmosphere. So I went to a few websites. I just did a Google how much water is in the atmosphere, and this is the USGS website, usgs.gov, Science for a Changing World. The USGS Water Science School talks about there is always water in the atmosphere. Clouds are, of course, the most visible manifestation of atmospheric water, but even clear air contains water in particles that are too small to be seen. One estimate of the volume of water in the atmosphere at any one time is about 3,100 cubic miles, or 12,900 cubic kilometers. And it goes on to say that if all the water that's in the atmosphere were to rain down at once, it would cover the globe to a depth of about 1 inch. And this is confirmed on a number of websites, but I'll just show you one more just for the sake of argument here. This is the Y Files, the science behind the news. They have an article, How Much Water is in the Atmosphere? It says, at any moment, the atmosphere contains an astounding 37.5 million billion gallons of water in the invisible vapor phase. This is enough water to cover the entire Earth, land and ocean, with 1 inch of rain. And, of course, goes on to talk about that as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of water in the atmosphere. I think we all kind of just know that, but I don't think we've ever really thought about what that means. And so I'm thinking if the atmosphere, especially over water, is made up of zillions and zillions of tiny convex drops of water, then collectively perhaps they all combine to make one big convex lens, in which case it would act like a magnifying glass. Okay, so with that in mind, let's look up some websites dealing with the refraction of light. You might see a graphic something like this, showing light bending downward. And here's your typical graphic showing how light rays entering some sort of medium, like in this case water, refraction causes the light to bend downward. Now we've all seen pictures of, a pencil or something in a glass of water, and how not only does refraction bend the image downward, it also magnifies it. I'm going to say that again. Water causes refraction, bending the image downward, and magnifies it. So this is important now. But they have sort of an unusual, although I would say very common, view as to how downward refraction is being used to allow us to see things up, over, and around the curve. And while I was looking at the Channel 57 News website, I found some raw footage, it looks like, of the conversation the weatherman had with the optics expert at that university. Check this out.
One way that can happen is called looming, and this is a situation where cases where you can see objects in the distance that would normally be obscured by the curvature of the Earth. So as an example, in the next picture we'll show a picture taken from a person standing on the shoreline of Lake Michigan, and he can see almost to ground level Chicago, whereas normally you wouldn't be able to see that far because of the curvature of the Earth. So what's happening in this case is, especially this time of year, Lake Michigan is much colder than the air above it, and that has the effect of cooling the air just above the lake. And so now you have the case where the index of refraction is increasing with the height above the lake, and this has the effect of bending light rays back down so that they can get around the curvature of the Earth and be seen by an observer standing on the shoreline here in Michigan.
Now, prior to doing this research, I probably would have just shook my head and agreed with everything he just said, but Now that I've begun to question the shape and nature of the Earth and look at it from a different perspective, this seems to me like an ad hoc theory. It seems like they start with the premise, well, we all, of course, know the Earth is a globe, it's a sphere, and Chicago's too far away for us to see it, so therefore this must be what's happening. And they create a nice graphic and take the principles that we know and understand about refraction and how the atmosphere plays into all that, and throw together again, it looks to me now like an ad hoc theory to explain how the city is thrown up over the curve so that we can see it on the other side of Lake Michigan. That's what it looks like to me anyway. All right, let's continue.
So is all this under mirage and then looming is under mirage, or what are the semantics of looming versus mirage?
Okay, well, that's all. I guess that's all in the details of the terminology. From what I understand, technically, I think mirage has to have an inverted image, whereas there are other atmospheric effects such as looming or towering that are purely displacement, and you don't necessarily have to have an inverted image in order for refractive effects to occur in the atmosphere.
So they would all fall under the category of atmospheric refraction.
I guess that would be a good thing to say. Yes.
Okay, so again, this is their graphic. According to them, we know the Earth's a ball, so therefore this is the way it's working. Chicago's over here on the left. We got the curve of the Earth here, and the light rays, which would normally be going straight across, have to be bent due to the atmospheric lensing, the density of the atmosphere and whatnot, causing the light to refract downward, basically just conveniently enough over the top of the bulge of the curve so that we can see it on the other side. Now, here's where I would differ with this whole idea. Again, just sort of flipping the board. Let's just say we don't start with any preconceived notions of the Earth as a globe. Let's entertain for a moment the completely absurd notion that water is flat and it always seeks its own level. And we're looking across a flat plane of water, 46 miles across. Check this image out right here. Now, I caught this image shortly after Rick and I returned from our trip across the lake. We grabbed a bite to eat, and then we went out to the beach, and it was still clear out, so we got the camera out and looked 46 miles across the lake to see this right here. This image is extraordinary. Okay, the boat right here, I'm going to guess, is less than a mile away. And I base that because these people walking in front of the camera here are walking across some rocks that sort of jut out and kind of fence in the harbor area. And they are only about a quarter of a mile away from where we were when I shot this. I shot this image from right about here. This is where we were looking across, and this is the area right here where those people were walking. And the boat, as you could tell by the size of the people on the boat, wasn't too much further beyond that. So maybe a half mile to a mile, or at the most, I would say, away from where we were. All right, now when I was headed back to Chicago to catch my flight, I snapped this picture of the Willis Tower. And this is, if you go on Google Earth, this is right about the area right here where I believe I was when I took that picture. Looking across, it's only about 0.6 of a mile. So I'm just a little over a half mile away, and look at the size of the tower as compared to the car that was diagonally in front of me. We were looking at the Willis Tower from this direction right here when we were on the other side of the lake. Now, okay, so let me slide the car over and shrink it down to the appropriate scale beside the boat. Do you see something rather interesting here? This building is significantly magnified. The image on the left shows the size and scale of the building next to a car at 0.6 of a mile away. The image on the right shows the same building and the same car with a boat at 46 miles away. The atmosphere really is acting like a lens. What type of lens? A convex lens or a magnifying glass. So I'm going to suggest this is what's happening. The atmosphere is acting like a lens, which magnifies the city, brings it up a little closer, and as it does so, we start to lose a little bit of the bottom of the buildings, and perhaps due to the density in the atmosphere, there's additional refraction that takes place that makes it drop down even more. Is that what happened? Let's look at it from another angle here, from the side view. I'll bring our graphic back in of refraction. Let's go ahead and orient the graphic so it better represents what we're looking at here. I'll angle the light rays to show the density of the air here causing the refraction, and bring our lens in so we can magnify the city. It brings the city up, and as it does so, we start to lose a little bit of the bottom of the city, and perhaps either due to the magnification or due to additional refraction, maybe it is dropped down a little bit more, and this is what we end up with. Huh. Just like we saw. Now this is a still frame from the half-hour video that I did, and the numbers you see there are all based on the numbers that Tony was giving me based on his device. His device said it was 37 nautical miles, which is 42.6 statute miles, but when you plot the same exact location that we were at, the exact distance you get on Google Earth is 46 miles. So you basically add about 4 miles to all the numbers that you saw in the half-hour video. But here's where it gets interesting, at least to me. Both of these pictures were taken with the same camera. Now, if you remember from the half-hour Chicago skyline video, I was saying I can see Chicago. We're about 42 miles away. I can see it. The problem is trying to get the camera's having trouble focusing on it because it's moving up and down and it's so zoomed in. But I can totally see it. Rick was not zoomed all the way in. He was using my camera, the Nikon Coolpix P900, but he was only zoomed in about halfway when he grabbed the shot above. Now I know that when I got the image below, I was zoomed all the way in. And so some people may point to one of my videos where I was actually debunking myself. If you remember that NASA video showing the Earth and the Moon, and the moon was going in front of the Earth. So I did a little experiment where I used a baseball as a moon and a larger ball as the Earth. And I got at the end of a long hallway with my Canon 70D and zoom lens, and zoomed all the way in on it, and this was the image that I captured doing this experiment. There's the NASA image on top, and there's my image. And so, you know, just by virtue of the lens, it does magnify the distant object to make it look proportionately large to the object that is closer to you. So is that what's happening here? Well, both of these images were shot from the harbor area here. The red line at the top is where we were in the boat. We're just about to depart when I asked Tony to stop, and I got the camera out to shoot Chicago. And the lower red line is where we were on the beach when I took the picture on the bottom there. So, and the distance between those two locations is less than a quarter of a mile. So it's negligible. We're still looking about 46 miles across either way. Now, here's the shot from the beach before I zoomed in. Now I'm zooming in, and I'm going to stop it right about here. That's about halfway on the zoom, and I believe that's where Rick had the camera set when he took the picture above, based on the size of the building right here. I'm going to guess that he was about halfway. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue the zoom. And this is zoomed all the way in. The Nikon Coolpix P900 has an 83 power optical zoom, and that little punch in right after that was the digital zoom afterward. It has a digital zoom that goes beyond the 83 power. I did not go all the way in with that. I just punched it a little bit because I wanted to frame it with the ship right there. So that's 83 power plus. So gonna guess it's probably the equivalent of about maybe 90 power zoom or so right here. Now let's bring the picture in from the halfway zoom, and I'm going to go ahead and bring our car back in and slide the picture in from Chicago, and I'm going to scale the car to the appropriate size to the boat right here and go ahead and slide the car over to the building. So this is what the car and the building look like at half zoom. So let's try something else here. I'm going to unfreeze the video and back it off so it goes backwards, and we're zooming out back to the shoreline. And now I'm going to bring it forward again, and let's see, right about here is where we have some fairly decent resolution where you can still make out the building. I'm going to zoom in here with the computer. This is a computer zoom right now on this still image, and I'm going to bring the other image in from the half zoom and scale the car over to the digitally zoomed in image of the almost completely zoomed out shot. And so you got three different zooms here. One almost completely zoomed out, one zoomed about halfway on an 83 power optical zoom lens, and the one on the right, of course, all the way zoomed in with a little touch of digital zoom on top of that in the camera. And when looking at these images compared to the one on the left, which is just shot with my iPhone, I got to tell you, it looks like it's being magnified to me, especially when you consider the fact that that building is like 45 miles away from that boat. It's 45 miles away. So looks like there's some serious magnification going on here. And, you know, some of that could be due to the lens, I'll give you that. But I also know what I could see with my own eyes. Now, I understand you may not want to take my word for it, so all I can say is go up there and do it yourself. But based on what I saw with my own eyes, as well as what the quote-unquote experts had to say regarding how the atmosphere can act like a magnifying glass, I'm still going to go with it as being magnified. Again, you can go out there and test it for yourself. But remember, let's just go back and hear from the experts once again about what they say is happening.
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example.
So if you're looking at Chicago here, just maybe now you can just see the top of the Sears Tower, and if our simulated temperature inversion moves into place, hopefully now you can see pretty much all of Chicago,
see all the lower buildings,
including what's at ground level.
So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
Yes.
So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens, according to the experts. Now, you guys don't need to go out and spend tens of thousands of dollars to get that pretty piece of paper to hang up on the I Love Me wall and put letters after your name so that you can call yourself an expert. You can be an expert with what you see here on the screen. Yep, believe it or not. Go to Walmart, and your advanced degree in atmospheric lensing technology will cost you just a couple dollars. You can get a 2x power lens for about $1.85, I think, at Walmart. Get yourself some Scotch tape. Then if you look in the description below, you'll see I put a PNG file of a city. You can print that up, cut it out so it looks something like this, what you see on the screen here. Then find a table and a chair. And okay, you're going to bend the paper so it looks something like this. Tape the lens to the table. Get a chair that's about the same height as the edge of the table. Put your iPhone on the end of the chair, and the chair will act as a dolly, so you can just kind of pull the chair back. And looky here. Look what happens with atmospheric lensing. Wow, isn't that amazing? And you didn't have to go to college either. Now, you can get in a boat and drive to Chicago, and wow, look at that. Now, let's compare. See? Look at this. This is how much of the city was lost simply due to atmospheric lensing. Now remember, the experts, the guys that spent tens of thousands of dollars to get advanced degrees in this stuff so that people would recognize that they're smart, they told you the science really is that of a lens. And of course we have to deal with the Toronto skyline, right? You've probably seen the meme being passed around on Facebook and everything, showing the lower portion of one of the tall buildings there in Toronto being missing, and they're saying, see, this is proof of the globe. And you start seeing videos like this one.
Another way to demonstrate the curve is with distant city skylines. A good example is the city of Toronto, viewed from across Lake Ontario. The city is dominated by the distinctive CN Tower, currently the third tallest tower in the world at 1,815 feet. There are many pictures online of the Toronto skyline viewed from Niagara-on-the-Lake, New York, 30 miles away. With the metabunk calculation, we see that 486 feet of the tower, or about 26% of it, should be hidden behind the curve of the Earth from that distance. And this is exactly what we see, as you can easily tell when compared to an image of the full tower at the same scale. One example they use is the Chicago skyline seen from 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. At a viewing height of 6 feet, we calculate that 2,166 feet should be below the horizon at 60 miles. So they are right that the entire city of Chicago should be completely hidden. And it is hidden nearly all the time, but sometimes it can be seen from that far away due to a type of atmospheric light refraction phenomenon called a superior mirage. A superior mirage is caused by colder air below warmer air, which bends the light around the curve of the Earth. This event sometimes makes the news for the very reason that it is a rare occurrence.
Now, in most social settings, such a continuous condescending tone would likely get you punched in the face repeatedly, but beyond that, I have to remind you of the response that another former weatherman gave regarding the whole idea of this being a superior mirage. Let me play that for you again.
See, what they're not showing you is the ridiculousness of how high this mirage would be. But I'm showing you what it is right here. And remember, since we saw the water line the whole way, okay, let me show you how that would look. The water was up there with it too. So from the guy that took the camera all the way out, okay, we're supposed to believe that there was a continuous 5,200 feet inversion that suddenly just happened to come down to the guy right on the edge perfectly, so that he saw, when he looked out, like a perfect skyline across there of Chicago. So again, here are the steps. You have the regular right side up image, then you turn it upside down. It has to happen on a mirage, guys. This is the typical one you see out at sea, this upside down one right here. Now what they're claiming is it was so deep, this layer here, this inversion, that it had enough to rectify back up once again, 5,200 feet. So if we were to, you've probably seen, look up superior mirages. You'll find like ships that will be upside down looking, one on top of the other. That's the typical superior mirage, which you would see right here. Okay? That would be a minimum of 4,800 feet. But since the image was not inverted and right side up, which really tells you you're looking at Chicago, you're not looking at a superior mirage. Okay? It requires 5,200 feet. I implore you, please call any National Weather Service office and ask them if they've ever seen an inversion from the surface up to 5,200 feet. Okay? They're going to laugh at you.
Now let's go back to Captain Baltard.
You can tell that it's a mirage because there is lots of distortion. The Willis Tower on the left is clearly elongated. And also, there are videos of this same view that show the buildings dancing around, changing shape, and even disappearing. Even though this is a mirage, the bottom parts of the buildings are clearly still obscured from view, just as we expect. If the Earth was flat, you could see the buildings on any clear day, not just rarely when the conditions are right for refraction. Flat Earthers use these rare events to try to prove the Earth is flat, but that makes no sense. It's called cherry picking, a favorite trick of all types of science deniers. You don't get to pick the anomalies that seem to agree with your views and ignore the common observations that don't, and still call yourself an honest investigator. That is intellectually dishonest.
Now let's see who's going to pick and choose what common observations they're going to accept and or ignore. Here's an interesting video I saw online regarding a full day time lapse revealing superior mirages. Now this is quite extraordinary, actually. This is from skunkbayweather.com, September 7th, 2012. Notice the buildings and the shoreline here over on the left. Keep your eye on that. Just watch that, and the mountain in the background. Everything's pretty cool. You can see pretty much everything there, but as the day progresses, and we are now at 9:30 a.m. and it's 59 degrees, 60 degrees, it's getting warmer, the temperature is changing, we start to see some miraging take place, right? It starts to distort things a little bit. Ooh, look at that. The water seems like it's getting higher, and we're losing buildings, and we're losing the beach. Here it is now, noon, 63 degrees and climbing. Uh-oh, there it goes. Oh, there it is again. Oh, it's all miraged. Huh, it's all distorted. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. The default is to see it, though. That's the point. The default is minus distorting atmospheric conditions, you would be able to see everything clearly. But due to different temperature variations and density in the atmosphere and whatnot, sometimes you can see the whole shoreline and the buildings, sometimes you can't. But the magic trick is not in being able to see it. It's what is taking place that obscures your ability to do so. Look at this. And the mountains in the background shrink and expand and everything too. I would suggest that you hit pause on this video and rewind and watch that back and forth a few times. In fact, I'll put the link in the show notes below, because I sped this up. I made it only 2 minutes long instead of 4 minutes long. So you can watch the whole thing in a little bit slower motion there. But look at the comparison right here, just in these two images right here. The one on the right at 5:44 p.m., 63.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Can't really see anything on the left shoreline there. And on the left at 9:43 a.m., when it was 59.5 degrees Fahrenheit, we can see the shoreline, we can see buildings, trees, all kinds of stuff. So, either this lake is, filling up and draining so that the water level is higher or lower, or it's due to atmospheric lensing and distortions, refraction, and all that good stuff, causing us to not be able to see it at certain times. I think that's exactly what's going on Lake Michigan. And again, based on that imagery that I saw looking 46 miles across versus 0.6 miles across, I really do believe that, just like the experts said, the globalist guys, these are people who believe in the globe now, they are the ones that said, hey, the atmosphere really is acting like a lens, and they put a lens in front of the camera to show how it works. So I'm just doing what they're doing. I'm using the same logic that they're using, the same science that they're using. And, science is all about testable, observable, and repeatable data, right? So to alleviate the problem of distorting the edges because the magnifying glass ring is too small, I went on Amazon and I got these plastic magnifying sheets and came up with another way of doing the same thing using the sheet right here. Set the city up, a little cutout of the city, and now I've got the big magnifying glass sheet. Bring the camera right up to the lens. See, that's the normal view of the city. Now let's back up again.
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example.
So if you're looking at Chicago here,
The atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
yes.
Atmosphere really is acting like a lens, and this is how much of the city is missing due to the lensing effect, the magnification of the atmosphere. You're missing a good portion of the city just by pulling my iPhone back on a 3-foot long desk. That's how much I lost of the city. And as with any scientific experiment, you always try to improve upon what you did before. So I got some foam core, made a little housing for the magnifying sheet, and pasted the city on the back there, and I made it as 2 separate pieces so that I could flex it as necessary, because I think that there are different types of atmospheric conditions that would allow for more magnification versus less magnification. So in this scenario you have more magnification, and in this one you have less. And for this one I decided to put the Toronto skyline into my little box here. And let's try it again. Okay, we're all the way up against the glass. Now let's zoom across the lake And wow, look at that. The lower portions start to disappear. Now let's zoom back in to get a little closer to the one that Captain Baltard was talking about here. And wow, look at this. Here's his image on the right, and here's my image on the left. Missing the lower portions of the city had nothing to do with curvature whatsoever.
Another favorite supposed proof of ball earthers is the appearance from an observer on shore of ships' hulls being obfuscated by the water and disappearing from view when sailing away towards the horizon. Their claim is that ships' hulls disappear before their mastheads because the ship is beginning its declination around the convex curvature of the ball earth. Once again, however, their hasty conclusion is drawn from a faulty premise, namely that only on a ball earth can this phenomenon occur. The fact of the matter is that the law of perspective on plane surfaces dictates and necessitates the exact same occurrence. For example, a girl wearing a dress walking away towards the horizon will appear to sink into the earth the farther away she walks. Her feet will disappear from view first, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of her dress will gradually diminish until, after about a half a mile, it seems like her dress is touching the ground as she walks on invisible legs. The same happens with cars speeding away, the axles gradually getting lower and the wheels vanish until it appears as if the car is gliding along its body. Such is the case on plane surfaces. The lowest parts of objects receding from a given point of observation necessarily disappear before the highest. David Wardlaw Scott says, "This law of perspective meets us on every hand and cannot be gainsaid. If, in a straight line, we look at a frozen lake from a certain distance, we shall observe people who appear to be skating on their knees, but if we approach sufficiently near, we shall see them performing graceful motions on their feet. Farther, if we look through a straight tunnel, we shall notice that the roof and the roadway below converge to a point of light at the end. It is the same law which makes the hills sink to the horizon as the observer recedes, which explains how the ship's hull disappears in the offing. I would also remark that when the sea is undisturbed by waves, the hull can be restored to sight by the aid of a good telescope long after it has disappeared from the naked eye, thus proving that the ship had not gone down behind the watery hill of a convex globe, but is still sailing on the level of a plain sea." Not only is the disappearance of ships' hulls explained by the law of perspective, it is proven undeniably true with the aid of a good telescope. If you watch a ship sailing away into the horizon with the naked eye until its hull has completely disappeared from view under the supposed curvature of the earth, then look through a telescope, you will notice the entire ship quickly zooms back into view, hull and all, proving that the disappearance was caused by the law of perspective and not by a wall of curved water. Samuel Robotham says, "On any frozen lake or canal, notably on the Bedford Canal, in the country of Cambridge, in winter and on a clear day, skaters may be observed several miles away, seeming to glide upon limbs without feet, skates and boots quite invisible to the unaided eye, but distinctly visible through a good telescope. But even on the sea, when the water is very calm, if a vessel is observed until it is just hull down, a powerful telescope turned upon it will restore the hull to sight, from which it must be concluded that the lower part of a receding ship disappears through the influence of perspective and not from sinking behind the summit of a convex surface." Ball earthers will often also quip that if the earth were flat, then we could see all over it. But this is, of course, ignorant and inaccurate. If you stand on the beach, a plain or prairie, you will find the horizon extends about 3 to 6 miles around you, depending on the weather and your eyesight. The range of the human eye, our field of vision, is from 110 to 1 degree, and the smallest angle under which an object can still be seen is 1/60th of 1 degree, so that when an object is 3,000 times its own diameter away from an observer, it will cease to be visible. So, for example, the farthest distance at which one can see a 1-inch diameter penny is 3,000 inches, or 250 feet. Therefore, if a ship's hull is 10 feet above the water, it will disappear from the unaided eye at 3,000 times 10 feet, or 6 miles. This has nothing to do with the supposed convexity or curvature of the earth, and everything to do with the common law of perspective. Thomas Winship says, "The horizon of an observer is distant or near according to the greatness or otherwise of his elevation above the surface of the supposed globe. If he stands 24 feet above sea level, he is said to be in the center of a circle which bounds his vision, the radius of which in any direction on a clear day is 6 miles. A local gentleman tells me that he has watched a boat race in New Zealand, seeing the boats all the way out and home, the distance being 9 miles from where he was standing on the beach. I have seen the hull of a steamer with the naked eye at an elevation of not more than 24 feet, at a distance of 12 miles, and in taking observations along the South African coast, have sometimes had a horizon of at least 20 miles at an elevation of 20 feet only."
Do we really see ships going over the curve? Now, if we do, that's going to start to happen at between 3 and 4 miles. I mean, at 4 miles, you should be losing 10 feet worth of a ship. At 5 miles, it'd be almost 17 feet worth of the ship. 6 miles, 24, 7, almost 33 feet, and so forth. So Jaron did a really good video commenting on some footage shot by a woman named Lori Frary. And I'm just going to play a little clip from his video right here regarding the whole issue of boats allegedly going over the curve.
All right, let's take a look at some film now. Thank you, Lori Ferrari, for letting me use this video. I believe she filmed it off the coast of Florida. And she stayed with it a good 25 minutes, and in the description will be the link to the full video. So I'll be pointing out some things as we go along so that we can start to see exactly what's happening. Now, if you look in the background, you can probably see some buildings back there. That is not a mirage, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But a mirage would be distorted. It would have a haze effect or a watery look. And it's also not any kind of superior mirage in which things are lifted up above the water. Those buildings are just the outlines of the buildings that are actually there. So if you start looking underneath the red section of the tanker, you'll see a little white sliver showing up. And if you notice, that is just the reflection from the part of the boat, the bridge, above it. So if it's reflecting, what would it be reflecting on? It appears to be reflecting on air, doesn't it? But we know that's not what's happening. It's actually reflecting off the water, which has taken the exact color of the sky. It appears to be gone, and this is what the ancients saw. They thought the boat went over the curvature or the horizon. But we zoom back in, and there it is. Now you'll notice that little white section is even more pronounced than before. The reflection is getting larger. You also see these high point waves, and you also see that band area that they call the mirage zone or the mirage band. And now you can really start to see that that boat looks like it's floating on air, but actually that is water out there that is being miraged by the sun. Same kind of mirage you see at the end of a long freeway or in the desert. That's the same thing you see there. But of course they wouldn't tell you that. So we'll zoom out again, watch that boat. Looks like it almost goes over the horizon there. And we'll zoom back in. And we can see it just scooting along on what looks like invisible air. So if you notice here in the two boxes, right and left, that the wave chops are, which would be 5 to 10 feet high. We know the waves aren't that big. Then you'll also see the black line separating where the water actually is versus where it appears to us to be. Now you'll notice that white bridge reflection is a lot bigger. But by zooming in, we can pick it back up. You'll see now that the white bridge section has almost become the same color as the sky. It no longer has a lot of the markings that it had before. In fact, I think we'll see it here within the next 20 seconds turn into the sky. You'll see the front end of the boat is completely chopped up now. And all that is a mirage. Nothing is floating above where it should be. It does happen on occasion, and that is called a fata morgana. But now you'll see that reflection plus the bridge of the boat has all turned into the same color as the sky. And the boat is almost completely broken up. Zoom out, there'd be no way you'd see that with your own eye. It looks almost as if two ships are moving along out there.
All right, I'll stop there. But this is a great shot right here showing that the boat didn't go over any curve. And it's way out there. And it's going straight out into atmospheric distortion. The density of the atmosphere between the boat and the viewer is getting thicker and thicker and thicker, and this causing all kinds of atmospheric distortions, and you're starting to get some mirage effects right there. And here's another video by another YouTube channel, God Rules, talking about the same kind of thing, with other people sending in footage of ships that they're watching with high-powered camera zooms and telescopes. Same thing. They're not seeing ships disappear.
When the chimneys of the ferries disappeared under the water, I used my binoculars. So in other words, with his eyesight, he looked at this ferry, and when the chimney had gone beneath the water horizon, okay, so it looked like it went over the horizon, as they claim, like, oh, it looks like the ship sailed over the horizon. So it actually went completely under the horizon at normal eyesight, is what he's saying. Okay, so he said it disappeared under the water. I used and then he pulled out his binoculars to look, and the ferry was there again. It popped up again. So in other words, when he looked with his plain sight, the ferry is over the horizon, as they claim. But then he took out his binoculars and looked at it, and there the ferry is. It didn't go over the horizon. You could see the bottom of the ferry. You could see the entire ferry. When it disappeared in my binoculars, so it was continuing to sail away from him. So now he's looking through his binoculars until it disappeared with his binoculars. I switched over to the telescope immediately, and the ferry appeared in its entirety again. So in other words, every time you got a stronger magnification, the ferry's back there again in front of you. It didn't go over the horizon.
So more and more people are doing the same thing. They're taking cameras, they're taking telescopes, they're taking binoculars, they're going to the beach and they're watching ships going out to sea, and the more they zoom in, there it is. Now, there are sometimes issues where the hull is starting to disappear, and I dealt with that a little bit in one of my early videos, where I show a possible reason for that could be that it's actually a mirage effect. I'm going to suggest that what we're seeing is the same exact effect that we see when a car disappears wheels first into a mirage. Now that may be the case, but let's go a little deeper. Now here's the other issue. People who think ships are disappearing over the curve in 3, 4, 5 miles distance, it's got to work both ways. I mean, if we're on a ball, then when the ship is going away from you on the, let's say, the z-axis, going from you to a point away from you, and it's rolling over the ball in 3 to 5 miles, then you should have the exact same effect looking left to right on the x-axis. You should be seeing ships rolling up to the top of the ball and rolling down on the lateral x-axis. I mean, if it's a ball, they got to be rolling both ways, away from you and side to side. We never see that though. You can go to the beach and do a panoramic shot and put a parallel line over it, and from end to end, and this is a lot more than just 5 miles, there's no perceived curvature here. None. Flat as a pancake. In fact, these are some pictures I took on the beach at Malibu, California. And I went from there way up into the mountains above Pepperdine University and looked out. And I mean, easily there's got to be probably close to 100 miles left to right. The distance on the horizon there, it's got to be quite a bit there. Put a parallel line over it, flat. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say ships are rolling over the ball on the z-axis without having the same exact perception on the x-axis. Okay, going back to this picture right here, showing the perception differences when you're zooming in and out. Here's another shot right here. This boat came into view as I was zooming out. Zooming out, zooming out, zooming out, and it rose higher on the horizon. See, when I was zoomed in on him, there's all this space right here from the bottom of the boat to the horizon, and when it's further away, that distance shrinks. So our eyes start playing tricks on us. Now, to better illustrate this, I created this little animation right here, and this represents about a mile worth of ocean. All right, so when you're looking, you can see the difference in how each of these ships looks like it's higher and higher up on the water level. Now that's on flat water, no waves at all. Now let's look at this same animation. I created some waves no higher than the height of the camera. In fact, a few times you'll see the camera go right through the waves, but the wave height was about as high as the camera, which was just a little bit above the water. Okay, so let's look at the same exact animation, this time with some waves. Okay, there's wave, 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 wave. Okay, over the distance here, the cumulative effect of the waves obscures the hull of ships. That's just what happens with the perspective. As the ships get higher and higher up on the horizon, as you get further and further away, and you have the compounding of the waves over that distance, it's really easy to see how you end up with the illusion of ships rolling over the ball when it has nothing to do with that at all. This is a flat plane. Here's the two pictures side by side, with flat water, with no waves, and then with waves. In both cases, the more distant ships rise up on the horizon, but in the picture on the right, you have the waves obscuring the hull, and over the distance it accumulates, so you lose more and more of it. The other big problem with the ships going over the curve argument is what happens to the horizon when you go up and down on the y-axis. When you go up on the y-axis, the horizon doesn't change. Now, let's assume we're looking at eye level right there, and the horizon's right across our eye level. When you rise up on the y-axis, the horizon stays at that same level. Well, maybe it's hard for you to see in this animation, so let me do more of a basic one right here. Here's the horizon right here. If I go down, it stays the same on a plane, and if I go up, it stays the same on a plane. That cannot happen on a ball. If you saw ships roll over the curve on a ball like this, the horizon's right there. The only way you're going to see that ship is to rise up on the y-axis, but when you do that on a ball, you lose it. Now, here's a more practical example. Just watch cars go over a hill. Get down on the ground. This is my iPhone. I put my iPhone on the ground. I'm watching cars drive by. There's a nice truck right there. They're about to go down a hill. And now here's the horizon right here. This is, the horizon to my camera. And if I want to see those cars, I just have to rise up on the y-axis. Now, I didn't keep it all steady right there, so as the camera comes back to pretty much the same level that the eye level of the camera, as it were, you see the distant horizon right there is the same. It's exactly the same. Now, again, that was sloppy because I was just doing it with an iPhone, and my hands didn't keep it exactly the same. But if you were to rise directly up on the y-axis with a camera on a tripod or a crane or something like that, you'd have the same exact thing that you observe anytime you've flown in an airplane. Doesn't matter how high you go, that horizon just follows right up with you outside your window. When you're sitting on the flight line, you look out, there's a horizon at a certain level, and when you fly up to 35,000 feet, that horizon stays at the same level. That cannot happen on a ball. On a ball, when you rise up on the y-axis, there's no way the horizon is going to rise with you, especially if you think ships rolled over that curve in 5 miles of distance. If you lost, 20, 30 feet of a ship disappearing over the curve, then just like the example of the cars, if you want to see those cars again, you got to rise up on the y-axis and look down at the ever-increasing slope of the hill to watch that, truck or car or whatever continue down the hill. The same thing should be if you're watching ships disappear over the ball on the z-axis in front of you, in 5 miles distance, and you're losing 20, 30 feet worth of the hull, then you should rise up on the y-axis, look down the ever-increasing curvature of the ball to see that ship receding away on the curve. But that doesn't happen. You see ships go away from you on the z-axis, but there's no indication of the same exact curve on the x-axis, and when you go up on the y-axis, the horizon pops up with you. That should not be if we're on a ball.
The distance of the horizon, or vanishing point, where the sky appears to touch the earth and sea, is determined largely by the weather, and, when that is clear, by the power of our vision. This is proved by the fact that the telescope will increase the distance of the horizon very greatly and bring objects into view which are entirely beyond the range of vision of the unaided eye. But as no telescope can pierce a segment of water, the legitimate conclusion we are forced to arrive at is that the surface of water is level, and that therefore the shape of the world cannot be globular, and on such a flat or level surface, the greater the elevation of the observer, the longer will his range of vision be, and thus the farther he can see.
I've been looking into the topic of this video for a while, and I really wanted to introduce the concepts of angular resolution, visual acuity, and diffraction as they apply to the horizon, so that these laws of physics, light, resolution, and perspective can be taken into account and hopefully further developed in order to better understand our Earth, and also to help dispel some of the tired old myths of ships and buildings disappearing over the edge of a ball Earth. Now, mainstream science teaches us that the horizon is the edge of a ball Earth as it curves away from us, because ships disappear bottom first when they sail over this edge. What's funny to me is that their argument of ships going over a ball Earth is just as silly as falling off the edge of a flat Earth. It is a very childish argument, especially in today's world where we can pull objects back into view with a telescope or zoom camera, not to mention the fact that if you ascend in altitude, you can clearly see that a ship or building is not over the curve of a ball. It was simply out of your view due to perspective and the angles of light propagation when you're at a lower elevation. From a higher vantage point, your eyes can clearly see that the water or land is completely flat. There is no curve or edge that boats are sailing over. Again, it is a silly assertion, yet it is one of the main pillars of the ball Earth theory. In this video, I will introduce the concepts of angular resolution with a basic explanation, and then I will show another short clip of MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin in his Physics 3 course, where he teaches these recognized laws of physics that we can test and observe. This is basically judo, where we are using their own scientific admissions to form a logical explanation of why we observe what we observe, and this in stark contrast to how groups such as NASA interpret the same observations. The survival of the ball Earth theory necessarily relies on NASA images and other space claims, otherwise their theory has only silly stories such as a spinning, orbiting ball Earth and non-existent curvature, or the direction of toilets flushing and boats going over the edge of a ball, none of which is observed by the average individual. So to begin, what is angular resolution? Angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device, such as a telescope, microscope, camera, or the human eye, to distinguish small details of an object. It is the minimum angle needed so that an instrument can discern resolvable detail, and it represents the resolving power and precision of optical instruments, which includes the eye. This angle is created at the eye or the lens, and it is based on the diameter of an object and that object's distance from the observer or the device. This angle determines the size of the image that is projected onto the retina. So Once an angle is small enough that it reaches the angular resolution limit, no image can be resolved on the retina, and basically the object disappears. The formula to find the angular resolution of the human eye, or any image-forming device, is the constant of 1.22 times the wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the lens aperture or entrance pupil. Once you figure out the angular resolution of, say, the human eye, you can then determine how large or how far away an object must be for you to be able to resolve it. In other words, for you to be able to see it. This is the limit of eyesight, or the resolving power of a telescope, camera, or microscope. Anything beyond this limit cannot be seen. A shorter distance and larger diameter of an object equal a larger angle at your eye, thus easy to resolve. A longer distance and smaller diameter of an object equal a smaller angle, thus difficult for your eye to resolve. The size of the angle is also what gives us perspective. Objects do not physically shrink in size as they move away from us, but the angle in our eye gets smaller and smaller, which is what allows us to determine that it is moving further and further away. For objects coming toward us, the angle will get larger and the object will appear to be larger on the retina. This is an important part of perspective. This is how we distinguish objects moving away versus coming toward us. The angles also help us determine the size or distance of any given object. Visual acuity is another closely related term that means clarity of vision, or the limit of one's eyesight, and it is a measurement of the angular resolution of the eye or the device. The generally accepted value for the angular resolution limit, or visual acuity, of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, which equals 0.02 degree. This means that at a distance of 1 kilometer, the human eye can resolve an object that is about 30 to 60 centimeters in diameter. Beyond this, the angle formed in the observer's eye gets smaller than 1 arc minute, and the object will blur and then finally disappear altogether. And here is another quick explanation of angular resolution by MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin.
So in the remaining 5 minutes, I want to address the issue of the angular resolution of your own eye. You can now calculate what the ultimate angular resolution is of your own eye, because you can estimate what the diameter is of the pupil, the opening of your eye. 3 millimeters, maybe 5 millimeters, a little bit larger at night when it is dark. Pupil opens up, but we can calculate what this is. If I take 4 millimeters, so I put in for A 4 millimeters, and if I take lambda 5,000 angstroms, it's not an unreasonable value, then I find that the best angular resolution of a human eye is half an arc minute. Cannot be any better. There's just no way around it. You're always stuck with the diffraction limitation. I think, though, that most of you will not be able to see with an angular resolution of 1/2 arc minute. Most of you are probably in the domain of 1 arc minute. It's a little larger than diffraction limited, but it's very close to that. That is 30 arc seconds. That is 600 times worse than Hubble Space Telescope. When you think of diffraction, it's really an incredibly fascinating thing. Because what does diffraction actually means? That it is a limitation that is put upon us, on everyone, also God. No one can bypass diffraction. No matter how hard we try, we can never undo our chains and handcuffs that are imposed upon us by diffraction.
And he's definitely not a flat earther. He obviously believes in the Hubble telescope. The main reason I want to introduce these concepts is to demonstrate with logic that there are scientifically proven and verifiable factors that determine how far we can see with our own eyes and with telescopes. Angular resolution equations are used by NASA, astronomers, and scientists to determine the resolving power of the human eye, cameras, microscopes, and telescopes, including the Hubble Space Telescope. So when people say, if the Earth was flat, then we should be able to see Europe across the ocean, there are scientifically proven laws of light, diffraction, resolution, and perspective that render this statement foolish. Due to the resolving power of our eyes and even the most powerful telescopes, we could never possibly see across an ocean that is thousands of miles in distance. It is impossible due to the laws of physics, due to the physics of the angles, not to mention the additional limitations of diffraction. Again, it is a silly statement that we should be able to see across the ocean if the Earth were flat. However, the mistaken or disingenuous conclusion put forth by the so-called scientific community, in spite of these scientifically proven and accepted limitations on light propagation and resolution, is that the reason we can't see across the ocean is because we live on a spinning ball. Do you see the trick that they're playing? It is like telling little children that a guy on a sleigh in the North Pole brings them presents on Christmas. It sounds outlandish even to children, but they don't know any better, and they don't actually see the parents leaving the presents, and they are given this story by the authority, so they believe it. In our case, we have a knowledge gap, an unknown, because we can't see across the ocean, or we see ships and buildings disappear bottom first as they get further away, so we look to supposedly qualified authorities to study these issues for us and provide reliable explanations. For hundreds of years, the scientific authorities, now the space agencies, have both knowingly and unknowingly filled this gap with their own cleverly constructed explanations, and most people just accept their models without researching or using reason and logic. If people did think about the issues critically and logically, they would see that the authority is giving us beautifully wrapped presents and putting out cookies for their fictional Santa Claus, in this case, a spinning ball Earth. One way they fill this gap is to use the angular distance of a sky object to invent their model. The angular diameter, or apparent size, is an angular measurement describing how large an object appears from a given point of view. For example, this involves looking at the sky and determining that the sun and moon have an angular diameter of about 31 or 32 arc minutes, which equals a half of a degree. So this is the angle created in our eye or in a telescope, which means that the sun and the moon can be around 31 miles in diameter and 3,500 miles up, or, as the authorities claim, the moon can be 2,159 miles in diameter and 237,000 miles away. And they claim the sun is 864,575 miles in diameter and 93 million miles away. You see, both measurements are correct based on the angle we see from Earth. Knowing the angular diameter or apparent size of a celestial body, we can easily invent a model using trigonometry. We could say the sun is 500 miles in diameter and 57,000 miles away, or maybe it is only 5 miles in diameter and 500 miles up. Or, if we wanted to get really crazy, we could invent a sun that is 2 million miles in diameter and 229 million miles away. Of course, if we did that, we would then have to adjust all of the diameters and orbital speeds of the planets and distances, but this should give you an idea of how they have constructed their model, because they are all built on apparent sizes, the angular diameter of lights in the sky visible from Earth. So, relationally, the math works out. They then construct their universe model around these angles, filling in and changing the numbers as needed to fit their assumptions. This is why the spins and orbits are so ridiculous, yet mathematically they work out because it's all based on the angles. And this is also the reason why they changed the distance of the sun over the years to fit their model. This assertion of boats going over the edge of a ball Earth is silly. Check out this footage from a channel called Wide Awake. This guy filmed some great sky and horizon shots showing that objects can be brought back into view, and more importantly, his shots also demonstrate diffraction and the resolution limit of these objects at those distances and at those angles. As you can see in his footage, the boats, once they are close enough to resolve, appear like little smudges, and they also appear to be floating above the horizon. The boats are not mirages floating in the air, although there is an inferior mirage that appears inverted below the actual boats in his footage. To prove this, he actually tracks them all the way in, and the closer a boat gets, the more resolved it becomes, and the more detail you can see. This is a perfect illustration of visual acuity and the angular resolution of the camera, which is obviously better than our eyes, but the principle is the same. And again, if you increase your altitude, say to the top of a hotel or in an airplane or on a mountain, you create better angles and you can of course see further, but even there you will eventually reach a resolution limit. It is unavoidable, but it is not an edge that Santa Claus is falling over. Look at the water in his shots. Some would call the resolved water line the horizon, but you can clearly see boats fully in the water beyond the resolved water line. You can even barely make out the water being sprayed up from the motor. The surface of the water extends beyond the resolved water line, but it is too far and at too sharp of an angle for the camera or your eye to completely resolve. There's also a lot of diffraction going on due to this angle and the light or atmospheric conditions. Therefore, you get a blurred section that reflects the sky and the boat as an inferior mirage. Again, this happens beyond a point where the eye or camera can no longer clearly resolve the water due to the angle and diffraction. It is where your eye or camera can no longer distinguish points of light. The image blurs and turns into a mirror under certain conditions. Look at the shimmering and changing edges of the top of the waterline as the camera resolves it at its maximum distance. Beyond this distance, the water is at too small of an angle to resolve any detail. At this point, it does exactly what a road will do on a hot day. It reflects the light waves like a mirror because the eye or camera can more easily resolve these reflected light rays than they can the actual surface of the road or water. On the ground or on the water, you can see the inferior mirage or reflection of the boats and cars. Some people will claim that the boat itself is a superior mirage and that the actual boat is over the edge of a ball. This is silly for two reasons. Number one, a superior mirage is inverted, and number two, in this footage, he tracks these boats the entire way in, so you can verify with your own eyes how a boat will barely come into view as a small blur, and then as it gets closer and closer, the angles get larger and your eye can then resolve more and more detail. This is observable, repeatable, apparent, and can be verified by anyone, unlike NASA's theories, of course, that nobody can verify unless they can build a little rocket ship. Finally, I would like to discuss the issue of boats or buildings being cut off by the horizon line over water, which many people falsely attribute to the object being over the edge of a ball Earth. Again, I would start by saying that it is easy to debunk this simply by increasing your altitude. If there were a massive drop in curvature obscuring the boat or building, this would be apparent from higher up. Our eyes are not that bad. We can clearly distinguish slopes and hills in the distance, and when you increase your altitude, you can clearly see that the target object lies on the same flat plane as the original observation point. This is simply a function of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. When you stand on the seashore, you can see a horizon line which is basically the limit of your ability to resolve the water, because at a certain distance the angle becomes too small and diffraction also plays a part. Above this waterline horizon will be everything that your eye can resolve above your eye level. For example, from the beach I can see about 3 to 4 miles of the water's surface, which in my field of view extends from my feet up to my eye level, and it represents my horizon and the limit of my sight up to my eye level. Now, there are hotels located about 18 miles away in this picture, and these hotels are above my horizon line, yet appear to be cut off by the horizon. Not because they are over the edge of a ball, this is simply the point where they fit in due to perspective, where objects that are closer are in front of objects that are further away, which is also a function of diffraction and angular resolution. I cannot resolve the hotels any lower because the angle is too small. If I could resolve the hotels lower, then logically I would be able to resolve more of the surface of the water at a greater distance. But we know this is not possible due to the laws of physics. However, if I were to go up in an airplane, I would be able to see the entire distance from the beach to the hotel, and I could also see that it is flat as a pancake. The hotel is not obscured by the edge of a magic ball. It is simply perspective and angle of view. The limit of what I can see above and below my eye level converge at what we call the horizon line or vanishing point. So check out this little experiment I did. In order to simulate the size and distance of that hotel, I took a small glass bottle and put it on the road and then filmed from ground level. Now the hotel is about 18 stories, which equals about 180 to 200 feet. I used 250 feet just to be conservative and to give it some room above the actual water line, and the distance is 17.5 miles. The glass bottle is 3.5 inches, so that meant that I would have to put it at a distance of about 107 feet to get the same ratio. Now when I started filming, I was standing up and I could zoom in on the bottle, the entire bottle, top to bottom, and then I pan out, I take the camera and I place it on the ground, and even on the ground it's actually conservative because the lens of the camera is still about 1 inch to 1.5 inches above the ground, so this is a conservative experiment. And when I zoom in, you can see now that the angle of resolution is just too small, and combined with the diffraction, you cannot make out the bottom of the bottle. It disappears. It is cut off, and that is exactly what you're seeing in those pictures and videos where buildings or boats are cut off at the bottom. Your eye cannot resolve the detail of the surface of the ground or the bottom of that bottle. It's just too sharp of an angle. And you can even actually see beyond the bottle where the road is again the same color, because your eye can resolve that a little bit better because it makes a curve and it's a little bit, the angle is a little bit better on the road beyond where the bottle is. So that's a pretty interesting little experiment and shows you the effect of diffraction and angular resolution. And again, even on the ground, the lens of the camera is about 1 inch or 1.5 inches off the ground, which when you compare that to the bottle, that is almost half of the bottle. So that would probably equal an observer that is about 100 or 150 feet in the air filming the hotel in New Smyrna. So if I was actually on the ground with the camera, I'm sure that the diffraction would probably cover almost the entire bottle, if not half the bottle, and it would look exactly like the waterline covering these hotels or these boats. But you can see the principle. It's verifiable and it's repeatable, so it's an explanation. We don't have to use the Santa Claus falling over the edge of a ball to explain what we see. If I'm standing on the beach at sea level, then obviously my field of view from my feet to the horizon will be much shorter due to the angle. Again, about 3 miles from the beach is approximately the limit for a 6-foot tall individual. Yet the distance of my field of view above the horizon will be much greater due to the angles. Therefore I can see most of a hotel 18 miles away, but again not the bottom of the hotel due to the angular resolution and the angle of perspective. The same principle applies to a sunset or a sunrise. The waterline horizon at the beach is about 3 to 4 miles out, yet the sun is thousands of miles out when it disappears due to the limit of angular resolution and light propagation. We can see the sun at a much further distance because it is so large and high in the sky. But just like anything else, once it gets far enough away from the observer, the angle becomes so small that it will disappear, the furthest edge first, appearing to go down behind the water. This is what you would expect to see based on perspective. Something closer will appear in front of something farther away. This does not mean it is due to a spinning ball Earth. It simply vanishes at the waterline horizon due to perspective. Even the sun is subject to the laws of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. With a sunrise, it is the opposite. We see the top of the sun first because it is approaching us. Therefore, the side that is coming toward us is the first section of the sun to come into our field of view due to angular resolution. And again, due to the laws of perspective, the sun will always appear to be behind the much closer waterline. Some will say that it is due to the spin of the ball that you live on, but I think perspective makes more sense, and the sun is simply coming into our field of view due to, again, angular resolution. The problem that truth seekers or flat earthers face when trying to expose lies and deceptions is that most people put their own brains on sleep mode, and they put their trust in the so-called scientific authorities to investigate and explain the reasons for phenomena that we observe from Earth. This is not to say that the scientific community is purposely promoting an incorrect model. What is happening is that everyone is so specialized that they only see a small portion of the big picture. We are basically compartmentalized due to the level of sophistication of technology and our economy. People are also conditioned from kindergarten and throughout school to conform, to obey, and repeat government-sanctioned science. People are conditioned to treat any questioning of the spinning ball Earth as idiotic and primitive. If you mention flat Earth, the reaction is guaranteed to be ridicule, laughter, or even anger at the stupidity of such a statement. No one likes to be wrong, and no one likes to be ridiculed, so there's not much straying from the herd in today's world. I personally believe there's a lot of compelling evidence that calls into question the scientifically accepted model brought to us by the politically created agency of NASA. If everything is exactly how space agencies and government scientists tell us, then we are going to need much more and reliable proof other than CGI images and silly old stories. It is amazing how academia conveniently forgets the debates that used to rage about the rotundity of the Earth, and not by idiots, by learned men and women. So, in closing, I just want to reiterate that there are other alternatives to the theories that were taught to us as fact by space agencies and the political scientific authorities. There are logical and scientifically accepted laws of physics such as angular resolution, diffraction, and perspective which can be applied in this pursuit. You don't need to be a math genius or have a PhD in physics to understand that there are physical limitations on our ability to see, even with telescopes and cameras. We need to have faith in our own ability to think and use logic and reason. Otherwise, there are many opportunistic groups of individuals who will step in and do the thinking for us. And these groups may not always have our best interests at heart. In fact, they will take advantage and control those who cannot or will not think for themselves. This, I believe, is the modern-day manifestation of slavery, where most people no longer think like humans, they simply repeat and react.
And as I began to think for myself and just look around and use common sense, I begin to see things a bit differently. You know, it doesn't take much research online to go find a chart like this on the right that shows what the alleged curvature should be at various miles. And by the way, this is not created by flat earthers. This is created by globers. This is their math. This goes all the way back to Eratosthenes. Their math. 8 inches per mile squared is basically what it comes out to as a rule of thumb. Now, of course, if your observation height is not at ground level, you have to adjust for that. But regardless, I created this little picture right here to illustrate a bit of a problem. According to your math, ballers, the ground below your feet drops off as depicted below. If you're standing on a ball, I mean, this isn't rocket science. If you're standing on the ball, the ground has to immediately begin to recede downward and away from you in every direction from the point upon which you are standing. That's just common sense. You're standing on a ball, it's got to be curving downward and away. So tell us again how you are seeing the horizon at eye level. If you look down on the bottom here, 1 mile, ground level, 0.666 of a foot. It drops off at 1 mile. 2 miles, 2.67 feet. At 3 miles, the drop off is 6 feet. Now, that's ground level to ground level. Okay, let's just imagine a world as a beach ball. All right, the lines of the ball clearly point out what so many in the ball earth camp are blatantly ignoring. A ball, by its very nature, demands that its surface immediately begins to curve downward and away from any point on it. So if we imagine Poser James here, I'm using a software called Poser, let's call him PJ for short. If we imagine him standing on the beach ball, the problem becomes immediately apparent. Okay, he's standing on a ball. Immediately the ball is curving downward and away from his feet in all directions. That's what a ball does. And it doesn't matter how big the person is, nor does it matter how big the ball is. But let's go ahead and shrink PJ and enlarge the ball for the sake of example here. Now, notice the lines are still curving downward and away in all directions, even though he's getting smaller and the ball is getting bigger. This never changes with scale. Okay, now let's zoom into tiny PJ on the massive ball here and consider if PJ was 6 feet tall and he had a clone, who's also 6 feet tall, right, who walked 1 mile away from him, the ground his clone would be standing on would be 8 inches lower than the ground that he was standing on, right? Again, the curvature math is 8 inches per mile squared. So the first mile, 1 times 1 is 1 times 8 is 8 inches. So the ground from point A to point B is going to be 8 inches below point A. All right, you with me so far? Now, if the clone had a clone who walked another mile away, that clone's ground would be 32 inches below PJ's ground. Why? Because it's 8 inches per mile squared. 2 miles, okay, 2 times 2 is 4 times 8 is 32. So the ground that clone number 2 is standing on is 32, almost 3 feet below the ground that PJ is standing on. And if we had yet another clone who was to walk 1 more mile, his ground would be 72 inches or 6 feet below PJ's. Thus, the top of clone number 3's head would be even with the bottom of PJ's feet. If clone number 3's ground is 72 inches below the ground that PJ's standing on, it's going to be physically impossible for PJ to look straight ahead or to the left or the right or behind him and ever expect to see the horizon at his eye level. It cannot be done. I'm going to say it again. If you're just looking straight ahead, there is no way the horizon could ever be at your eye level. When the ground you're standing on is immediately beginning to recede away from you in every direction, you're standing on a point on a ball, supposedly. The ground you're standing on immediately begins to recede away in every direction 8 inches per mile squared. Now, I understand we're not on a perfect beach ball, but you actually compound the problem if you start using the argument, well, there are, peaks and valleys and hills and mountains and plateaus and canyons and blah, blah, blah. All you're doing is pushing the problem further out, and eventually you, the ball earther who uses this argument, are the one who's in danger of falling off the edge of something, because you can extend that out only so far, and then you're going to have to correct the terrain back to that 8 inches per mile squared so that you can have your 25,000 mile circumference ball, or pair if you choose to go by Neil deGrasse Tyson. And of course, looking at number 3 here, he also deals with sunrise, sunset, and that's a frequent question. How does the sunrise and sunset work on the flat Earth model? Well, I'm sure by now most of you have probably seen this little animation I created. This was done actually back in May of 2015, so it was a month after I first got into this, when I was kind of considering all of it and going, well, I wonder how that would work. And so I created a little animation in Poser, created a point light with a limited throw ratio, so the light is limited as far as how far it'll go, and just animated it in a circle over the circular flat Earth map. But of course, the critics look at this and they say stuff like,
if the sun and moon were just circling over the flat Earth and getting too far away to see, then we would see them shrink and fade out of view as they set. But we don't. Flat Earthers will show you videos where the sun appears to grow or shrink, but this is an illusion due to thick clouds. You can always see that there are clouds near the horizon when they try to show this. Normally, this illusion does not happen.
Oh, so he said that flat earthers are always hiding it behind clouds or whatever. Well, there's plenty of footage out there you can find where there's no clouds involved. This is from a really good video online you guys need to check out called Flat Earth Proof Sunset Off Pucket. I'm not sure if that's exactly how you pronounce it. P-H-U-K-E-T. Really interesting, showing sunset. I believe this was actually somewhere off the equator. Again, you'd have to watch that video for yourself, but it clearly shows the sun changing in diameter as it goes away. So please take note not to ignore this evidence. Other videos you've seen where it looks like it's going in an arc like that and going off into the distance. Other videos where people have taken and used filters and whatnot and analyzed the sun moving and then done measurement of pixels across the screen, showing that it does in fact look like it gets a little bit smaller in some cases. In some cases it gets a lot smaller. In this case from 302 pixels to 290. And then of course there's this video right here, which apparently was shot in the desert where there's going to be a lot less moisture, and so whenever there's less moisture you're going to obviously have less refraction and magnification.
You don't get to pick the anomalies that seem to agree with your views and ignore the common observations that don't, and still call yourself an honest investigator. That is intellectually dishonest.
So thinking about all this and thinking about what I had just shown you regarding atmospheric lensing, magnification, refraction, all that with regard to cities and objects at a distance on the land, I got to thinking, I wonder how this would work with the sun and moon. So this is what I came up with. I've got my magnifying sheet frame, and I created a little stand to paste the sun on it and keep it the same height over the flat surface of a table. So the sun is always going to be parallel with the surface. And check this out. All right, here's the first test of a sun moving over a flat surface, and with no atmospheric magnification it does what we might expect it would. It gets smaller as it goes away from us. Alright, now let's see what happens when we add in our atmospheric magnification. Again, water and refraction. Water causes magnification and refraction, right? So let's bring the sun back. Oh, check this out. Refraction bends the light downward. It made the sun set on a parallel surface. As it was moving parallel, the same height, the whole way over a flat surface, the refraction caused the sun to set. Not only that, well, let's bring in the beginning of that little test, and we see that it maintained pretty much the same size too. Pretty close. And of course, that's because as it's moving away, the magnification is still taking place. And so even though the sun's further away than it was in the beginning of the test, the magnification basically preserved the same size, and the refraction made it set. Of course, again, depending on how much moisture is in the air, we could see that the sun doesn't appear to change in size at all as it goes down. We could see sometimes perhaps that it looks like it's getting bigger when it goes down. You ever see like a really big sunset or moonrise, moonset, you know, where one of them looks really large on the horizon? Well, that could be because there's lots of moisture in the air causing that effect. Or when there's less moisture in the air, obviously you won't have as much magnification taking place, and so it looks smaller as it goes away. So it's all relative to the amount of moisture that's in the air. Now, I'm just going to put forward a crazy idea for you to think about. And that is, if Rob Skiba could figure this out, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I think it's quite possible that the creator of the cosmos could have figured out the same thing and engineered our beautiful sunsets, thanks to all of that water he placed in our atmosphere. Just something to think about. One of the questions that has come up a number of times, actually, is how is it that the clouds can be lit from underneath? Now, in the spinning heliocentric globe model, it's essentially explained that as the Earth is rolling away from the sun, as it's spinning, it rolls such that the sun is at a much lower angle, and because of that angle, the sun is shining up, and the sun rays are hitting the bottom of the clouds. So when you show people the model of the sun going around in a parallel path above the circle of the Earth, they say, well, in that situation, the sun is above the clouds, and so how could it possibly illuminate the bottom of the clouds when it's doing that? So I decided to take up that challenge and see if I could figure that out based on what I had learned in my previous experiments. And so I got one of these stick-em-up LED lights. You kind of push the button, it's got 3 little LED lights inside, and I taped it up so only one of the LED lights is showing, and stuck it on a box and put it on the table with my trusty plastic lens set up here. And I took my stand that I was using for the sun and moon and just set it up right here on top of these little Tupperware things. And I was thinking, okay, so let's just say the bottom of this little stand here represents the bottom of the clouds. And so as you can see here, the light is way above, it's well above what would be the bottom of the clouds in this example. So let's see what happens. I turned off the lights and set my iPhone to record, and I'm showing myself here recording all of this with another camera, and I pulled the light back on the table, and watch what happens here. Ooh, check it out. And there's that refraction taking place again. It's got the light. It made the sun set, first of all, below the horizon in this case. And let's just show, this is just the iPhone view. I'm going to bring the cloud in here, and the platform represents the bottom of the clouds. So the sun's going down, and oop, there it is. The bottom of the clouds illuminated by a light source that's well above the clouds, moving parallel over a flat surface. So apparently it's possible for the sun to illuminate the bottom of the clouds even on the flat Earth model. Hopefully by now you are seeing that there can at least be more than one way to look at some of this stuff. And as I began to look at things differently and talk about it, I found that there was a growing number of people doing the same thing. And as a result, I was having a lot of very interesting discussions, both privately and through email and, of course, on social media. In fact, early on, back in 2015, someone posted this pic on my wall, and it's a picture of the Denali Range from Kashwitna Lake, available on Wikipedia under the page for Mount Foraker. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. The distance from these peaks is listed as 100 miles. The curvature of a
3,959 mile radius sphere is just under 8 inches per mile squared and commonly accepted as the curvature of a spherical Earth. We simply plug in the numbers. 100 squared times 8 divided by 12 equals 6,666.7. There is supposedly 6,666.7 feet of curvature between the point of this photograph and the mountain range in view. If there was over 6,500 feet of curvature between the photo's point of origin and the mountain range, then Mount Hunter would have roughly 7,000 feet visible, and Denali would have roughly 13,000 feet visible. The curvature would make Mount Hunter appear roughly 53.5% the height of Denali. Creating straight lines from the horizon to the peak of each mountain, the measurements from smallest to largest show 141 pixels, 173 pixels, and 202 pixels. This shows Mount Hunter as exactly 70% and Mount Foraker as 85% the height of Denali. There is only one explanation for this discrepancy. Mount Hunter is actually 70% of the height of Denali, and there is no curvature. You can fact check all of these mathematical equations, heights and distances, measurements, and test them against any large mountain range you wish. The answer is always the same. There is no curvature. Somebody posted that on my wall today, got me thinking about it, and I'm just going to think out loud here. But on a ball, in addition to scaling problems, would not the very distant high mountain peaks have to be arching away from each other toward the left and right instead of appearing straight up and down? Seems to me this is a very good test. Distant mountains sitting on a ball would show all sorts of visual perspective issues, from scale to angle problems. Yet anytime I've ever seen a distant mountain range, it always looks like the mountain peaks are appropriately scaled and in a straight line, going out as far as the eye can see. The fact that the horizon never drops below eye level is also problematic for believers in the globe. The higher up you go, the more you should have to drop your line of sight downward in order to see the horizon. But this is never the case, even at altitudes above 60 miles. And I've got a video here, a little animation that I did showing like a hot air balloon going up over a very large ball or going up over a very large plane. And as it goes up over the plane, the horizon always stays the same. It stays at eye level. But if you were rising up over a ball, that would not be the case. The higher up you go, the more you should have to adjust your eyesight, your eye line, downward. You have to tilt your head to look down toward the horizon as the ball recedes away from you underneath you. And I say in this animation, so then the question is, which illustration best fits what we always see? And really, I mean, you see that that's the case even to altitudes up to 160 miles in some of these other videos I did here. I'm not going to play them here, but you can check them out for yourself. Well, actually, I'll play this one. This one's short. In my blog series at testingtheglobe.com, I've shown that the alleged curvature is not even detectable at 120,000 feet when people send up weather balloons with cameras not fitted with a fisheye lens. And by that I'm talking about, there's some videos that I have on my website there, and you can do videos yourself, do some searches on YouTube for videos of people doing high altitude weather balloon tests where they're sending up weather balloons. And if they have it fitted with a camera that doesn't use a fisheye lens, I mean, that thing's going up to 120, 121, 127,000 feet and spinning in 360 degrees and showing the horizon flat as a pancake, as opposed to the Red Bull video or, typical NASA video, which is always, it seems like always shot with a fisheye lens. And that's easy to tell when they're using a fisheye lens. First of all, like in the Red Bull deal, when that dude gets out of the capsule and stands out and they cut to the camera outside looking at him, the curve of the Earth is so ridiculous, the size of the planet would have to be less than that of the moon. And that dude would have to be jumping from like millions of miles away, or at least hundreds of thousands of miles away. I mean, the curve is just insane. And whenever the camera tilts at certain angles, I mean, it goes from convex to flat to concave to flat to convex to it's going all over. It's incredible morphing Earth. That's what happens when you use a fisheye lens. And a lot of the cockpit footage that I've seen from like these Russian MiGs and stuff that people are sending me that get up there really high, same thing. In fact, you can look in one of the shots over the pilot's shoulder there. The wing is all warped because of the curvature of the windshield. So yeah, we got to be careful with curved lenses or glass that we're looking through. And that's why, for me, I've basically had to just throw most of that stuff out because it's inconclusive at best. Because you look at one, it says, oh, well, there's a curve. And you look at another, it says, well, no, there's not a curve. Same altitude.
And speaking of altitude, here's an interesting video done by Steve Torrance where he was looking at a lot of the high-altitude balloon launches that were taking place. And for the most part, people are getting up to between 100 and maybe 130,000 feet max. And as I've said many times before, you can't rise off of a ball and expect the horizon to rise with you. Well, he is a very high-end computer graphics guy, and he created a scale representation of the globe versus a scale representation of the flat disk, and took it and modeled it with a 36 millimeter camera with no fisheye lens effect on it, and made the camera rise to 25 miles or approximately 130,000 feet, which is pretty much the ceiling for people that civilians anyway that are doing high altitude balloon launches. And this is the results of what he did. Again, this is a perfectly scaled representation of a 25,000 mile circumference ball versus a flat disk. I'm not sure what the circumference was of the disk that he modeled, but a flat plane nonetheless. And you can see if you're rising up off of a ball, the horizon, of course, has to drop significantly. And then at the very end of the video, he says, okay, which one do you think better represents the original? The flat model or the globe model? Well, I think the answer is pretty obvious for anybody who's seen footage shot from a weather balloon. Now, as far as the argument of, well, not only would you see Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan, you would also see the Rockies. Well, yeah, if there was no atmosphere or other obstacles, buildings and stuff in between, that's a patently absurd argument. There's lots of things in between Chicago and the Rocky Mountains. All right? So that's not really a good reason. And here's just a few points from Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs Earth's Not a Ball video book to further drive the point home concerning issues of the alleged curvature.
1. The horizon always appears perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer regardless of altitude. All amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage show a completely flat horizon over 20 plus miles high. Only NASA and other government space agencies show curvature in their fake CGI photos and videos. 2. The horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer as altitude is gained, so you never have to look down to see it. If Earth were in fact a globe, no matter how large, as you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed and the observer would have to tilt looking down further and further to see it. 3. The natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. If Earth were a giant sphere tilted, wobbling, and hurtling through infinite space, then truly flat, consistently level surfaces would not exist here. But since Earth is in fact an extended flat plane, this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. 4. Rivers run down to sea level, finding the easiest course, north, south, east, west, and all other intermediary directions over the Earth at the same time. If Earth were truly a spinning ball, then many of these rivers would be impossibly flowing uphill. For example, the Mississippi in its 3,000 miles would have to ascend 11 miles before reaching the Gulf of Mexico. 5. One portion of the Nile River flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Parts of the West African Congo, according to the supposed inclination and movement of the ball earth, would be sometimes running uphill and sometimes down. This would also be the case for the Parana, Paraguay, and other long rivers. 6. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means, along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. Every time such experiments have been conducted, however, standing water has proven to be perfectly level. 7. Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Canals, railways, bridges, and tunnels, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles without any allowance for curvature. 8. The Suez Canal, connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, is 100 miles long without any locks, making the water an uninterrupted continuation of the two seas. When constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. 9. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. 10. The London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curving 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with the center point at Birmingham raised over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. 11. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying, according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another, all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 12. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, published in the Earth Review, stated, It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth. 13. In a 19th century French experiment by M. Biot and Arago, a powerful lamp with good reflectors was placed on the summit of Desierto Las Palmas in Spain, and able to be seen all the way from Capri on the island of Ibiza. Since the elevation of the 2 points were identical and the distance between covered nearly 100 miles, if the Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the light should have been more than 6,600 feet, a mile and a quarter, below the line of sight. 14. The Lieutenant Colonel Portlock experiment used oxyhydrogen Drummond's lights and heliostats to reflect the sun's rays across stations set up across 108 miles of St. George's Channel. If the Earth were actually a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Portlock's light should have remained hidden under a mile and a half of curvature. 15. If the Earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. A pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet, over half a mile, every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 31.5 miles higher than expected.
And here we are with the airplane example. Wow. I mean, I can't tell you how many people, when I first got into this, even today, people are still saying this. Oh, if you ever flown in an airplane, you've seen the curve. Well, no. You might think you have because you've been programmed to believe that you have. But get in a plane. Take off. Watch the horizon rise with you. Something that's impossible to do on a ball. But the horizon comes up with you. Then take a picture with a camera that doesn't have a fisheye lens. Go home, put it in Photoshop, put a parallel bar over it. Guess what you're going to find? Flat as a pancake. And I know D. Marble's video got a lot of attention when he took spirit level with him. I actually did the experiment before he did, several months before. In fact, the previous year, 2016, I put out the challenge after watching the Max Egan video that Jeranism did. At the end of it, I said, whatever assumption you start with, you have to admit it is very interesting that the on-screen display says that they are on a northwest heading, which is what you would expect if you just flew up from under the ball, headed towards Sydney. Yet Max Egan has this compass sitting on his tray showing a heading of southwest. Things that make you go, I'm very intrigued by this. If there's anybody out there who can make this flight and document it, I'd like you to do two things. Confirm what Max Egan did by bringing a compass with you on the flight. Do the same thing he did. Bring a compass with you. Please use a better camera so you can actually hear what's going on and it's not so herky-jerky. Use your iPhone or something like that. So document it as best you can. And I would say also bring a spirit level with you. I'm not going to get into it in this video right here, but that would determine whether or not you are flying straight and level. Now, of course, I know that you will be flying straight and level because that's what pilots do. But that's not possible on a ball. You cannot use your attitude indicator set to level and fly 500 plus miles an hour over a ball without significantly increasing in altitude about every 12 minutes. This is because at 500 miles per hour, every 12 minutes or so, you'd be going about 100 miles. In fact, according to the Pythagorean formula for calculating curvature, in 1 hour's time, this is how much altitude you should accumulate if flying straight and level. Unless you be tempted to say attitude indicators don't work that way and that they do, in fact, adjust for the curvature using that magical Tony the Tiger force of gravity. See the description below for a couple of videos that debunk that idea. Anyway, here's my challenge to anyone willing to take me up on it. Bring a compass, a good camera, and a spirit level, and if somebody out there can make this flight and document it, do what Max Egan did, send me the video. I'd love to see it. That would be something really cool to check out.
So taking on his cue, I brought my compass on this flight, and I brought my there's a digital compass on the phone that also has a digital level, and I brought a spirit level. Things didn't happen that should be happening.
Okay, so here you see my spirit level, and here you see both my phone and my wife's phone. We have the compass app that also has a level on it, and as I was tilting it right there, you can see how it works. It shows negative, up or down, if it's tilting forward or backwards. Got my compass out here, put it next to the two phones that I had right here. I'm using both phones to kind of double check with two sources. I decided not to have my level nearby because it has a magnet on it and it could be causing a problem for the compass, so I stashed that away in my luggage so it's not going to cause a problem. And so I recorded it actually separately. What you see in the top left corner here is a video I shot of about 15 minutes worth of just the spirit level. I got rid of everything else, so it's just the spirit level sitting on my tray table, and I recorded that for 15 minutes. And then separately, the video below that here is with the two iPhones and the level app on those phones with my compass, and I recorded that for about 15 minutes. So other than some minor turbulence here and there causing it to switch to about -1, I think was the most I saw as far as it changing its level, they both stayed in the green at 0. So, I mean, here's two tests I did. One with just a spirit level for 15 minutes, and one with two iPhones using the same app, just to make sure both of them are working right. Every now and then I had to tap my phone and my wife's phone because it wanted to go into sleep mode. But otherwise, there you have it. So at no time did the plane ever show any indication of going into a nosedive as you would expect that it needs to when you're flying over a ball. And I know there's people going to argue against that. And that's I'll make another video that deals with that issue. Oh, gravity is taking care of the whole situation. No, it's not. You don't understand how a gyroscope works. But again, that's a whole other video. Right here, you see the on-screen display showing our speed, showing the path we're taking. In the top right, I've got a freeze frame of that. You show the circle of the Earth navigation from Minneapolis to Amsterdam, which on the flat Earth map is a straight line. So there you go. And again, I'm just kind of going back and forth with my camera, just kind of showing. It's tapping the phone again because it's want to go into sleep mode. The compass gave pretty much an accurate reading the whole way, as I expected it would in the northern hemisphere. I expected it to show an accurate representation of our flight path, both on the circle of the Earth navigation as well as the straight line on the circle of the Earth. So that's no surprise to me. The Max Egan one isn't really a surprise either if you subscribe to the circular flat Earth model. His reading's exactly what you would expect it to be, but not what you would expect it to be if you're looking at the on-screen display in the circle of the Earth navigation. So that's why I wanted to show that clip before this one. Again, there's a lot more to talk about. I don't have the time to do it with this video right here. I just wanted to get out because a lot of people were asking me what happened. People saw the picture that I posted on Facebook saying, hey, I'm all set, ready to go on my flight. I got my compass, my level, and ready to do some tests on the flight. And so since people have been asking me over and over and over again, what were the results? What were the results? I decided just to put this video together. Maybe at some time in the future I'll do another video that will explain the issues of the avionics, the attitude indicator, the altimeter, the airspeed indicator, and how a gyro works, and show that the whole idea that gravity is keeping the plane level is utterly ridiculous. We should be having to dive down. Actually, we're going faster than 500 miles an hour. The calculation I had where it said that we should have to either take a nosedive every 12 minutes to 1.26 miles or show an increase in altitude of 1.26 miles, or what is that? about 6,653 feet every 12 minutes. Now, again, that calculation is based on going 500 miles per hour, but as you'll see on the on-screen display, we were going closer to 600 miles an hour. So we would have that problem in less than 12 minutes. I'm not going to do the math out here. Somebody else could do that if you feel so inclined. But at any rate, as I monitored the altitude, I never saw much more than a very minor fluctuation, maybe 5 or 10 feet or something like that, which could be accounted for with updrafts and turbulence and things of that nature. So never saw a dramatic increase of altitude, which you should see if you're flying straight and level, and all of the instruments that I had were showing that we are flying straight and level. I'm sure in the cockpit the attitude indicator was showing that too, because that's how a pilot flies. He's always monitoring. I mean, he's got lots of instruments to monitor as well as radios and stuff like that, but 3 instruments that you're really paying a lot of attention to when you're flying is the airspeed indicator, the attitude indicator, and the altimeter. And they really work together, because if you're all of a sudden noticing that you're increasing in airspeed, there's a pretty good chance you're probably in a dive. If you're decreasing in airspeed, there's a pretty good chance that you're in a climb. And or if you're looking at the attitude indicator and you're seeing, well, I'm in a climb or I'm in a dive, you'll notice that in your airspeed indicator as well as in your altimeter. So these instruments would be in conflict with each other if you're flying over a ball. If you are focused on keeping your airspeed the same and keeping your attitude the same, i.e. keeping the horizon perfectly level, in both to your eyes if you're able to see the horizon out the window, as well as to the attitude indicator itself. If you're keeping that plane straight and level, flying straight and level and maintaining airspeed, then your altimeter, if you're flying over a ball, must show an increase in altitude. And I'm sorry, gravity's not going to save you. So anyway, I'll just go ahead and let this play the rest of the way. I recorded for about 15 minutes twice, again once for just the spirit level and again with the 2 iPhones and my compass. And I took both tests, put them here on the screen for you to watch both tests at the same time. And well, you'll see. We'll just let it play out for 15 minutes and you'll see that there was no change whatsoever. Brought a compass, a spirit level, and I used the compass app and the level app in the my wife's iPhone and my iPhone. So I had like double and triple check tests going on at the same time. Had a nice long flight to do it on too. And yes, it is true that pilots fly the Great Circle navigation. The Great Circle, yes. Because what it does is it creates an artificial equator, because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So that's forcing a straight line, bisecting the ball into 2 hemispheres, basically. But what's interesting is, like when I did the flight to Amsterdam, this was the path that I took. Okay. And we're going over to Amsterdam. We're going to go up over Greenland like this. Interesting thing, on the circle of the Earth, it's a straight line. Kind of cool. So yeah, but I mean, this is the other problem, is if you're flying in a commercial airliner at 500 miles per hour, you'll be flying at about 8.33 miles per minute. 8.33 times 60 minutes equals 499.8 miles in an hour. Thus, at 8.33 miles per minute and times 12 minutes, you will travel 99.96 miles. So, for example, rounding up to 100 miles, in the first 12 minutes, the expected curvature below you is 1.26 miles. And it just keeps getting exponentially higher and higher as you go. So, if you have an attitude indicator, which tells you if you're turning left or right or diving or climbing, and you have an airspeed indicator and an altimeter, 3 very important instruments that pilots are always scanning. And if you got your plane trimmed for level flight, and the gyro is spun up inside and the airframe is caged to the gyro, the function of the gyro is to maintain rigidity in space apart from gravity, If it was dependent on gravity, stunt pilots can never do what they do. Pulling the G's and doing all this, they can never rely on their instruments because all their instruments would be completely jacked up due to gravity. The function of the gyro is to maintain rigidity in space apart from gravity. So if you've got your airframe caged to the attitude indicator gyro on the flight line at level, then when you're flying and you trim your flaps and everything, your controls for straight level flight, and your attitude indicator shows that it's right across the horizon, is going right across the center of the gauge. You're not climbing, you're not diving, you're not turning left or right. It's level, and you're maintaining a constant speed. If you keep your airspeed at 500 and your attitude indicator straight and level, then your altimeter must begin to register 1.26 miles in the first 12 minutes, and it keeps going higher and higher and higher from there. 60 in 36 minutes, 60,086 feet. You should be above the ground, and eventually you just shoot out in space. And people try to use the argument, well, there's like a gravity holding onto the bottom of the plane, and it's like tied to a rope, and it's maintaining level. Sorry, that doesn't work with the gyro.
The following is taken from the most recent edition of the Federal Aviation Administration's publication, The Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge, Chapter 7, page 15. There are two fundamental properties of gyroscopic action: rigidity, in space, and precession. Rigidity in space means the gyroscope remains fixed in the plane in which it is spinning. Thus, if the gimbal rings are tilted, twisted, or otherwise moved, the gyro remains in the original plane. Rigid, in space. Let's watch a few gyros in action. Up first is a video produced by the United States Navy in 1960, used to train pilots on the mechanics of their flight instruments.
To understand any gyroscopic instrument, you must understand the principle of the gyroscope. It consists of a rotor mounted in a gimbal. The rotor can spin in one plane only. When another gimbal is added, a second plane of movement is possible. And when this assembly is mounted in bearings, the rotor has three planes of movement and can assume any possible attitude. This is now a freely mounted gyroscope. A spinning gyro has two important properties: precession and rigidity in space. All of its practical applications are based on these two properties. As for rigidity in space, the spinning rotor remains in its original attitude, while the gimbals and base move around it. In other words, the gyro maintains its axis in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. If a gyro moves around the Earth, its axis is vertical to the Earth's surface here, at an angle here, and horizontal here.
The spinning wheel prefers to stay oriented as it is, and it resists any attempt to change that orientation. The fact that gyroscopes will maintain a particular orientation in space is very useful. In modern aircraft, an inertial guidance system uses spinning gyroscopes to monitor and control the orientation of the aircraft. The gyroscope is suspended in a special cage that allows it to maintain its orientation independent of the aircraft's position.
An attitude indicator, also known as an artificial horizon, is an instrument used in an aircraft to inform the pilot of the orientation of the aircraft relative to Earth's horizon. It indicates pitch, fore and aft tilt, bank, side-to-side tilt, and is a primary instrument for flight in instrument meteorological conditions. Pilots must rely on this instrument in order to maintain control of the aircraft during flight in IMC.
Each instrument continuously indicates the roll and pitch attitude of the aircraft in relation to the actual horizon, and each obtains this information from a freely mounted gyro. The axis of the rotor is vertical and, due to the property of rigidity, will remain in this position as the aircraft assumes any attitude. Therefore, the gyro establishes a vertical reference from which roll and pitch deviations of the aircraft can be measured.
Another excerpt from the pilot handbook states, "The gyro is mounted in a horizontal plane and depends upon rigidity and space for its operation. The aircraft actually rotates around the spinning gyro." Now that we have a fundamental understanding of how the gyroscope and attitude indicator works, let's contemplate an intriguing and quite contradictory scenario. A scenario that occurs every single day during every single flight. When an aircraft takes off, climbs to its final altitude and levels off, the attitude indicator depicts a perfectly level attitude. As the aircraft travels towards its destination, sometimes in excess of 7,000 to 8,000 miles, the aircraft's attitude indicator maintains a perfectly level attitude. This, as we have seen, cannot be correct, because the gyro maintains its original position in space, regardless of the aircraft's attitude, or its position on the Earth. According to known gyroscopic properties, a pilot flying by reference to his attitude indicator should in reality begin to fly away from the Earth, as the gyro will continually give a straight line from the plane in which the aircraft started. Again, it is stated that the attitude indicator is reliable and the most realistic flight instrument. It gives an instantaneous indication of even the smallest changes in attitude, and, since the gyro relies on rigidity and space, the aircraft actually rotates around the spinning gyro. Therefore, we can logically only conclude two answers to our problem. Either A, the gyroscope operates on a set of properties unknown to modern physics, in which case, many aircraft must be susceptible to potential errors from an instrument we truly do not understand. Or B, our world is not what we have been told. The curvature of the Earth is not what is claimed by NASA, nor is it curved much at all, lest the gyroscope would read inaccurately during every flight. One can only conclude that the gyroscopic properties are fundamentally true, and therefore the world in which we live has a few more questions that need answering.
Gyro's job is to maintain rigidity in space apart from gravity, independent of gravity. I mean, if gyros are subject to the same forces that humans are, well, when you talk about g-forces, you're pretty much screwed. if the gyro is reacting to gravity like this, it's not a very reliable instrument. And perhaps that's why NASA has, I mean, you could go to NASA websites and see for yourself where they have documents like this right here. You click on that, it takes you to a PDF. It's of a document called The Derivation and Definition of a Linear Aircraft Model. NASA reference publication 1207, published in 1988. You can scroll down to the opening statements. Summary: this report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. The derivation makes no assumptions of reference trajectory or vehicle symmetry. The linear system equations are derived and evaluated along a general trajectory and include both aircraft dynamics and observation variables. And you can scroll through this document, and most of this is aviation mathematics and things of that nature. A lot of math going on here. And scroll down to page 30, concluding remarks. This report derives and defines a set of linearized system matrices for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying in a stationary atmosphere. In other words, the atmosphere is not being velcroed to the Earth, traveling 1,000 miles an hour, over a flat, non-rotating Earth. So they're saying it again in the concluding remarks. And you can find another document that's similar to that one at the FAA.gov website. You can probably read this long URL here if you're interested. And you can scroll down to page 32. Somewhere thereabouts. Yeah. The observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth
and that we here assume the development frame was the northeast down frame, this implies necessarily that Earth rotation and the variation of gravity vector with position over the Earth were ignored in developing the aircraft equations of motion. Okay, we're talking about high-performance aircraft traveling at or below Mach 3, and yet all of their equations are based on a non-rotating flat Earth? And someone will say, well, that just simplifies the math. Well, it also could just be that you can't fly the way they say you're going to fly if you're flying over a ball. I mean, this is the FAA and NASA saying that they create their aircraft performance analysis based on a non-rotating flat Earth. Go figure. And this is perhaps because of all the reasons that I've been talking about here so far. So D. Marble did his spirit level test. I did my spirit level tests. I'm sure there's probably others out there that did spirit level tests as well. And I found this video here by Paul on the Plane where he's talking about a fairly recent test he did back in September 2017 or August using a bubble level app on his phone. I guess this is, I think, the second or third time he's done it, actually. Check this out.
So today's video is a little experiment I conducted last month while traveling on business. I was back in Lake Tahoe. Many of you may remember the 18-mile convex water experiment on Lake Tahoe. I think it was last March, from which I drew the conclusion that either the Earth is much larger than we've been told, or it's generally flat. No, I didn't find any water curving over the 18 miles, even though the pictures of Tahoe we get from quote-unquote space that we are given show major curvature. So there's two casinos on the South Shore that stand about 200 feet high, and I was able to see them from 18 miles away with my Nikon P900. So yeah, do the math. I shouldn't have been able to see them. But I digress. Okay, so this experiment is another bubble level app experiment. And yep, I'm the guy who flew from Seattle to Ireland last June to test the alleged curvature with the bubble level app and found that there was no curvature. We flew over a flat, fixed Earth many thousands of miles. I also did a video driving about 200 miles to measure curvature with the app and of course failed to find any. It's funny how everyone who goes out attempting to measure curvature is unable to. Huh. Crazy, eh? Okay, but back to the bubble level app on our smartphones. It's funny how many people still think that the bubble level app, which unlike a traditional bubble level can be locked at any orientation, at any angle or degree, and that they think it would not show a change in the bubble, especially over so many miles. They simply don't get how the technology works, I guess. We should be able to lock the orientation of the phone in free space with the bubble level app and slowly see the bubble move off center over a period of even 30 to 60 minutes as the alleged spin of the Earth happens. You globe defenders do get that, right? I mean, the phone is locked into a certain orientation in free space, so any movement of the phone will register a change in the bubble. Any movement of the phone's angle will register a change in the bubble. Think about that some more. Okay, so many people have even proven that the phones are sensitive enough to measure the Earth's spin, but it's funny how the spin never is registered. Okay, I digress. Again. So I got a lot of feedback on my Seattle to Ireland video that since I was flying west to east and the Earth allegedly rotates east to west, that I simply flew quote-unquote into the spin and stayed relatively on the same latitude, even though I flew a lot farther north, that the bubble level app didn't register a change because I was relatively in the same position as when I left Seattle some 15 hours earlier. Kind of a stretch, but it seemed to be a common theme that I was getting. Even the awesome Jaron from Jaronism on Globebusters, on a Globebusters episode a week or so later, commented that he'd like to see the same experiment done on a trip north to south or south to north, so that argument could not be used. Well, that's the experiment that I conducted here. I was flying from Reno, Nevada to Seattle, Washington, which is clearly a south to north route, as you can see here on the map. So there's no chance that I flew into the alleged spin or could be in the same relative position after the 2.5-hour flight between the two airports. Okay, so here was my results. I took a screenshot of the bubble level app sitting on the plane in Reno, and you can see the time date stamp here, and the other screenshots I took showing the altitude and the latitude and longitude from the two apps to confirm my position on this flat, fixed plane that we live. So these coordinates will show you that I was here when I took the first measurements. And then a few hours later, when I landed in Seattle, I did the same thing. I took a screenshot of the bubble level app, and as you can see, no change. It should have been off by at least a few degrees. I mean, considering I flew approximately 563 miles, and Seattle should be about, well, 211,000 feet or so below the horizon, or about 40 miles, when I'm sitting in Reno. Yeah, I should see a few degrees there, guys. And here were my coordinates sitting on the runway in Seattle after landing, where I took the second and final measurement. So, there you have it. My first two experiments were west to east and east to west, so here is an experiment traveling the alleged globe south to north. But, unfortunately for you globe defenders, that darned elusive curvature was not found again. When is someone going to be able to measure that darn thing, huh?
And that's the real issue, isn't it? There was a video going around a while back with this guy that had an interesting accent. Where's the curvature? If you can't measure curvature, then maybe there isn't one to be measured. There are a lot of people out there, just regular people, getting in boats and using lasers and buying the Nikon Coolpix P900 camera and going out and doing tests for themselves. That's what I've done, and a lot of other people have been doing the same thing. I mean, why do you think there are so many people all around the world all of a sudden becoming flat earthers? Could it be that maybe they're seeing things for themselves? I'm going to suggest that they are, because that's what happened to me. So, again, I don't those who don't want to believe aren't going to believe anyway. This isn't for them. This is for those of you who are out there who have questions, that are seeking answers, legitimately seeking answers. And I'll just put a challenge out to you. If you want to try to prove this issue of curvature in the horizon, go get some lasers, get a Nikon Coolpix P900 or a good telescope binoculars, and just start going out and looking at things for yourself. So for me, number 3 just isn't a good proof for the globe.
Number 4. Ferdinand Magellan, and many people afterwards, circumnavigated the Earth. That means he left headed west, continued going west, and came back to where he started, still going west. Actually, Magellan was dead, but one of his ships, led by Juan Sebastian Elcano, finished the journey.
Yeah, this is one that comes up a lot. Oh, people have circumnavigated the world going east or west. Well, so what? That's if north is your center on a disk, I mean, you're navigating the same way either way. So let's say you're on a ball and you want to go east. Well, you keep the compass heading north 90 degrees off to your left, and you start walking. If you want to go west, you keep it 90 degrees off to your right, and you keep walking. You're using the north to determine what is east and west. Well, same thing on a circle. If you want to go east, well, you do the exact same thing on a circle as you would on a ball. Exact same thing. Keep north 90 degrees off to your left, start walking. Keep north 90 degrees off to your right, start walking west. You're just going in a circle like a record player. Circumnavigation on a circle is exactly the same as circumnavigation on a ball. Now, the argument is always east to west. The interesting argument would be to go exactly pole to pole. Go north to south, back up to north again. No one's ever done that. And as I was wrapping this video up, I saw that Jaron had actually done a video on this same topic a while back called No North-South Circumnavigation Means Earth is Flat. And in his video, he was giving a lot of information about some of the early explorers that went down to try to circumnavigate Antarctica, and describing things that actually are covered in the book Zetetic Astronomy, regarding the ridiculous amounts of miles that they logged just trying to go around the ice wall, for instance.
Now when you look at the logbooks of Captain Cook, his logbook for his second journey was also 60,000 plus miles. You could look at the British Challenger expedition in the 1800s. That was also over 60,000 miles. So we should start being able to recognize a pattern here, that obviously when we circumnavigate south of the equator, we are logging way too many miles. Remember that they're at the bottom of the globe. So if the equator is 25,000 miles, how are Captain Cook, Magellan, and others doing 50 to 65,000 miles, which is more than double? And of course, the key here is the circumnavigation. But not east-west. Let's look at north-south. So on a globe, we know how easy it would be to simply do a north-south circumnavigation going over both poles. It should be as easy as going east-west. So we either will have a ton of north-south circumnavigations, or we will have a few weird stories and trips, and maybe some failed attempts, because on a flat Earth map, north-south circumnavigation is impossible. So again, if we live on a globe, we should be seeing a lot of north-south navigations, circumnavigations, and if we live on a flat Earth, we would see a lot of things like this picture shows. Imagine you start at that white dot there somewhere on the east coast of the United States and travel down to the tip of South America. You would then travel from there out to wherever the 90-degree marker was, and you'd have to turn around and come back. You see that line coming right back to the Mexico area, and then up to the North Pole, and then ending back where you started. Alright, so should we expect to see no claims for north-south navigation? Well, remember, it is a deception. So we're going to have to dig a bit deeper. They don't just hand you the truth. They are happy to teach you lies in public schools and show you propaganda and TV and newspapers. But for truth, we're going to have to actually step out of our comfort zone. So let's look at some recent claims. First, we have the Guinness record holder and the Guinness Greatest Living Explorer, Sir Ranulph Fiennes. He goes by the name of Ran. One of the things he did was a 3-year trip to circumnavigate the Earth north-south. And are we dealing with some just regular guy? Or are we dealing with Sir Ranulph Twistleton Wexara Fiennes, the 3rd Baronet, OBE? He was in the British Army for 8 years. He inherited his father's baronetcy, whatever the hell that means. Some ridiculous nonsense, I'm sure. He's also cousins to Queen Elizabeth. So you don't have to look too far to see what kind of guy we are dealing with here. And a recent Telegraph article tells us that Sir Ranulph was in court recently because he was accused by Natalie Harrison of faking injuries to make his expedition seem more risky and exciting. And Natalie, she actually got hurt the second time she fell into a crevice on purpose. And you see him here with a ladder. I don't know who's carrying that for him while he's on these little journeys. But, oh, by the way, since Harrison agreed to go along with the 2 fake stunts, she got 0. In fact, she was ordered to pay Sir Ranulph Fakes-A-Lot $50,000 to pay for his lawyer fees, because the judge actually said that it was her choice to go ahead and agree with his idea of faking accidents. He is, of course, a Freemason, a member of the Belvedere Lodge number 503. Of course, it runs in the family. But now let's take a look at this 1979 to 1982 Trans-Globe Expedition, the North-South Pole Circumnavigation. Yeah, right.
No one has ever done that! No one has ever done that in the history of Dota!
So let's take a look if there's any discrepancies that might lead us to believe that maybe this is some, I don't know, horseshit. It looks like 52,000 miles, it says here, in total was covered during this Trans-Globe Expedition. Again, north-south navigation, 25,000 mile circumference, yet 52,000 mile trip. And we can note that it says it was such a huge challenge, no one has ever repeated the route. So now let's look at the Guinness Book of Fakery. According to this, we've got 35,000 miles. Okay, well, that's a little different. And this is the Guinness Book of World Records page. This is the Trans-Globe ship that actually he used to travel up and down the globe, I guess. They also had an interesting apparatus here. This is the Trans-Globe Expedition, the plane. So even though they're supposed to be doing surface navigation, who knows what they actually did. Let's see here. This is the actual homepage for Sir Ran, the expedition. Oh, now it's a 100,000 mile route.
You lie to me. You make an excuse.
So they've now jumped from 35 to 52 to 100,000 miles, all talking about the exact same trip. I mean, the question is, how can you be off by 70,000 miles? That's like 3 times around the globe. Can we not figure out how many miles we went on a trip? It's not that hard. Oh boy. Here we have another page that also claims that it was 100,000 miles, which is just ridiculous. Why would it ever take somebody 4 times the distance of the circumference of the Earth to go the circumference of the Earth? I mean, did he forget his car keys and have to go back home? He was at the North Pole, he had to go all the way to the South Pole, then come all the way back and then do that twice? Doesn't make any sense. I can't take it. So now we're looking at a little PDF flyer they had from around that time that says Around the World the Long Hard Way, which if it's 25,000 miles and you're going 100,000 miles, then you definitely went the long hard way. And just reading in here, you'll see that there's all kinds of things going on. People are dropping off snowmobiles, picking up food, taking planes over here, boats over here. There's people all over the place. Whole thing is a disaster. Oh, did I mention it's also a lie? One interesting thing I did find in this article that it says that there are only 5 pages in Rand's book about the time that he was at the South Pole, and there are no photos. So whenever you're doing a cross Antarctica expedition where you have to go through the South Pole, it's definitely good to take no pictures at the South Pole. That's the way to verify exactly what you say you did. Speaking of Antarctica, there was another interesting thing I found that when you apply to go down there for whatever reason, take pictures, to go work as a scientist or whatever, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. If you guys know what that's like, it's like somebody's giving you secrets about a certain product or a new TV show, and you're not allowed to say anything. So what's going on down in Antarctica that you might see while you're down there that you're not allowed to say anything, besides Sir Richard Fakes-a-Lot faking another expedition? Now let's talk about some other people who have also gone north-south circumnavigation and see if they match the flat model or the globe model. This is the owner of the current record for a single plane being flown north-south pole circumnavigation. You can look up ZQ Pilot. Let's take a look at his path. You'll see here the white path was the intended path. The red path is his actual path. So he went down to the tip of South America, bounced out to the 90-degree marker, and then turned around and went right back where he came from, then jumped from South America all the way to Australia, Australia to Hawaii, to California, to Alaska, to the North Pole, back home to North Carolina, and he has the record for circumnavigation. Did he circumnavigate? I don't think so, Tim. All right, now we're looking at a helicopter named Polar First as they attempted their record-setting helicopter flight pole-to-pole circumnavigation on December 5th, 2006, but they got down to the South Pole and crashed their helicopter. So in 2007, they attempted it again, and this time they did it according to the rules and regulations, not according to me, because what they did is went down to the South Pole, touched the 90-degree marker, and it says here they retraced their steps north with a stop at their 2003 crash site. They then crossed to the Drake and then to Ushuaia. Then they continued through South America. Then they went up the west coast of the U.S. with stops in Alaska and Canada, reaching the North Pole on 20th of April via Eureka. And from there they headed south, retracing the northern part of the route and then hitting the east coast, Montreal, then New York. So if you can't see what's going on here, we have basically no circumnavigations north-south. The ones that we do have are like liners, or I don't know if you remember in gym having to do suicides or whatever they were called. That's basically what they're doing. They're running to the pole, touching it, and coming right back. That is not circumnavigation. It makes no sense on a globe. Do we only fly planes to London and then they have to come right back? They're not allowed to go past that? Of course not, right?
Exactly. Now, this is what we need you to do. We need to see somebody circumnavigate the globe, north to south. And I'm sorry, but this doesn't count. This isn't real circumnavigation. If you're going to do this, then we'll just say, okay, you haven't proved anything. We could do the same thing on the circle. No, you need to do pole to pole, going all the way around your beloved 25,000 mile circumference ball and log it. In fact, you know what I'm going to do right here? I'm going to issue a public challenge. I hear people all the time saying to flat earthers, oh, if it's really flat, go, take a picture of the edge. We dare you, go down to Antarctica, take a picture of the ice wall, take a picture of the firmament touching the ground or what have you. Well, first of all, the vast majority, if not all of us in this research community are just above broke. Some may be doing better than others, but We don't have the finances, the time, the resources, the ability to do what's necessary. But an organization like NASA that has, what, $50 million a day to spend of our tax money, they can afford to do a test. Or any number of these other billionaires out there that have plenty of money. I mean, all of the resources and money are in the globe camp. They have all the money. Contrary to popular, internet uninformed critics, flat earthers are not independently wealthy, and nobody's getting rich off of this topic. But there are plenty of people who believe in the globe that have lots and lots and lots of money. So somebody needs to take us up on this challenge. If you're going to challenge us, we'll challenge you. You guys actually have the resources. All right, this is what you need to do. I would suggest you start maybe in someplace like Pittsburgh. Why Pittsburgh? Well, because it's on the 80th meridian, the 80th longitudinal line, and that's a perfect line to do this test on. Why? Because there's an awful lot of land mass for a plane to fly over. So if you get into trouble, you have no problem. So what you need to do is fly south from Pittsburgh on the 80th meridian, go right over the South Pole, come right by Indonesia, come all the way up, fly over the North Pole, and land again on the 80th meridian in Pittsburgh. Stay on the 80th meridian the entire time. Log the flight flying over all of the regions we just saw, document it, and you need to do so logging as close to 25,000 miles as possible. Now, I understand that you will be flying up above the Earth, so that would expand, if you will, the circumference. So if you're on the Earth, the circumference of the ball is something like is just shy of 25,000 miles. So if you're above the Earth, it's going to be a little bit more than that. So you need to be somewhere between 25,000 and, let's say, 35 to 40,000 at the most miles being logged. Not 100,000, not 60,000, not 50,000, less than 40,000, because that's how big your beloved ball is. So I've already done a little bit of the work for you. I figured out a good path. Maybe there's a better one than that. But, the 80th meridian looks like it would be a good one, and there's an airport right on it. So, and we have the ability now to do in-flight refueling. So that's not really an issue. And there's plenty of land mass along the journey that you could ditch the plane if you had to, if you had some kind of problem. You could land, circumnavigate right over the South Pole, back up under the ball, over the top of the North Pole, and come back down. That's our challenge to you. Until then, circumnavigation just simply is not a proof that we live on a globe.
Number 5. The stars at night change as you go north or south. For example, Orion is upside down if you're in Australia.
Ooh, wow. Okay, let's draw a little picture of Orion on a piece of paper, shall we? And let's tape it on the ceiling. Okay, so now I'm standing here. Let's say I'm in the inner part of the circle that would be called the northern hemisphere on the globe, and I look up and I'm looking at Orion's head. Cool. Now let me cross over to the equator and look up. Huh. Cool. Still looks the same. Oh, let me keep walking to what would be the outer edge of the circle, or the southern so-called hemisphere on a globe. Turn around, look up. Uh-oh! I'm looking up Orion's skirt. Wow, that's amazing. But it didn't require me being on a ball. So that's a stupid reason.
Number 6. The sun, in general, gets lower and lower in the sky as you travel away from the equator, and you can use this to directly measure the Earth's curvature. Pick 2 places a few hundred miles directly north and south of each other, and at noon, measure the shadows cast by a vertical meter stick at each location. You can use the shadow lengths to figure out the angle between the sticks, and once you add in how far apart they are, you can calculate the Earth's curvature.
Okay, this is basically a repackaged version of the Eratosthenes experiment, where and other people have used this one on a number of similar videos to this one. In fact, there's the famous Carl Sagan one where he does the whole thing, and I'm going, well, yeah, okay, if you assume you have a distant stationary sun, and that distant stationary sun is shining straight down on, let's say, a stick or an obelisk, so there's hardly any shadow at all. The shadow is like, right in line with the pole itself going into the ground. And then, at some distance, let's say to the north, there's another obelisk or stick in the ground, and the distance between the two, and that one's casting a longer shadow. Well, you'd say, well, the only way that's possible is if the Earth is on a globe. Reasonable assumption. And actually, as a mathematician, it was a brilliant deduction. And for him to figure it out and do the math, and as I understand it, he came up pretty darn close to the accepted circumference of the Earth today, back in like 200 BC, something like that. Okay, that's a reasonable assumption. However, the same thing works if you've got a sun that's small and localized and moving over the Earth, that you could get a shadow like that. I mean, I created this model right here that shows exactly that. They got the little point light over an obelisk here, then I move it over, and look at how the shadows change, boys and girls. It doesn't require the Earth to be a globe. It's a reasonable deduction looking at the evidence, depending on your preconceived bias. So we're 50-50 on this one, but I don't consider it a conclusive proof.
Number 7, triangles. If you walk 10,000 kilometers straight along the Earth's surface, turn 90 degrees to your right, walk 10,000 kilometers more, turn right again, and walk another 10,000 kilometers, you'll be back to where you started, having successfully made a triangle with 3 90-degree angles. As any geometry student can tell you, this is impossible on a flat surface.
So what? That's ridiculous. He's saying walk 10,000 kilometers, take a right, 10,000 kilometers, take a right. As soon as somebody actually goes out and walks 6,213.712 miles, drawing a line, and turns 90 degrees and walks another 6,213.712 miles, drawing a line now the whole way, and taking a 90-degree turn to the right and going another 6,213.712 miles. This isn't a proof of anything. You could draw on a ball. You can make a 90-degree triangle on a ball. Ooh, wow. How is that a proof that the Earth's a globe? That's ridiculous. Guess what? I can draw a perfect circle inside a triangle. That means the Earth's a pyramid. This is a proof? All he proved is that you could draw a 90-degree triangle on a ball. Wow.
Number 8. The Coriolis effect means freely moving things like cannonballs or hurricane winds are deflected to the right, but only if you're north of the equator. If you're south of the equator, they're deflected left.
Okay, number 8. The Coriolis effect. If you go to my testinglobe.com website and in the main menu, click on Easy Globalist Arguments to Refute. And by the way, just so you know, the way this is organized, this was I put my quest for truth. It says the Flat Earth Controversy, a Biblical Worldview, and One Man's Quest for Truth, 2015. The vast majority of this site was put together in 2015. I added a little bit more to it in 16, here and there. Haven't really done anything with it this year, 2017. But the way this site was developed was very much sort of like a journal. So you'll see in the very beginning things, I'm questioning things. I'm not quite sold on it. And as you go through the various articles and stuff and pages that I put together, you'll see that I become more and more convinced over time. That's why you'll see things in the early stages that seem to indicate that I'm not there yet, or I'm still calling myself a zetetic agnostic, and I'm just not convinced completely until you get down to the conclusions page. But if you click on the Easy Globalist Arguments to Refute, these were some early thoughts that I had going through it, and I'm like, man, the arguments we have for the globe just aren't that impressive, really, as I went through this. But as you scroll down, you get down to the top 10 reasons. That's the video that I'm commenting on right now. And you'll see when you get down to number 8, I wrote, admittedly, the Coriolis effect is a good argument and one that I honestly do not have a counter argument for. But that doesn't mean there are none. See, with this one, we are proceeding from a premise to derive a conclusion without considering any other potential premise that could lead to the same conclusion. But how would you know unless you started looking? So in this very early stage, most of the stuff I was just answering off the cuff. I could immediately come up with an answer. In this early stage in the game, I was somewhat stumped by the Coriolis effect, and also the lunar eclipses. That's where I say right here. So really, for me, looking at the top 10 reasons why we know the Earth is round, quite a number of them are really lame arguments, with the exception of just 2 of these 10 arguments, those being number 8 and number 2. 8 deals with the Coriolis effect, and number 2 deals with the lunar eclipse. I really don't think we have a very strong case. And of the 2 that I can't accept and not yet poke holes in, I have not taken the time to look for any alternative possibilities. So at best, I have just 2 reasons to believe the Earth is round and the usual arguments given to support it. 1, the Coriolis effect, and 2, lunar eclipses. Again, this is back in probably April, May, June timeframe, 2015. I have since long moved past both of those. And the Coriolis effect now, I can't believe I was ever stumped to begin with, because it's really kind of lame, actually. And this one's going to be a little bit of a longer one than some of the other ones, because I really wanted to take the time to address this issue. And honestly, the whole thing falls apart if this place is not moving. If the Earth is not rotating, you could throw out all of the usual arguments for the Coriolis effect. And there's plenty of evidence to show that this place is not moving. So I could pretty much just end it right here. If the Earth is not rotating, and it's not, then you can throw out pretty much all arguments for the Coriolis effect. But we'll go ahead and get a little deeper into it. And I think probably a good place to start may be to talk about the Foucault pendulum. Here's a clip from a video that Eric Dubé put out called Debunking the Spinning Ball Earth. And in this video, he addresses the Foucault pendulum.
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Léon Foucault became famous for swinging pendulums and claiming their consequent motions were proof of the Earth's diurnal rotation. Since then, Foucault pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exposition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum is a failed experiment which proves nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. Lady Blunt says, "This pendulum, modern scientists tell us, affords a visible proof that we are living on a whirling globe, which, according to a work on science, now before me, is spinning upon its so-called axis at the rate of over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and in addition to other motions is rushing on an everlasting tour around the sun, the diameter of which is said to be 813,000 miles, and its weight 354,936 times greater than the Earth, from which it is said to be about 93 million miles distant, at the rate of over 1,000 miles per minute. Now, to prove that the Earth really has these motions, a pendulum is suspended at the show. The showman sets motion and bids the gaping world of thoughtless men and women to behold a proof that we are living on a whirling globe which is rushing away through space." William Carpenter says, "Astronomers have made experiments with pendulums which have been suspended from the interior of high buildings and have exulted over the idea of being able to prove the rotation of the Earth on its axis by the varying direction taken by the pendulum over a prepared table underneath, asserting that the table moved round under the pendulum instead of the pendulum shifting and oscillating in different directions over the table. But, since it has been found that, as often as not, The pendulum went round the wrong way for the rotation theory. Chagrin has taken place of exaltation, and we have a proof of the failure of astronomers in their efforts to substantiate their theory. So to begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise. Sometimes they fail to rotate, and sometimes they rotate far too much. Scientists who have repeated variations of the experiment have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. The behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. The initial force beginning its swing, and 2. The ball and socket joint used, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. If Earth's diurnal rotation caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. Samuel Rowbotham says, first, when a pendulum constructed according to the plan of Mr. Foucault is allowed to vibrate, its plane of vibration is often variable, not always. The variation, when it does occur, is not uniform, is not always the same in the same place, nor always the same either in its rate or velocity, or in its direction. It cannot therefore be taken as evidence, for that which is inconstant cannot be used in favor of or against any given proposition. It therefore is not evidence and proves nothing. Secondly, if the plane of vibration is observed to change, where is the connection between such change and the supposed motion of the Earth? What principle of reasoning guides the experimenter to the conclusion that it is the Earth which moves underneath the pendulum, and not the pendulum which moves over the Earth? What logical right or necessity forces one conclusion in preference to the other? Thirdly, why was not the peculiar arrangement of the point of suspension of the pendulum specially considered in regards to its possible influence upon the plane of oscillation? Was it not known, or was it overlooked, or was it in the climax of theoretical revelry ignored that a ball and socket joint is one which facilitates circular motion more readily than any other?
Okay, now this socket joint thing is rather interesting. About a year or two ago, I went to the Griffith Observatory in Hollywood, and it's a pretty famous observatory. It's been in a lot of movies and stuff like that. It's the one up on the mountain across from the Hollywood sign. And of course, as soon as you walk in, immediately, as soon as you walk in the door, it's a dome, sort of like the Capitol Dome in Washington, D.C., and it's lined with paintings of science mixed with pagan gods. So there's your first clue right off the bat. You got science mixed with pagan false gods, which I would contend are fallen angels, Nephilim, demons. They fall into that category. All right, so just below the dome there, you have probably one of the more famous Foucault pendulums here in the United States. Now, listen to what the tour guide had to say about how this thing works.
If you're wondering how we keep it going with an electromagnet. Otherwise, due to air friction, it would slow down. We'd have to jump in there every hour or so and give it a push. But our electromagnet keeps it going even after we close at night. It keeps going and swinging back and forth even after we close.
Because there's an electromagnet gently pushing this, overcoming the laws of gravity and wind resistance. Otherwise, the pendulum would slow down and stop spinning. So, otherwise someone would have to go down there, like when it was originally invented, and keep pushing the pendulum every so often to keep it in motion. Otherwise it would slow down, and every 15 minutes we'd have to go down there and push 240 pounds of brass to keep it in motion.
So there's some kind of magnet making that thing move?
In the ceiling there's a blue ring up there. You want to look up there? The magnet is helping overcome the force of gravity, keeping this pendulum in motion. Otherwise it would slow down and stop like the smaller model will do here in the shorter one. Sorry.
So I wanted to do a video on something called a Foucault pendulum. You also hear it called a Foucault pendulum. These are pendulums that are supposed to demonstrate the spin of the Earth, but not everyone realizes that they actually have a magnetic drive plugged into electricity that keeps them moving. Now, the only reason I know this is because I worked for a construction company that installed one.
And that last guy was a friend of mine, Matthew Long. His YouTube channel is Thu Long. And you can go ahead and watch the rest of this video right here, describing his experiences having installed a Foucault pendulum and what the issues are with regard to the motor that keeps the thing going. You may also want to just Google the Allais effect. I think that's how you say it. Allais, which describes how, oddly enough, solar eclipses can cause Foucault pendulums to do all kinds of weird stuff. Slow down, speed up, go backwards. Lots of interesting anomalies regarding the Foucault pendulum seem to happen when there's an eclipse. But wait a minute, I thought this thing operates because the Earth is rotating. And why should it care about the movement of celestial bodies that are the closest ones over 250,000 miles away, and the other one's 93 million miles away? So why does an alignment in the Copernican model affect Foucault pendulums? There's some interesting things to look at regarding this thing, and frankly, I'm convinced it's just a smoke and mirror parlor trick. Now let's go back to the Eric Dubay commentary, where he's talking about the Foucault pendulum.
Lady Blunt says, "We believe, with all due deference to the pendulum and its proprietor, that it proves nothing but the craftiness of the inventor, and we can only describe the show and showman as deceptions. A thing so childish as this pendulum proof that it can only be described as one of the most simple and ridiculous attempts to gull the public that has ever been conceived. It has been said that the pendulum experiment proves the rotation of the earth, but this is quite impossible, for one pendulum turns one way, and sometimes another pendulum turns in the opposite direction. Now we ask, does the earth rotate in opposite directions at different places at one and the same time? We should like to know. Perhaps the experimenters will kindly enlighten us on this point. If the earth had the terrible motions attributed to it, there would be some sensible effects of such motions. But we neither feel the motion, see it, nor hear it. And how people can stand watching the pendulum vibrate and think that they are seeing a proof of the motions of the earth almost passes comprehension. They are, however, brought up to believe it, and it is thought to be scientific to believe what the astronomers teach." Also in the mid-19th century, another Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory. The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault's pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemisphere do not constantly spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin in opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the earth. Jennifer Horton wrote, "While the premise makes sense that the Earth's eastward spin would cause the water in a toilet bowl to spin as well, in reality the force and speed at which the water enters and leaves the receptacle is much too great to be influenced by something as minuscule as a single 360-degree turn over the span of a day. When all is said and done, the Coriolis effect plays no larger a role in toilet flushes than it does in the revolution of CDs in your stereo. The things that really determine the direction in which water leaves your toilet or sink are the shape of the bowl and the angle at which the liquid initially enters the bowl." The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet and not every storm consistently displays the behavior and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. What about the precision of the sight aperture? human error, and wind? What about Michelson, Morley, and Gale's proven motion of the ether's potential effect? Why does the Coriolis effect affect most storms, but not all? If some storms rotate clockwise in the north and counterclockwise in the south, how do those storms escape the Coriolis force? And if the entire Earth's spin is uniform, why should the two hemispheres be affected any differently? Coriolis's effect and Foucault's pendulum are both said to prove the Earth moves beneath our feet, but in reality only prove how easy it can be for wolves in sheep's clothing to pull the wool over our eyes.
Yes, indeed. And when I first started looking into flat Earth and started posting stuff, I started getting lots of responses like the following video regarding long-range shooters and how they allegedly have to adjust for the Coriolis effect as a result of the rotation of the Earth.
One of the common issues that we see is the Coriolis effect. And what guys are not doing is taking into account the effect that this can have on your shooting at longer ranges. Now, real quick, let's kind of just explain the Coriolis effect in layman's terms. The Coriolis effect is the effect that when the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, it is actually leaving the surface of the Earth. So as the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun, the Earth is still rotating, and the bullet is not rotating with the Earth. So the Earth will actually rotate out from underneath of the bullet while it is in flight. So as the Earth rotates, it actually rotates from the west to the east. So what that's going to do to our targets is if you're shooting west, your target's going to rotate up and towards us, which is going to cause the bullets to hit lower. And if you're facing east, the target's going to be dropping and slightly moving away, which is going to cause the hits to be higher.
Coriolis errors are caused by the Earth's rotation. When a bullet is fired from a gun, it will take a certain amount of time to reach the target. While it is traveling, the target is dropping or rising according to the Earth's rotation. The motion from the Earth's rotation can be split into two components. One that is in the direction of the bullet's flight, and one that is perpendicular to the bullet's flight in the vertical direction. For a typical long-range cartridge, the bullet flight time to 1,000 yards is approximately 1.5 seconds. The effect is negated when shooting north or south, and opposite when shooting east or west. When shooting east, the point of impact would be high, and when shooting west, it will be low.
Okay, let me just pause here for a second and draw your attention to what this narrator just said.
The effect is negated when shooting north or south.
Okay, so let that sink in. Allegedly, shooters have to adjust if they're shooting east to west because the target, supposedly is on a rotating Earth, and as soon as the bullet leaves the muzzle, it's going out in the air toward a target that is either allegedly rolling up over the ball towards you or rolling down and away from you on the ball, east to west, depending on which way you're shooting. Well, how could that be negated if you're shooting north or south? How could that be a non-issue? If you're having to chase a target or a target's rushing up on you because the Earth is rotating, then if you're shooting north or south, you should have to adjust either to the left or to the right because that target's also going to be moving in that direction. Because as we just established, the target's supposedly moving from the west to the east. So they kind of just contradicted themselves, really. Beyond that, okay, the logic is because of the Coriolis effect of the Earth spinning, if you're shooting in a certain direction, that bullet that's traveling very fast within like 1 to 2 seconds, right? If that, really fast, is going so fast from the muzzle of the weapon to the target. The Earth moved so fast underneath that speeding bullet that you have to adjust to compensate it for it. And yet I could hover a helicopter for a half hour and the next state didn't show up. If the Earth is rotating so fast that a long-range shooter has to compensate so his bullet lands on target, without missing it because it rolled away from him, then airplane and helicopter pilots or frisbee and football throwers should have some major problems because that stuff's going a lot slower than a bullet. Now, here's a video archive of one of the radio shows that I did with Sean McCary. Now, Sean is a Sparrow Surface Missile System instructor. He's a master training specialist in the U.S. Navy. Okay? Listen to what he has to say about the whole idea of allegedly having to adjust weapons for the Coriolis effect and for the alleged curve of the Earth.
I am a missile system instructor right now. I teach it to the new fleet of the Navy. And prior to that, I was a NATO Sea Sparrow surface missile system operator out in the fleet. And, you know, we went through very, very rigorous training, electronic training, troubleshooting, operation, everything. We have detailed schematics on how our system actually works, all the way down to how the circuitry of all these circuit cards that run our system are laid out. And, you know, like you said, I can't get into anything super specific, but I will tell you that with my missile system, we have the ability to track something, you know, 50 nautical miles away with our radar that we use for this missile system. And as far as this specific missile system goes, the way it essentially works is, you know, let's say we're tracking some enemy aircraft, and it's, you know, 45 nautical miles away, which is over, you know, 50 miles away. First of all, you have to understand that our radar, the beam width on it is only 2 degrees from its point of origin, which is the radar itself. And it's a fire control radar, which means that it's not like a normal search radar that just spins all day arbitrarily. It's a tracking radar. So it stays fixed to the target that it's tracking. It's not sweeping it, you know, every few seconds. It's looking right at it all the time. That's how we maintain our track. So you have to ask yourself, okay, well, it's a 2-degree pencil beam. It's looking at something 45 nautical miles away. That's not possible if it was flying, if the target was flying at, like, you know, 100, 200 foot off the ground. That should still be, you know, well below the horizon of a curved model. And I have no problem tracking a target like that. Absolutely none. I can stay locked up on it all the way till it flies over my ship.
Okay, so now wait. Now, at what altitude are you above the surface of the ocean from your tracking station?
The surface of the ocean, the radar itself is roughly, it's like 120, 130 feet above waterline.
Okay, so you're 100 feet above the waterline, and you're tracking something else that's about 100 feet above the waterline. You know, what, aircraft or another ship that's on the waterline, or, you know, anything.
Yeah, we'll say aircraft for now.
Okay, so you're talking about aircraft. Well, wouldn't they be flying higher, or that would be? Why would they be flying that low?
Well, they would be flying that low because most people think when they hear about a plane, they think commercial, you know, plane, 30,000 feet. However, when I'm talking from a perspective of my weapon system, it's meant to shoot down bad guys. And what do bad guys do? They take a low-flying profile and they sea skim off the surface of the water. Reason for that is because they like to defeat the blind zones in, you know, a radar's wave propagation. The closer they can fly to the deck or the water line, the more, you know, invisible they are on a radar. So that's why I say 100, 200 foot.
Okay, so then if it's flying about 100 feet off the deck, then it's flying pretty close to level to where the height of your radar system. Then.
Yes.
So we're talking, you know, give or take, fairly even ground on both ends. At a distance of 45 nautical miles, I just punched up a nautical to statute mile converter. That's about 51.7 statute miles away, which on a ball that's just ridiculous. 50 miles on a ball would be 1,667 feet below the curvature. But
Yep.
yeah, now is this a line of sight deal, or is this this pencil radar you're talking about?
It is a line of sight radar. The argument always comes up, well, it's radar refraction off the, ionosphere, in the atmosphere. And that's always the argument with like major wideband search radars. Well, guess what? Mine's not a search radar. It's a fire control radar, which means that it has to be so accurate it's used to determine our intercept point for the target that we're shooting at. And it has to maintain a direct line of sight lock on the target to actually strike it with radio frequency and then receive that reflected radio frequency back into our receiver and maintain the track on the target.
Wow, that's just at the very least, it is proving that if we are on a ball, it's way bigger than what we've been told. So no matter what, we've been lied to.
Yep.
So, okay, so this thing, this pencil beam, this is tracking something, and you're actually watching something 50 statute miles away at roughly the same altitude as you are. So, that alleviates the question of, well, maybe you're higher, so you've got a greater field of view or whatever. You're tracking something that's about the same level.
Correct.
Wow.
Yep. And that's just one aspect of it all.
Okay.
I can go into more detail than that.
Bring it on. Whatever else you're able to share, bring it on.
All right. So, for instance, we got the tracking of the target out of the way. Now, NATO Sea Sparrow's missile system works upon a semi-active doctrine. And for any of those technical buffs out there, you probably know what I'm talking about. But the way our missile goes after a target, let's say we already established tracking it, let's say it's within our missile's engageability envelope now, which is only about 10 nautical miles, which isn't very far, I understand that. But let me hit people with this. When we shoot our missile is based upon what the reflected energy from the transmitter is. So that's how it goes after the target once it's in flight. It's a semi-active missile, meaning that it has to have a constant lacing, so to speak, of the target by that transmitter, by that that RF coming out. It has to have an external designation source. So at any point, if that designation source isn't tracking the target, then the missile is essentially blind, so to speak. So what that draws into it all is whenever that missile is in flight, there's absolutely no signals that are being sent to it that deal with the Coriolis effect. There's no signals that deal with curvature and dealing with, curvature trigonometry. It's based upon a planar model. Even our fire control computer, whenever NATO was established and came together as a big think tank to make this weapon system, it had 13 countries involved with it. And, several of these countries created different parts of the system, and it all got the name of weapons defense contractor by the name of Raytheon slapped on the title of it. And, when you look at this thing, the radar that calculates all this, the intercept points and, how fast the target's going, what our missile's doing, this computer, it comes from a Norwegian tank. That's the computer. So it's based upon old technology of firing artillery shots, which only deal with an X and a Y coordinate scheme. Which, for anyone that doesn't know, that's a flat model. That's not a curved model.
Yeah, okay, so this system was taken from a ground-based deal. Now, that Coriolis thing, because one of the early pushbacks that I got when I first started looking into this was from infantry guys. And, guys are shooters, and they always were about the Coriolis effect, saying, long-range shooters always have to adjust for the Coriolis effect. But it seems to only apply to bullets, because what I could tell, it doesn't apply to missiles, it doesn't apply to cannonballs, it doesn't apply to, pretty much anything except bullets. Is that correct? What would your answer to that be?
Well, my answer to this would be I absolutely have no faith in the Coriolis effect at all because, first of all, you're talking to someone that believes in the flat Earth. Coriolis effect doesn't exist. Second off, the people that sit there and acclaim, oh yeah, we have to take this super long sniper shot, the Coriolis effect, into account for this super long shot. I think that has to deal with self-aggrandizement and brainwashing, honestly, because it's not something that's taught from a practical sense whenever these people are trained on any of this. Long-range snipers are taught, distance and windage. That's all they're taught. And whenever you think about it, the scientific community that brings up the Coriolis effect, like the other day, what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson. He tweeted that some football game, they missed the game-winning field goal because of the Coriolis effect and how it shifted the ball, 3/4 of an inch to the right and made it miss, outside of the pole. And I say this, if that's true, and that was only a 40-yard field goal, and it moved it 3/4 of an inch, let's go ahead and re-examine how long these sniper shots are. Some of them are up to a mile and a half away. You have to conceptualize this. If the Coriolis effect has that much of an impact at 40 yards, let's go ahead and ramp it up to, 1,000 yards. You're talking about huge deviations from where you're originally aiming at.
But some of these guys, they say they have these arguments. I've seen the videos where they got these, reality TV show guys talking about it and, talking about, the long-range weapons and how they work. But it seems like, because I've heard stuff from other people that other than long-range shooters of bullets, people who shoot, other things, and it doesn't seem to play into it. Do you ever have to adjust for Coriolis effect if you're shooting a missile or a
I'll put it to
cannon?
I'll put it to you this way: the missile, I don't even think it's arguable that I can hit a target much further away than a sniper can. And I will tell you this: there is absolutely no circuitry designed into the engineering of our missile system that accounts for anything closely resembling a Coriolis effect. Absolutely not. Okay. Not at all.
Okay, so here you have a highly trained specialist in the U.S. Navy saying that he can paint a target with a pencil beam line of sight laser at significant distances that should not be possible on a globe. And also saying that, no, we don't have to make any allowances for the Coriolis effect or anything like that. So there's a Navy guy. Now, there's another interview that I heard Mark Sargent do with a guy that's a master gunner I think he was in the Army. Check this out.
So you and I were talking, and you had some insights on the gyro system, firing solutions, the Coriolis effect. Can you kind of elaborate on when you were looking at the flat Earth thing, and how you contacted me? What kind of brought you to this whole thing?
Well, the couple of interviews I've heard you do. Mm-hmm. And talks and debates and whatnot. One thing I can always remember, that one guy you were talking to that was talking about when he shoots his rifle to the east and it drops, and to the west it rises.
Yeah, that.
Which was, that. Yeah, I will say that, no.
Well, I don't necessarily doubt that he thinks that he has a rise and drop when he's going west. But I had a sniper instructor, contact me and said, "Look, I trained for 3 years in the Marine Corps." Because the Coriolis effect does not take into, it's not even in the manual.
No. So background on the tanks to show you how precise they can be. When what we do calculate for, at least the computers and everything else, is things like barometric pressure, the ammunition temperature, the air temperature, crosswind, and any changes in those. And we demonstrate it, in schools and whatnot, of how 10-degree difference will make the round totally different change. Yeah. But I can shoot east, west, north, or south, and it never affects if all those settings are in.
Nice. I see. I didn't even. That's new to me. I didn't realize that. Now, barometric pressure doesn't necessarily surprise me because that's like water pressure. If you've got especially because you're shooting distances, and you don't have to give away anything. But I mean, you're shooting 20, 30 miles roughly. I mean, if you're
No,
not for the long shots.
No, not for the long shots. I mean, we average. Your probably tanks will shoot target engagements 2 kilometers, but we can shoot, around 4 kilometers or so accurately.
But
on the move.
Okay.
So that's where the gyros and all that come in. But we can go across terrain up and down and hit a target out there.
Got it. Now howitzers can shoot. The artillery guys, they're designed to do the lob shots, but tanks rarely do any lob shots of any consequence.
No, we don't do what's called indirect fire anymore. We're very direct. We like to see who we're,
got it,
shooting. But I will say
go ahead.
The rounds. So, and it's rare, but occasionally, somebody will mess up and shoot a round too high or something, or out of the range that we're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that we're taught to do is, we have to find out where that round went.
Ah, got it.
So we know all the calculations, given the angle and the temperature and the barometric pressure and all that, approximately where that round went. And they can go pretty far.
Got it.
Accidentally. But again, we don't count curvature of Earth to calculate where that round might have accidentally landed.
Good point. And yeah, let me address that here in a second. Because I want to clarify. So direct fire, that's target point to point. You looking at an enemy piece and engaging them, usually a fairly horizontal shot. Tanks used to be, which is why I brought it up. Used to be, they could park themselves, elevate the gun, and just start letting them fly. But you guys,
I think the M60 series was the last one to do that.
But that's it. Those tanks now, it's all about precision, and you guys don't, like you were saying, you don't take any random shots. It's all as accurate as possible. Kind of like a sniper.
Yeah, it's it's like a sniper. Once we shoot, they're going to know where we are. So.
Good. Nice. All right. So when you guys are shooting, let's say 4 kilometers or 2 kilometers, whatever your average is, your gyro is involved in that shot, right?
Yeah, so we have a stabilization system. So as we're moving across terrain or anything else, as you're bouncing around, the gyros, when we activate them to activate the gun, keeps the gun on the target. So it keeps the gun wherever basically the gyro was pointed to keep it steady, including left and right and everything else. So no matter what angle I'm traveling at, if I'm holding that gun, then gravity or not or anything else, that gun tube is going to stay exactly where it was last pointed.
Nice. And the perfect example of that is going over rises, up and down hills. No matter what, that gyro is going to keep it, because it's tied via the computers to the gun. It's going to keep that gun right on target as much as possible.
Yes, it will.
Wow, that's fantastic. And talk about a system that because you guys are bouncing around a lot. If you're in a moving combat situation, whether you're training or it's real, a tank is moving around a ton, in relation to that line of fire.
Oh yeah, it goes up and down quite a bit. It's quite a ride in there.
Yeah, that's amazing. So if the gyro, okay, so in your case, you're spinning, if I'm not mistaken. Again, correct me here because I don't know everything about everything. Mm-hmm. You have to spin the gyro up and down repeatedly when you're acquiring new targets, right?
Well, the way it works with stabilization, as soon as we basically, when I say activate, we grab the gun to point at a target, gyros automatically come. They're always running, but they link the gun to that position that it's at that moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's always more. Well, as soon as you start the tank up, it's spun up like a plane.
Yes.
Where it's spun up on the ground, and then but it acclimates to wherever you're pointing. So as soon as whatever it is, you pull the trigger. Not pull the trigger, but as soon as you start sighting, as soon as you take over the gun, it follows it.
Yes.
Wow.
Exactly.
That's awesome. And that system's been around for quite a while.
Yes, it has. And at least since the 60s. So
really, now I did not know that. So, but back in the 60s, because some people were saying, because I've gotten some flack for this, where, because they'll say, well, with planes, it doesn't really count because it's all computers and they adjust for the curvature of the Earth and the computers mess with the gyro. I go, well, then what did the World War II planes use? Because they weren't using computers. So with the 60s tanks, I would imagine they didn't have much in the way of computer guidance, did they? Or was it just, there's kind of a rough, kind of a makeshift thing back in the 60s and just kept getting better and better?
Yeah, it got better and better, but I mean, you got to think it's a pretty simple system. The gyro spinning when you say wherever at the current position when you activate the gun,
yeah,
it just says no matter what the gyro changes, keep it at that position with the gyro. So as you're bouncing up and down, it's just staying in that position.
Nice. And you get and you never, of course, when you're doing this, like anything, because the people I've talked to, like the pilots, people say, well, all the pilots have to be in on this. Don't the pilots know, that there's something wrong with the whole curvature calculation and the whole Coriolis effect? And, aren't they all in? And I go, why would they be in it? It's the last thing on their minds. Kind of like you, when you were doing tours, firing off rounds, I'm sure it never ever occurred to you. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, I wonder how that gyro does work on the curvature, if it's curved Earth.
Yeah, it's never thought of it. Just one of those things that you do.
Yeah, and then if also I'm not mistaken, because the artillery guys, I'd like to chime in on this. We've got 5 minutes to the break, roughly, first break, which is there was something, because people said, I talked to 2 scientists recently. I don't know if you listened to the debate I had with Brian Dunning and that Mark. The guy that ended up going up to his hotel room and drinking himself to sleep, I think. One of them said, oh yeah, the Coriolis effect, completely affects ballistics, anything that's launched or fired. And the other guy said, no, it doesn't affect it at all. So you got 2 scientists with conflicting views. But my argument has always been, whether it's a sniper or a howitzer or a missile or a tank, that you would run into some really, really big problems calculation-wise with the firing solution.
Yeah, and our tanks have all these great computers that does most of the calculations for us. But however, like any good backup system, we have a complete manual backup system that we use with basically a sighted scope next to the gun. And
just look through the glass.
Just look through the glass with the reticle, just to give me the distance markers. And I use that all the time. The only thing we calculate for is if a moving target is delete it. So
nice. But so people they're listening out there, if you don't understand what we're talking about, the Coriolis effect, and that is that the Earth is spinning, and if the Earth is spinning, mainstream science will tell you that it affects projectiles, like cannon fire. There's people out there saying, oh yeah, it affects cannon fire. I'm going, well, there's a problem with that with the military. And again, I'm a big military history guy, and you can attest to this, and that is especially with tanks. I mean, artillery, for example, if you were going to engage a target, you would have to, not only would you have to figure out how far away it was and what kind of rounds you were going to use, but then you have to figure out, okay, which way am I facing? Northwest, southeast, whatever you're facing. And then on top of that, you've also got to figure out, because remember, the spinning of the Earth is supposedly 1,000 miles at the equator, and then it ramps down all the way to 0 at the North Pole. So you've got to figure out where you are on the globe. You've got to figure all this stuff in. And to my knowledge, I've never heard of anyone calculating these extra things when they're firing.
No, I've never heard of it either.
And you've done 5 tours, and and not only, you shoot tank rounds, but I'm sure you've had buddies in other branches. And let me ask you this. I'll throw you the question that kind of came out of the surveyor, because the surveyor said that not only did he never use the curvature of the Earth, but it was never even talked about. So in your case, the Coriolis effect, you never even heard about that being discussed in any firing solution, as far as you know?
Never.
Yeah. And if it was real, you know full well that's something you would have to take into account. I mean, maybe not the speed of the spinning of the Earth, depending where you are, whether you're the Middle East versus the equator, but definitely the direction.
Well, the one thing that I always and your clues brought me on to this, is one of your questions about the airplanes moving east and west, California, New York, and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my round, like when the sniper was talking about, the round going and the Earth turning. Well, if that was the case, then I'm pretty sure that would be the same for airplanes, which it isn't. I'm just saying.
Yeah. You're absolutely right.
I mean, my rounds travel with the Earth or whatever, but like airplanes, so there is no effect.
Yeah, and mainstream science still won't say, sometimes like the argument, well, planes don't travel fast enough. I'm going, really, what's the escape velocity to escape the curvature, the spinning of the Earth? What's that supposed to be? Because the plane is really just a slow moving bullet. That's all it is. I mean, it's still a projectile. It's flying at 500, 600 miles an hour. That's still pretty fast. I mean, yeah, it's not a rifle round or a howitzer or whatever you guys are using. What you guys are like a 105 millimeters? And am I wrong?
120.
120. Wow, it's big. So the argument there, what he's talking about, guys, is if a plane is trying to land on a runway, and this plane is moving at hundreds of miles an hour, shouldn't the runway be moving either towards them, in addition to closing the distance? It should be moving either with or against the spin of the Earth. And is the plane doing just east-west runways? Because if you're doing north-south runways, then you get a whole new set of problems.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue. I'm going to read from Edward Hendry's book, The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof That Our World is Not a Moving Globe. And in my copy of the book, he covers the Coriolis effect in Chapter 8, titled No Coriolis Effect Proves a Stationary Earth, which, again, in this edition begins on page 79. One principle of movement on a spinning globe is that the spinning will necessarily produce what is known as a Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect was first postulated by Gustave Gaspard Coriolis, a French engineer, mathematician, and physicist who was born on May 21, 1792, and died on September 19, 1843. The Encyclopedia Britannica states that the Coriolis effect is, quote, an effect of motion on a rotating body of paramount importance to meteorology, ballistics, and oceanography, end quote. The Encyclopedia Britannica further explains the Coriolis force as it pertains to the supposedly spinning spherical Earth as follows. Quote, in 1835, he, Coriolis, published a paper titled On the Equations of Relative Motion of Systems of Bodies, in which he showed that on a rotating surface, in addition to the ordinary effects of motion of a body, there is an inertial force acting on the body at right angles to its direction of motion. This force results in a curved path for a body that would otherwise travel in a straight line. The Coriolis force on Earth determines the general wind directions and is responsible for the rotation of hurricanes and tornadoes, end quote. The Encyclopedia Britannica provides a graphic to explain the Coriolis force on the supposedly spinning globular Earth. The graphic is represented below. The problem with the above illustration from the Encyclopedia Britannica is that it has no basis in fact. The Coriolis force is very real. If the Earth were in fact a spinning globe, the Coriolis effect would be manifested. The problem is that there is no such Coriolis effect taking place on Earth, which means that the Earth is not spinning. The different directions of rotation of hurricanes in northern and southern latitudes has nothing to do with the claimed Coriolis effect of the spinning Earth. Planes that fly north and south do not adjust their flight paths to account for any Coriolis effect. For example, assuming the heliocentric model with the Earth traveling at more than 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, the Coriolis effect would cause a plane flying from Buffalo, New York to Miami, Florida, to fly off course in a westerly direction due to the supposed faster spin of the Earth as the plane approaches the wider circumference of the Earth at the latitude of Miami, Florida. Yet in reality, the flight arrives in Miami on time and without the pilot having to adjust for any Coriolis effect due to the rotation of the Earth. Indeed, if there was a Coriolis effect, it would be nearly impossible to land a plane on a runway. A runway that runs north and south would be careening at approximately 1,000 miles per hour across the path of the plane, which would make it impossible to line up the plane for a landing. The Coriolis effect for spinning objects is real. Modern scientists must sell the myth that there is a Coriolis effect manifested on the Earth in order to make the spinning Earth seem real. The fact that there is no Coriolis effect on the Earth creates a real problem for scientists. Their solution to that little problem is to lie. They claim that there is a Coriolis effect when there is not. The following from the National Geographic is an example of the modern explanation of the Coriolis effect that is supposed to be manifested on Earth, but is, in fact, completely absent. Quote, let's pretend you're standing at the equator and you want to throw a ball to your friend in the middle of North America. If you throw the ball in a straight line, it will appear to land to the right of your friend because it's moving slower and has not caught up. Now let's pretend you're at the North Pole. When you throw the ball to your friend, it will again appear to land to the right of him. But this time it's because he's moving faster than you are and has moved ahead of the ball. This apparent deflection is the Coriolis effect. Fast-moving objects such as airplanes and rockets are influenced by the Coriolis effect. Pilots must take the Earth's rotation into account when charting flights over long distances. This means most planes are not flown in straight lines, even if the airports are directly across the continent from each other. The line between Portland, Maine and Portland, Oregon, for instance, is very long and very straight. However, a plane flying from Portland, Oregon could not fly in a straight line and land in Portland, Maine. Flying east, the Coriolis effect seems to bend to the right, in a southerly direction. If the Oregon pilot flew in a straight line, the plane would end up near New York or Pennsylvania. Military aircraft and missile control technology must calculate the Coriolis effect for similar reasons. The target of an air raid would be missed entirely, and innocent people and civilian structures could be damaged. The Coriolis force applies to movement on rotating objects. It is determined by the mass of the object and the object's rate of rotation. The Coriolis force is perpendicular to the object's axis. The Earth spins on its axis from west to east. The Coriolis force, therefore, acts in a north-south direction. The Coriolis force is zero at the equator. Though the Coriolis force is used in mathematical equations, there is actually no physical force involved. Instead, it is just the ground moving at a different speed than an object in the air." End quote. The National Geographic is just one of many examples of a massive deception. The Earth is supposed to be spinning at approximately 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Because the circumference of a ball is smaller north and south of the equator, the Earth does not spin at as great a speed at higher and lower latitudes. Portland, Oregon is at 45 degrees north latitude from the equator, and the purported spin of the Earth at that latitude is approximately 700 miles per hour. Portland, Maine is at 44 degrees north latitude, with the spin of the Earth only a tiny bit faster than 700 miles per hour. The Coriolis effect is supposed to put the plane in New York if the pilot simply tried to fly the plane straight and level toward Portland, Maine. That is simply not true. The pilot sets his heading toward Portland, Maine, and accounts only for wind conditions. The pilot makes no accommodation whatsoever for a Coriolis effect. Because the Earth is not spinning, there is no Coriolis effect to calculate. The National Geographic alleges that, quote, military aircraft and missile control technology must calculate the Coriolis effect, end quote, which has already been debunked by two experts, one from the Navy and one from the U.S. Army, as we've just heard. Edward Hendry continues in his book, National Geographic cites no authority for its statement for the simple reason that no authority exists. No authority exists because it is not true. The National Geographic is simply making things up to fool the gullible public into believing that the Earth is spinning at an incredible speed. The theory of the Coriolis effect in the National Geographic example is that the eastbound plane would be able to keep up with the speed of the alleged spinning Earth because the plane at takeoff would be adding its speed to the 700 mile per hour speed of the runway in Portland, Oregon. The problem with that argument is that it assumes that the runway is lined up due east and the plane is taking off from a runway in a due east direction. The Coriolis effect is supposed to be based upon the spin of the Earth and the fact that objects in motion over the spinning Earth are moving independent of the spin of the Earth once they are in motion. If there truly were a Coriolis effect on Earth, it would pose a real problem for plane flights. If a plane were to take off from an airport in Portland, Oregon in a north-south runway and turn east to fly to Portland, Maine, the plane would never make it to Portland, Maine. That is because the plane would be traveling at approximately 560 miles per hour once it reached cruising altitude. The Earth, however, would be spinning at 700 miles per hour eastbound beneath the plane. The plane would never be able to catch up with the speed of the Earth's spin. The plane would be constantly losing distance over the ground at the rate of 140 miles per hour. Essentially, the plane would be moving backwards over the ground. What is found is exactly the opposite. A plane traveling eastbound from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine would in fact have a shorter flight time than a plane traveling westbound from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon. The reason has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth. The high-velocity eastbound winds at high altitude, known as the jet stream, carry the planes along and allow eastbound flights to have a faster ground speed. The jet stream can have wind speeds ranging from 60 miles per hour to over 250 miles per hour. That same jet stream is a hindrance to westbound flights. It was reported in January 2015 that a British Airways Boeing 777-200 jet was able to travel at ground speeds in excess of 745 miles per hour as it traveled in the eastbound jet stream of approximately 250 miles per hour. Incidentally, the speed of sound is 760 miles per hour at sea level. David Wardlaw Scott explains experiments done in England at the turn of the 20th century using a cannon, which showed that there was no Coriolis effect whatsoever manifested on the Earth, thus indicating that the Earth is motionless. In the experiments, a cannon was fixed firmly on the ground in a precisely vertical position. The cannon was fired. The cannonball ascended for 14 seconds vertically, and it took 14 seconds for the cannonball to fall back to the Earth, for a total of 28 seconds aloft. If the Earth were traveling eastward at 600 miles per hour at the latitude of England, the cannonball would be expected to land almost 5 miles to the west of the cannon. However, that did not happen. The cannonball fell generally within 2 feet of the cannon. In a couple of instances, the cannonball actually returned to the cannon's mouth. If there was any spin to the Earth causing a Coriolis effect, it would have been discovered by now. Yet every single experiment ever performed to detect the motion of the Earth has returned a null result, e.g. the Michelson-Morley experiment. Real-life experiments have proven that there is no Coriolis effect on Earth because the Earth is stationary. Governmental education systems, however, persist in pushing the myth of a Coriolis effect on a supposedly spinning Earth. Indeed, they must argue that there is a Coriolis effect, because if they let it be known that there is no Coriolis effect, that would let the cat out of the bag that the Earth is stationary. For example, below is an illustration from the Coastal Practice Network, which is funded by the European Union Regional Development Fund. Figure 54, Coastal Practice Network, showing their depiction of Coriolis effect of a cannon shot on Earth due to the spin of the Earth. However, no such effect actually happens because the Earth is not a globe and it does not spin. Indeed, if there were truly a Coriolis effect on Earth as depicted in the above illustration, then the artillery officers and snipers would be trained to consider the spin of the Earth in making their calculations for accurate firing. Yet you will look in vain for any mention of Coriolis effect in any military artillery or sniper instruction manual. In all the wars fought through history, no soldier has ever been instructed to consider the Coriolis effect of a spinning Earth when sighting in a target with his artillery piece or other weapon. The folly of adjusting for a mythical Coriolis effect would be immediately apparent, and the soldier's round would travel off course and miss the target. This author, Edward Hendry, is a former federal firearms instructor. I have seen many thousands of rounds shot from all kinds of firearms at various distances. I have never witnessed any round fired ever be affected by the alleged Coriolis effect. I have never read the Coriolis effect discussed in any firearms manual, nor have I ever heard it be discussed by any firearms instructor as something to consider in the use of any firearm from any distance. If in the real world, those whose lives depend on the accuracy of their performance using weapons do not consider the Coriolis effect, That is convincing evidence that there is no Coriolis effect on Earth. That means that the Earth is not spinning. All of the pretty colored diagrams showing a spinning Earth with cannonballs going off course due to the supposed Coriolis effect depict an unreal myth. The Earth is fixed and does not move. End of chapter 8. Indeed, the Earth does not move, at least according to the scriptures it certainly doesn't. As I talked about in part 3, the Bible and the Still Flat Earth, there are over 60 scriptures referencing the motion of the sun, moon, and stars. 0 scriptures reference the Earth in any sort of movement, rotation, orbiting, or otherwise. But what about science? Have there been any experiments that show us the Earth is not rotating? Yes, there sure has.
In 1887, an experiment shattered the scientific community. Michelson and Morley tried to check the speed of the Earth through the ether as it orbited the Sun by passing light in 2 directions, one in the direction of the Earth's travel and one at right angles, and then comparing them for differences. They expected to measure a speed of about 30 kilometers per second. To their amazement, there was no movement of this order. They called it a null result. They actually measured 1 to 10 kilometers per second, but it was still called a null result. They rushed out the theory called the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. This claimed that the tube in line with the direction of movement shortens as it moves through the ether. There was no evidence whatsoever for this. It was only a way of getting over the implication that the Earth was stationary. Later, in 1905 and 1915, Einstein produced his relativity theories, which overcame the troublesome Michelson-Morley experiment by simply abolishing the ether. The whole theory is riddled with contradictions and problems. In 1913, Sagnac carried out a simple experiment of passing light in opposite directions around a table and recombining them. This produced interference fringes. He then rotated the whole table at 2 revolutions per second and found that the fringes changed. This result has very significant implications in science. It works as follows. A beam of light leaves the light source at the bottom left-hand corner and is split into 2 different beams, which we have coloured red and blue just to distinguish them. They travel round the circuit in opposite directions until they eventually reach the splitter, which also recombines them. There they then go on to the photographic plate, where they have interference fringes. In this simplified version, we see that the beam is split into 2, the red and the blue again, and they go round the circuit and are recombined at the splitter and recombining prism, so that they again produce the fringes on the photographic plate. Now let us rotate the table. Before we do so, there is the very important subject of the effect of the ether. The Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect the 30 kilometers per second motion of the Earth through the ether. So as to overcome this problem, Einstein simply abolished the ether in his relativity theory. The very significant result of the Sagnac experiment was that it proved that the ether existed. Let us see how it did this. It is a fundamental feature of relativity that it claims that as there is no ether, light travels away from a source at the same speed relative to the source, whether the source is moving or not. Thus, whether the table is turning or not, the fringe patterns should stay the same. But if the ether exists, once the light has left the source, the speed of the light is controlled by the ether, independent of the speed of the table, mirrors, etc., as we see here. So let us see what happens when we rotate the table. Here, the light is split, and the red and blue lights go in opposite directions. But notice that the left-hand mirror has moved around in such a direction that the distance the red light has to travel is further. Now in relativity, the same time should be taken because the splitter is also moving and the distance between them is the same. But now imagine that the ether exists and the speed of the light is controlled by the stationary ether. Imagine the ether like a thick treacle that limits how fast the light can travel independent of the motion of the light source, the splitter, or the mirrors. The result is that the red light takes longer to reach the left-hand mirror. Similarly, the right-hand mirror is coming towards the blue light, so it reaches the mirror quicker. After they change ends, the red light again takes longer to reach the recombiner, whilst the blue light gets there quicker again. So they reach the photographic plate with a delay between them, and this changes the fringe pattern. In fact, Sagnac, using the speed of the rotation of the table, calculated how much the fringes should change, and found that they did change by just that amount. The crucial feature of this experiment is that it demonstrates that the ether does exist, which demolishes relativity. How does the scientific establishment deal with this result? By muddying the waters with scientific gobbledygook. Wikipedia says, in the above discussion, the rotation mentioned is a rotation with respect to an inertial reference frame. Since this experiment does not involve a relativistic velocity, the same wording is valid both in the context of classical electrodynamics and special relativity. How on earth can it be valid in both theories? It clearly proves that the ether exists because the speed of the light is controlled by the ether independent of the rotating table and mirrors. This Sagnac effect is used by airlines for their compass directions. As the plane turns, the change in the fringes are translated into a change in the direction of the plane that then registers on the cockpit compass. If a telescope is pointing at a star and both are stationary, then obviously the light comes straight into the telescope. In 1729, Bradley found that he had to tip his telescope forward very slightly to get a star in the center of his telescope. It was assumed that this was due to the motion of the Earth around the Sun. Let us assume that the telescope was moving at 5 miles an hour and had to be tipped 5 degrees. This 5-degree tipping, however, could equally be caused by the ether moving at 5 miles an hour carrying the stars around the Earth. As we see here, the light would be coming in at the same angle and the telescope would still have to be tipped 5 degrees. So tipping the telescope does not tell us whether it is the starlight moving or the telescope moving. However, there is a simple experiment that can determine whether it was the Earth that was moving or the ether and starlight. All that you had to do was record the tipping required for any particular star, then fill the telescope with water, which greatly slows down the speed of light in the telescope. So here is the moving telescope filled with water, tipped at 5 degrees, and you can see that the starlight does not now reach the eyepiece at the bottom. This is because the starlight moves much more slowly when passing through water. However, if the telescope is tipped further, say 10 degrees, then the starlight will then be visible again in the eyepiece. It has to be tipped further because the light is now slower when in the telescope. But if the starlight is going past the telescope at 5 miles an hour, then when it is filled with water, no further tipping is needed because the light is coming in at 5 degrees anyway. The starlight stays on the same path but is only travelling slower in the water. To recap, if it is the telescope that is moving, then when it is filled with water, it has to be tipped further to see the star. If the telescope is stationary and the starlight drifting past us, then it does not have to be tipped further. In 1871, George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal, performed this experiment. This is a copy from his original report. You can see that the two readings are virtually identical. If it had been the telescope that was moving, Airy expected a figure of 30 seconds of arc. In fact, he only managed to read 0.8 seconds of arc difference. Bradley first discovered stellar aberration, and it is interesting that in his report, Airy mentions that it was now about 100 seconds of arc, and that it was still slowly diminishing. This indicates that the speed of light was still decreasing in measurable amounts when Airy performed his experiment in 1871. The result of Airy's experiment, known as Airy's failure, was that the telescope does not have to be tipped further. This proved that it was the incoming light that was moving past a stationary telescope fixed to the stationary Earth. What is interesting in his very brief report of only 4 pages is that not once did he refer to the astonishing results that the experiment proved, that the Earth was stationary. This experiment was also dismissed by Wikipedia, which said, "Ether drag test," under the main article, Luminiferous Ether. By means of a water-filled telescope, Airy, in 1871, looked for a change in stellar aberration through the refracting water due to an ether drag. Like in all other ether drift experiments, he obtained a negative result. This is a gross distortion of the truth. That he did not have to change the angle proved that it was the ether drifting past the stationary surface of the Earth. This experiment is never taught to university science students. They might begin to question what they were being taught about the cosmos, the universe, the Big Bang, evolution, and much else, if it was realized that the Earth really is at the center of the universe, which is rotating around us.
And I'll stop that video there and just play a few minutes worth of Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball video book with a few clips dealing with this topic.
19. Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, positing that if the Earth revolved around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months' orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars, proving that we have not moved at all. 20. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, however, when this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, often directly back into the muzzle. 21. If the Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. 22. If Earth were truly constantly spinning eastward at over 1,000 miles per hour, during the Red Bull stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. 23. Ball believers often claim gravity magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of infinite vacuum space. Such nonsensical theories are debunked, however, by rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, planes, and projectiles, all of which would behave very differently if both the ball Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward at 1,000 miles per hour. 24. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastward over 1,000 miles per hour, then north-south facing cannons should establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. 25. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, then the average commercial airliner, traveling 500 miles per hour, should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. 26. Quoting Heaven and Earth by Gabrielle Henriette, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the opposite direction to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in midair over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. 27. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, which face all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would be practically impossible. Yet, in reality, such fictional concerns are completely negligible.
Alright, I suggest you watch the rest of that video. It's really good, 200 proofs. And as I bring this video to a close, I want to address one more thing. And that is the directional rotation of hurricanes. You know, it is true that hurricanes rotate one way in the so-called northern hemisphere and another way in the so-called southern hemisphere. But we've just established that the Earth is not rotating. So whatever is going on, it has nothing to do with the Earth's rotation. And I'm just going to put this forward for some consideration. I saw a video that Carly Sunshine put out where this woman just took like a plate and moved it across a pool, and it created these vortexes that were spinning in opposite directions and went all the way across the pool. So could it be that there is an ether that Tesla and many others believed in for a long time, until Einstein came along and came up with a bunch of math problems to nullify the ether, that if there is some sort of medium through which the sun and moon are going, then maybe as these heavenly luminaries go through this ether, perhaps it creates some sort of current which makes the winds flow in very specific ways on either side of the path of the sun and moon. So maybe it's just the movement of these heavenly bodies going through the ether that are creating vortexes that just so happen to spin one way if you're on the inside of the circle and one way if you're on the outside. Either way, whatever's going on is affected by the equator. And maybe this is an easier way to visualize it. You see the sun moving along its happy path here, woohoo, and it's creating in its wake opposite rotating vortexes as it goes. You know, in the northern hemisphere, it's rotating counterclockwise, in the southern clockwise. And interestingly enough, I found this animation done by a YouTube channel called Tech Insider. And it says that it turns out tropical storms don't come to within 5 degrees latitude of the equator. Wonder why? And it says they will likely never cross it either. And that's because of the winds pushing the storms away from the equator. Well, I mean, if that's the path of a localized sun and moon going around the circle of the Earth, it just kind of makes sense that they're not going to get in the path of it. They're going to only be affected by, if you will, the wake that's left behind through the ether. Anyway, I could be totally off on that, and that's fine. For me, the whole thing is resolved by the fact that the Earth is not rotating. But as it pertains to what I just showed you, I would suggest you spend some time on the Thunderbolts Project YouTube channel. Now, these guys are not flat earthers, but they are making a really compelling case for the electromagnetic plasma universe thesis. And I've got a lot of really interesting things there regarding the sun and moon and the planets and stuff like that, and how potentially what the real nature of these things may be. And along similar lines to electromagnetism, as it pertains to the movement of weather patterns, I would suggest you watch these videos here by Richard Hopkins from the YouTube channel Mr. Thrive and Survive. He has some interesting insights, and as I understand it, he comes from actually having a meteorological background. I was going to put those videos here, but just for the sake of time, I'll say, go ahead and check them out in their entirety for yourself. But, flat Earth aside, I would just suggest you go out and watch the documentary, The Principle. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The Principle is sort of like the gateway drug to flat Earth anyway, because it's all about geocentricity, describing a stationary Earth above which the sun, moon, and stars and planets and everything else are moving. It's a geostation now. They don't believe in flat Earth. They still believe in the globe. But I believe they have made a rock-solid scientific case to prove, alongside of the other scientific cases that have already been done, that this place is not moving. And so if the Earth is not rotating, then number 8 is gone. Sorry, it's not a proof for the globe.
Number 9, time zones. Day and night happen at different times at different places on Earth. In fact, it's always day somewhere and night somewhere else.
Okay, time zones. I think part of the problem is people who come from the spinning heliocentric globular Earth model, as soon as they hear flat, they just try to squish the Earth into a pancake and keep everything else the way it is in the heliocentric globular Earth model. Meaning, okay, now you just got this flat disk inside a solar system. And they try to apply the dynamics of the solar system in a massively huge sun 93 million miles away, over a flat Earth, and apply what they know in that paradigm to this paradigm. Well, that doesn't work. And it's just a knee-jerk reaction from people who haven't done any research at all, which is what I found predominantly to be the case. 99.999999999% of my, especially early detractors, did zero research of their own. In lockstep, they all just had a programmed response, knee-jerk response, and they were always the same responses. But I'm going, well, wait a minute.
if we're on a circular still flat Earth set on pillars under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars were placed on day 4, according to the Bible, then the sun and moon are what's moving, and the stars are what are moving, not the Earth, and therefore they are a lot closer and a lot smaller, as I've mentioned in the previous segments. So I created this animation. You guys have probably seen this. A lot of people have used it in their videos and stuff like that. It got mirrored quite a bit, where all I did is use a 3D software called Poser, which just basically, like it sounds, allows you to pose and move 3D objects. And so I created a circular flat Earth map and just created a little ball and made the ball a point light. And what a point light is basically just like it sounds like, a point of light that you can adjust the parameters for how much light it throws off. And so, yeah, if you make it a really big light and make it like with a lot of throw, then it would light up the entire Earth. But if you're God and you're creating a clock and a enclosed world system where there's a sun that rules over the day, then you don't need it to be a point light that's going to throw over the whole Earth, because you want to have night. So you just reduce the throw of the light, and it's not a spotlight. Okay, it's not a flashlight shining down on the Earth. It's shining out in 360 degrees in all directions, all the way around. Up, down, around, side to side, everywhere. But the reach of the throw of the light is just limited. And if that thing's going around, well, guess what? You have time zones. Problem solved. No big deal. Now, I should note something else, and that is that this animation is not to scale. The sun is not the right size, nor probably the right height over the disk of the Earth, at least according to the various estimations and things that I've read in Zetetic Astronomy and other books. So this being the case, it would explain why the sun couldn't be seen from those areas that are in nighttime. And if I were to shrink the sun and make it to scale and at the right height, probably the only thing I'd have to do would be to adjust the light attenuation setting to increase it to compensate for the smaller, potentially closer sun, so that it basically had the same throw as what you see here. And also, you probably have to take into account the reflectivity off of the firmament, which would scatter the light in certain ways that has been depicted in a number of memes you've probably seen online. So these are some things to consider when looking at this animation. Okay, so number 9, time zones don't prove a globe. Time zones can work just as well on a disk. While I was looking into all, how the sun works and how time zones work and things like that, naturally you start to wonder, well, how do the seasons work? And you may have seen this video before. A lot of people put it out there. Well, this came as a result of another video that I was working on when I was trying to figure out, how does the 24-hour sun, or the alleged 24-hour sun, work in Antarctica? So first, I wanted to see how it would work, or if it even would work, on a globe. So I created this little animation, and with the Earth at a 23.4 degree tilt. And you can see here that only certain parts of Antarctica would be in 24-hour light. The parts where it dips in closer toward the pole, that's where you would get a 24-hour sun, if it in fact actually exists. So I'm using Stellarium. It's heliocentric globe-based software now, created by people who believe in the ball. And I was modeling it, and it allows you to figure out, what direction you want to point the camera, what type of camera you want to use, and whatnot. And you could set your location. So I set my location to Antarctica in, I think it was the Ross Ice Shelf area. And I set the duration up for an entire year. I wanted to see the whole year, from the beginning of January to the end of December, to see what the sun was doing. And so you can set the animation up, and you could set the speed and duration and all that. So, you don't have to sit there for an entire year. You can make the whole year go by pretty fast and observe what the sun and moon are doing. And the software also allows you to turn off the stars and turn off the ground plane. And I got this idea, instead of just looking in one of the cardinal directions, north, south, east, or west, I decided to angle the camera so it was looking straight up. And the software actually allows you to, like, as if you're pulling the camera into the ground, and put it in sort of like a fisheye lens mode where you can actually see all 4 cardinal points at the same time. And so I'm watching the sun and moon go over me in a counterclockwise fashion, because I'm looking up from the ground, so it's coming up from my right and going over me to my left, so from east to west, you know. And after I modeled the whole thing and looked at it, and with the ground plane off and the stars off, it's just a black background with the sun and moon going around counterclockwise. Well, I thought, man, I wonder what that would look like over the flat Earth map. And so I punched out the black in my video software and put in the image of the azimuthal equidistant map. And then the only thing I did to that video was do a horizontal flip, because it was going counterclockwise from the ground view looking up. And since I'm now looking down from above, it needed to switch, you know, from going counterclockwise to going clockwise. That's all I did. That's the only thing I did. And what I discovered was, and even though this is not 100% perfect, it actually shows the sun and moon going in an outer ring and an inner ring, you know, going between the 2 tropics and going over the equator. So in our winter, in January, it's going in the outer rim circle, and in our summer, it's going in the inner rim circle, you know, going between the 2 tropics over the equator. And the software actually made the sun speed up and slow down. Again, I didn't do that. I didn't do anything to it. I'm sitting there going, wow. And I'm thinking, did this software actually just show me how the 4 seasons work on a flat Earth map? I don't know, but it sure seems to work out pretty good. And if you haven't had a chance to, you should listen to the show that Zen Garcia and I did on it, because he took what I did here and basically was able to unlock the chapters of the Book of Enoch to talk about the path and the course of the heavenly luminaries. Fascinating stuff. But I don't have time to get into all that here, so let's go on to number 8.
Number 10. All the other planets and stars we've ever seen are round, and there's no reason to indicate that the Earth should be any different.
Okay. That's a really lame proof. It's an interesting assumption. It's a reasonable assumption, but it's not a proof. It's like looking at a pool table and saying, wow, all the billiard balls are spherical. Well, that means the table must be too. Or looking up and seeing the lights overhead. Oh, the light bulbs are spherical, therefore the table must be too. No, that's not a proof of anything. It's a reasonable assumption, but it's definitely not a proof.